Obvious print errors have been corrected. Blank pages have been removed. Italicized words are denoted with underscores. Versals equal sized capital letters have been replaced by standard capital letters. M. Rigoberto Paredes Myths, Superstitions, and Survival Tactics of Bolivia's People prologue by Gerta Belisario Dias Romero Arno Brothers. Booksellers Publishers La Paz. Mitos, Superstitions y Supervivencias Populares de Bolivia Paredes M. Rigoberto Manu Rigoberto, produced by Joseph Coles Cannells, Carlos Arcone, and the online distributed proofreading team at ETPWO. PDP. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive Canadian Libraries, transcribers noted. Spelling and accent marks have been retained from the original artistic printing press. Socabaya 22. Amuel Rigoberto Paredes has honoured us with the task of introducing his work, with a brief assessment. Memsimics, to the illustrious writer and selfless propagandist of historical and geographical studies of Bolivia, Don Manuel V. Bolivian dedicates this work. The author. Illustration prologue, the author of this book, D. We will undertake this delicate duty with great pleasure, even though we acknowledge our inadequacy and limited merits in such an endeavour, a task that someone with a vast understanding of Bolivian sociology could have executed more effectively. But if our will is abundant, on the other hand, what is surely going to be lacking is the special competence required for analyzing the environment in which the psychology of an entire race unfolds, very difficult to characterize in its polychromatic nuances, such as the Aymara, Quechua race, the object of the meticulous observer who has wanted to leave future scholars of our country the dossier or case files of the process, with which one can judge the national indigenous psyche. The book that we are honoured to present today to the public reader is not one of those written as if by pastime. On the contrary, it is the fruit of many years of attentive and controlled exegesis in the very theatre of action, or the convivence and contact with the ethnic element itself, whose spirit one seeks to scrutinize. The author has been born and spent almost his entire existence within the social layers whose folklore he has sought to unravel, gaining an exact understanding of the intricate psyche of our people. The studies that form the subject of this work no Bolivian author had undertaken before than Doa. By no means. Paredes, forgiven the frivolous nature of our compatriots. A thing we have to admit, it pains us, whoever would have been the Zamacuco, in a Philistine sense, concerned with the abuses, pure Bolivianism, beliefs, and follies of the Indians. No one who is not so careless or wastes their time in investigating and describing insipid matters like these. Yet, considering the nature of the work to which the author has devoted himself, can it even be supposed for a second that he has regrettably wasted his time? Specifically, no better use could be made of a talent nourished and well fed in the scientific spirit of our century, a keen and sagacious talent, at the same time patriotic, diligent, and meticulous. A talent, we say, endowed with such beautiful qualities, could have a more plausible dedication than to be useful, immensely useful to social science in general, and to the psychology of the Bolivian people in particular. It is for this end, in terms of absolute justice, that Paredes deserves the applause of the entire world. Up until now, only some European or North American scientists had sketched out something of the psyche of our indigenous peoples on the topic we are referring to. The book Myths, Superstitions, and Popular Survivals in Bolivia is, therefore, the first serious work of its kind to come from the pen of a national writer, and a very curious work indeed. Let us then receive it with friendly delight, read it with pleasure, and know how to give it the merit it deserves. The intimate way of our popular masses, of which the Amara, Quechua Indian is the most genuine representative, is indeed almost identical to that which characterizes the mestizo and even the criollo, because the mind of the indigenous himself is shaped by the other components of our native population. Yes, those primitive or childish beliefs and superstitions also form the reserve fund of Bolivian mental economy, and whatever one may say to the contrary, the middle class or the most considerable part, which forms the block of our people, shares in the religiosity and morality of the indigenous inhabitant of this American nationality. Sometimes in classes considered cultivated, we frequently see these same superstitions persisting that have not yet been uprooted, even with the treatment of civilized European. The sorcery of a Kalawaya still strongly impresses the most aristocratic lady, and has considerable weight on the mind of most of our era jokers who dress in levitas and wear gloves. How much more suggestive power does it not hold over the ignorant provincial or the uneducated Colo, reflecting on the degree of intellectual backwardness into which the unhappy Bolivian Indian has fallen, whose heritage of ignorance has remained nearly the same since remote pre-Inca times? We do not know whether to feel a bitter disappointment or a mortifying sense of sadness. It bleeds the soul to realize the sad condition in which lies the mental mindset of our poor indigenous compatriots. And yet, upon carefully examining the mental aptitudes of the Aymara Quechuas, we notice that they are capable of high intellectual development, as we know of their adaptive cerebral plasticity and the elasticity of their spirit. On another occasion, we said, our indigenous people, as experience shows, are not averse to study, moral improvement, meditation, and even, under equal conditions, to surpass the better endowed European races. The furrow is already open for others. Will new cultivators come to continue the task? Who knows? La Pagus 1920. B. Diaz Romero. This is indeed the case, but if we must preserve this unfortunate ethnic element of Bolivia in its current psychic state, if we do nothing to dissolve those raw values into the beneficial waters of civilization, they would immediately become fertile salutes for this land, worthy of a better fate. The Indian will remain the same pariah, savage, superstitious, stupid, fierce. Undoubtedly, Dr. Perry's work also aims to make public authorities aware of the religious, social state of the Bolivian community, and, as such, it is a whole revelation for those in charge of public affairs. This is where its fundamental usefulness lies. As a literary production, perhaps the author's last work, which we prologue, does not offer the rhetorical beauties that please the broad public, or the gleamings of affected phraseology, but in its raw simplicity, in the bare candour with which it reveals the more of the thick mass of our people, it does nothing more than present itself sincere and loyal. In this case, it is like the anatomist who dissects the body of a chaste, a beautiful virgin, without pausing to describe her morbidities and sexual attractions, operates with the indifference and coldness of the sage. Leka, Kamakani, Thaleri, Camili, Jampiri, and Yatiri. The minor role of women in sorcery. And 27 there are acts launched that resemble arrows launched myths, superstitions, and popular survivals in Bolivia. Chapter I Primordial Factors I. The soul of the race. Belief in inanimate objects in Santiago. I. The tools in the way witches act. E. Their influence, their schemes to allure the masses. Eve. Causes for the persistence of superstitions. The priest's role and the friar's confusion with the Karaziri myth. V. Influence of dreams. Illustration errata corrections, page lines. Says read 3319, laws of the 4130 Morada look of 4816. Laws the same. 18 slave to her 5013 be lived. 19 ekala throw her 57-1 alienium. 29 nosia not has. 299 yet 65 I object. 84 preta ticus past tenses. To 3 eliminasa in none 25 in 1 11 is in T7 is the ready agent to 2 late if Bali. Our prison is collected to Sabadali to a Bali. Beatitude. No laws not as sick tasks 12018 and collected to collect them. 103 night 3 the 30 Huanku from Tai Huanaku. 770-21 she strives, shakes it at 8127 her colotions, 108-60-21, and as they measure, so they do. 192 place they create, and 92-24 in the masticated. From the masticating, 25 that is masticated, that are mass 195-7 that is, that are 230 rough, and ronco 207-5, and if they are 20-12-27 it is that in which 14 face, visage 261-21 let it remain in it, and not stay. Superstitions are inherent to human nature. They are greater and more dominant according to the level of civilization in each country. In our midst, they are acquired in childhood and accompany us to the grave. As individuals descend down the social ladder and their education decreases, their numbers increase, and they become indispensable in the realm of life. This is the case with the inhabitants of lower rungs in our cities and provincial towns, whether they be white, mestizo, or indigenous, who are inherently superstitious. In the spirit of these diverse ethnic components, barely any religious ideas or medical science principles have been able to take root, far from tempering their natural impulses of mediocre idiosyncrasy. They have instead served to disguise and cloak them. Their ancient myths and legends continue to trouble and enslave their simple souls. In the childlike minds of those people, religion and medicine are still intertwined with witchcraft. The sorcerer is confused with the doctor and the priest, whom they affectionately call Teta Cura, Father or Lord. They continue to believe in the effectiveness of spells and curses, and in the power of those who perform them. They still venerate dark caves, high cliffs, deserts devoid of vegetation, lakes, rivers, crudely shaped clay figures, or stones with veins crossed in a cross, or forming arabesques resembling human figures, and anything else they find with some peculiarity, assuming, though vaguely, that there is a personal will behind it all that gives them movement, makes them act, or manifests itself within them, or represents the transformations of their ancestors. 1-1, Teta Oqui, Father or Lord, Teta the Sorcerer. Vocabulary of the Aymara language, compiled by Father Ludovico Bertonio. Republished by Giulio Platzman. Second part, page 39. In this case, the Indian gives the meaning sorcerer to the priest. Parish priests, as ignorant as their flock, are those who give credence to these beliefs, preaching that illnesses are the work of the devil, vengeance from the deity, blessing objects presented by the Indians and cholos, placing them later on altars alongside images of saints. Among the saints of Catholicism, Santiago is truly revered by Indians and those who have complete faith, as they believe him to be identical with lightning. They view him as its image. Thus, next to a virgin, one sees a piece of stone beside a cross, a fragment of wood. The ignorance of the causes that motivate natural phenomena among parishioners and faithful has decisively influenced the acceptance and encouragement of fetishism and indigenous superstitions in popular customs, leading to the belief that remedies for any misfortune or illness should be sought not in science, but in sorcery. The scar or fracture caused by the lightning is seen as proof by those who bear it of their supernatural role among their peers. Similarly, when a child is born and sparks flash in the sky, they call him the son of Santiago. Like ancient Greeks who thought Jupiter hurled it, Indians suppose Santiago forges and sends lightning to earth. That's why they call themselves Apu Ilapu, meaning Lord Lightning. The Indian marvels at the sight of the saint riding a horse, with a martial and fierce air, like a handsome and formidable captain, wearing a silver hat with a wide skirt raised, exposing his arrogant face, clad in crimson mantle, with golden fringe on his back, armed with a flaming sword in his right hand, ready to unleash it upon the unfaithful who dare cross his path, crushing them beneath the heavy hooves of his spirited steed. It is the faith that the village people have in Santiago, that when someone has been saved from an electric shock by a lightning strike, they consider them as their son, favored with a baptism of fire, as a sign that the saint has chosen them to reveal the secrets of the future, prevent evils, discover hidden things, and drive away the evil spirit, the terrible orca escaped from the center of the earth. Twins or a child that a mother claims was conceived for the saint on a day when she was caught in a storm in the field, or when the sun was covered by its blazing rays until she fainted, also have this same status. Since then, the place is regarded as sacred, and it is sometimes called Ajatha, struck through, or other times Ilapujatha, hit by lightning. The moment when a person is disabled or dies as a result of lightning strikes, it is impossible for anyone to help them. Everyone present immediately turns away, and no one dares to look at them even once. They maintain the idea that seeing her will cause definitive death, because the saint does not like to be caught by surprise in the moment when he descends on horseback upon an individual who may return within themselves when they have not seen them. The place where the lightning has struck is considered worthy of respect, because it has been visited by the saint, Taciturn, Purita, as they say, and they bring offerings and venerate it, believing that Santiago is still present there, and in order to bid him farewell, they dress in their best clothes, adorn themselves in white, and along with their women, equally dressed, they go to the site, set off fireworks, and after sacrificing a white llama, and performing other ceremonies, as if they were truly bidding a person farewell, they return home while dancing. El Thaleri that shakes is the one who provides primarily through intuition, and is distinguished by performing his operations covered in a thick poncho, coarsely woven, and black, squatting with his eyes closed, pretending to be sleeping or actually asleep, or perhaps in a catatonic state. His answers are in a weak, faint voice, as if someone were inspiring each syllable and word until his thought is formulated. The three classes are titled Sons of Santiago and recognize certain hierarchies and preeminences among themselves. When the consulted or functioning person cannot answer the question or considers it extremely serious, he declares himself impotent and recommends another colleague to the client, whom he believes has superior knowledge, and if the client doubts, he sends him to the one supposedly of higher hierarchy. Lycus is the generic name for witches, but when trying to differentiate a certain category of these, they give that designation to the one who is responsible for casting spells, discovering and rendering harmless evil curses, and throwing fortunes in all circumstances of life. Scamakani Dark is a type of nigromancer who practices magic, applying their powers to harm and evil, to whom it is attributed for this reason, being in contact with malevolent spirits, summoning the dead, particularly the manes of those executed and wicked. It has come to recognize them all under a single supreme wizard, who was the one who saved and ultimately resolved difficult queries, and those considered of great importance. The places where they dwell, which have likely been famous since time immemorial, or perhaps the well-known residences of prestigious wizards, contribute to their status. Those belonging to each of these categories stand out only in matters of transcendence, or when facing lucrative offers with special tools and ceremonies. In most cases they follow common procedures. The Atiri is always an old man of experience, counsel, and venerable appearance. He is the indigenous magician. Unlike among the whites, Indians consider women incapable of predicting the future or discovering important secrets about men. The indigenous peoples of central and southern regions of the Republic call those who practice both medicine and witchcraft Galawayas, or Yeteris, wise men as they are also known, sometimes using the term Camillus or Jamparis. This name is used preferentially over Amauta, Tukapu, Chumani, Achankra, Chumani, Apinkoya, Musani, Chunkitara, which all mean the same. The Amara has deep disdain for women, and in the only cases he considers them is when it comes to matters related to sexual love, or when they need poisons, abortive curses, or remedies that cause sterility. In witchcraft, the importance of women pales, in comparison to that given to men, in competition with him. She is always defeated. The witch is only understood through these consultations, and when she fails in her predictions, she becomes the victim of abuse from her client. Those who dedicate themselves to this craft are usually old, unkempt, repulsive, looking women addicted to coca or alcohol. Santiago says, "A man should flee a woman, and never has it been the case to endow her with the gift of divination. With such a bias, her inferiority in this matter becomes executed for the common people. Aye, the tools that a witch usually possesses are reduced to pieces of rope used for hanging, teeth or jaws of the deceased, skulls, figures of sheep made from various materials, hair of the dead, tiger claws, live or preserved frogs, dog heads, bird feathers, wool and threads in different colors, numerous roots, snakes, spiders, and domesticated owls. The invitation is for an hour when it cannot be seen by indiscreet people or caught in his operations. According to the consultation, the witch offers one of these objects which causes any of the domesticated animals to act. She typically performs her rituals at night, preferably when it is dark, in a silent, secluded room away from the house. He carpets the room with black cloth, places a table or wooden bench in the center. Also covered in black, he puts on top a lamp with 3 lights or 3 tallow candles, lit from the side of the seat and arranged droopingly. Sometimes he adorns the walls with owls and lizards preserved, when these objects are not always hidden. The sorcerer waits for the client at the door, introduces him inside as soon as he arrives, careful to speak in a low voice and little, preferring to communicate through signs and expressions. Take your drink and pour some drops on the ground before. With your eyes squinted upwards, he murmurs certain unintelligible and enigmatic words. Mystery permeates everything, and for everything, mime and action language only dominate there. He places the interested party next to the table, where, in addition to the lights, there are piles of coca, a bottle of brandy, and cigars. He invites the present company to share his beverage, who also spills some drops before drinking, and they both chew coca and smoke cigarettes, conversing about the purpose of their meeting. With cunning, he inquires into what happened in all its details. He then advises him on what to do. He opens a pot, taking out a trained lizard to lick his owner's hand, or a frog croaking as it emerges, or a spider that attaches itself to its legs, or makes the owl hoot in a way that responds to his intentions. In light of what these animals have done, he tells him that his advice was correct. If it is Kamakani, invoke the presence of the devil, and after bending down until they touch the floor, they tell him to bring a live mouse or cat. And when the animal is present, they pierce their feet with thorns to cripple their enemy, or punch their eyes to blind them, or stab their head to make them go mad or insane. Other times they ask for their enemy's urine, or water in which their clothes have been washed, or any of their objects, and with it they perform their spell and return it, so that the person pours it back at their door. Both Lacus and Stickhammerkanis also use, for the same purpose, chewed coca leaves, corn grains, and various herbs, or they kill a guinea pig, and in their innards they try to uncover the sought after secret, consulting the manes of the dead. The sorcerer represents with the greatest solemnity the scene, in which he proposes to bring Santiago in person and have him act. The lyrists examine the radiations of the stars, the oscillations of flames in candles or lighters, the flight of birds, aside from those who are magnetizers, fascinators, and even ventriloquists. At this instant the sorcerer assumes an imposing aspect, with eyes bulging from their orbits, a shaking body, and every fibre of his being quivering, as if possessed by a diabolic spirit. Taking advantage of the subject's absolute blind faith, he makes Santiago appear, greeting him in bad Spanish and speaking in coherent words in his language with a cavernous voice and an imposing tone. He calls the client at midnight, and as soon as he has him in his power, he makes him smoke cigars, gives him a drink of brandy, tells him relevant things about the event that motivates his visit, and little by little he suggestions him, imposes himself on his will, and takes possession of his mind, until when he believes he has achieved his objective, and that the moment to act has come, he suddenly commands him with an imperious tone to turn off the lights and not even light a match. In the midst of deep silence and solitude that has something of a terrifying quality, he suddenly hears in the enclosure a metallic noise that the assistant, suggestible as he is, believes to be caused by the golden spurs and jingling bits of the horse of the saint, who is approaching, not realizing that the noise is actually caused by the actor's right hand agitating some bells attached by invisible threads. This effect is achieved by the magician accommodating a horn instrument to his lips, made specifically to produce strange sounds, and before his client can recover, Returning to his natural voice, he politely invites him to ask Santiago his questions directly. He who has lost his sheep, interrogatis, Lord, blessed Lord, forgive me if I disturb you. I have lost my sheep, heartless thieves have stolen them. In vain have I sought them. Will they ever be found? Tell me, beloved saint, tell me, protector of orphans and defender of the downtrodden, with all my soul committed to you, I ask. And the unfortunate weeps. What can I do to cure her? Is there a remedy for her illness? The answer is, there is a remedy, find where the spell is, which is a toad, lizard, or cat with its feet crossed with thorns. Hurry up to find it, or your wife will die. In advance, for this case, the sorcerer has prepared the animal. After the consultation, receiving new gifts and another sum of money, he discovers the object of the spell and removes the thorns. The sorcerer, fending a voice, answers, Seek them with greater diligence, and you will find them, or your neighbor has devoured them, or they are far away, and it is impossible for you to retrieve them. If the question refers to the theft of larger livestock, such as mules, donkeys, oxen, or llamas, the response is typically, Seek, search a bit more, and the thieves will be caught because they are not very far from you, or you will no longer find them because they have been sold and taken to distant lands, or devoured if it concerns oxen or llamas. Sometimes the question is asked, A year ago my wife became disabled lying in bed, and people tell me she is possessed. Typically, the questions are countless and diverse, and the answers vague, evasive, ingenious, or effective, depending on the client's economic conditions and the sorcerer's knowledge about the things consulted. After the ritual, before turning on the lights, he makes the saint retire, repeating the same noise as when presenting it. In the knave mind of the Indian who sought him out, there remains the conviction that he has met with the same saint, however discouraged he may be, and the son of Santiago well rewarded for his cleverly executed deceit. The mixed-race sorceress, in answering questions that also require her own consultation, usually combines indigenous procedures with certain religious practices. Commonly, she first chews coca, dedicated the act to the man who is to be bewitched. Then she prays to the souls in purgatory, or invokes those condemned in hell. He makes a doll, or paints a print, with two faces, one of a woman and the other of a man. He lights 3 candles, and prays 3 Our Fathers and 3 Hail Marys to the requested souls, and wraps the print with a thread that has 3 knots, and immediately conjures the souls, saying, I conjure you by the day you were born, by the baptism you received, by the first Mass you heard, to make so, and so love and be a slave or servant of Satan's passion, which they believe brings good results. I, the native Colo, and the Indian are so dominated by the idea of spells and curses that anything they cannot explain or understand as normal, extraordinary, or supernatural, they attribute to sorcerers. In the struggle, which the sorcerers will undertake to save him, he has confidence that his own will emerge victorious, and if he truly succeeds in averting or curing an illness, his reputation grows immensely. Then, favored by luck, he gains new clients who treat him with fear and respect, consult him in the difficult situations of life, and no one dares pass through his region without seeking his help. The favorite of luck becomes the idol of the crowd. When the Indian is navigating in a fragile Totora raft, engaged in fishing, he is caught by fierce winds or storms that bring him some misfortune, and he assumes he is a victim of a curse from one of his enemies who has used the elements to cause him harm. Any damage he suffers is always attributed to maledictions, and to avoid their fatal consequences, he seeks out other sorcerers whom he considers superior to those who have harmed him, and believes that through this means he will destroy, or at least neutralize the effects of those curses. Everyone flocks to him and shower him with attentions and gifts. The Indian who needs him gives him greatest the fattest lamb from his flock, chosen products from his harvest, and when he demands to spend the night in the company of this Indian's daughter, young and attractive, he consents without hesitation or doubt. The authority ordered that, as punishment for his misdeeds, he be flogged. These cunning Indians, distinguished hunters of strangers' lives and hidden mysteries, who excel in their lucrative and blessed role as sorcerers, are fertile in resources to escape unscathed. On one occasion, a famous witch was captured by a provincial police force due to the crimes he had committed and the disturbances he had caused among the Indians. And he continued practicing his forbidden trade with more vigor and success than ever. The fear that the witch doctor instills in the Indians is so great that when he gets drunk or careless in guarding one of his belongings, no one dares to touch it or steal it. He suffered the harsh penalty impassively, and when he returned home, instead of showing any remorse, he proudly explained to the Indians who had come to express their pity for what had happened that he had suffered nothing, because just he was being laid on the ground, Santiago appeared in an invisible form to those present or tasked with executing the penalty, and covered him with his cloak, preventing the lashes from even touching the exposed part of his body. Only when he abuses his power and becomes dangerous and unbearable in the region do the residents secretly gather and agree to kill him without giving him any time to prepare, which they indeed do by surprising him in his home and burning him alive. They immediately bury his bones or ashes in a deep pit to leave no trace of him. The Indian believes that if he does not receive this type of death, his soul continues to harm his perpetrators. With the incineration of his body, they believe his soul has also been reduced to nothing. The Indian considers the blood and urine of a shaman an effective remedy against spells. Sometimes, when his title as Son of Santiago doesn't sound very good, he changes it to Son of the Mother of God, or Mametan Hoapa, assuming this change gives him greater powers under that new name. They usually smash the shaman's head and make the affected person drink the blood that flows from the wound or the shaman's urine. The shaman is careful to prevent this from happening, fearing the curse may turn against him. While missionaries destroyed the idols and places of worship of these, they replaced them with their own. The persistence of superstitions in the popular soul is due, besides the already noted circumstances, to the influence of the Spaniards, who brought their own superstitions to America during the conquest and colonial period, just as preoccupied as the Indians. It is rare or almost impossible to find a person entirely free from superstition. The results from the natural and those brought by the conquerors have converged from all sides on the spirit of our race, which often acts under the influence of the former, without even realizing it. Ecclesiastical censures aimed to eradicate ancient practices and substitute them more easily with religious ones practiced by Catholicism, which they sought to implant in the country, but as they did not achieve their objective completely. Indigenous superstitions mixed and confused with those of the Spaniards, making it difficult to distinguish their origin or exclusive sphere of action in many cases. Catholic priests, teaching alongside sorcerers that natural phenomena and laws can be counteracted with prayers or spells, spread the same propaganda. The difference lies in that the sorcerer calls on St. James, or sometimes the devil, while priests invoke their deities and saints. When an Indian or mestizo practices a new superstition for the first time, they do not forget. It is etched into their spirit and dominates them, becoming a second nature from which they cannot detach themselves. It is easy for them to acquire superstitions and difficult to shed them. Both strive for more trust in the unexpected, supernatural, and wonderful, rather than their own efforts or the help of science. Due to these influences, whites, mestizos, and Indians have become so credulous and superstitious within the Catholic faith that when not entertained by devilish arts, they enthusiastically celebrate religious festivals, firmly believing that any of these practices will grant them what they desire. In rural town sanctuaries, it's common to find alongside a Catholic figure items of witchcraft, and on the day commemorating the saint, these latter also receive blessings from the priest celebrating Mass. the proliferation of religious festivals, the abundance with which temples and chapels are erected, the excessive alcohol consumption among the lower and middle classes, all contribute to and reinforce superstitions. For all those reasons, the Indian considers the priest and the shaman of his region to be of the same class with equal pretensions. At least he views the friar as a dangerous necromancer. Accompanying him at a distance is a layman who carries metal boxes where this substance will be stored. He calls him Karaziri, meaning Digola Beheader, and relates that from mid-July to mid-August every year, the friar leaves his convent and travels through the villages and ranches in the countryside, seeking human fat to prepare the chrism for baptisms. The victim, upon awakening from his stupor and returning to himself, does not find the fatal friar, but feels a strong pain in his stomach that tells him something has happened to him. The Indian believes that the friar, upon finding a human being, flatters them and gives them a narcotic that puts them to sleep, and then cuts open their belly on the right side, extracting all the fat from their body, after which he heals them and ensures that no trace of the wound remains other than a light cardinal mark. Overwhelmed by this presentiment, his forces begin to decline rapidly, and his body consumes itself until he dies a few days after the event. At the beginning of the Spanish conquest, they called Karaziri to the executioner who beheaded the condemned, and they believed that, after carrying out the act, he would walk at night dressed in the habit stripped from the deceased, still covered in dirt and blood, with a cap on his head, leaving only his pale face as death-like and sombre as night. He was said to carry a bell in his hand, whose lugubrious sound could be heard from time to time. They claimed he fed on human flesh, preferring to devour that of children he came across. Little by little, and as executions in that manner decreased, the Indian's imagination confused the executioner with the frater who accompanied the condemned to death, until the former was erased from their memory, and only the latter remained with the nickname of Karaziri, eventually leading them to fear him due to considering him a thief of human fat. It is likely that the circumstance of seeing friars struggle frequently along silent and deserted paths contributed to the formation of this legend with all its gloomy details, or perhaps it coincides, and this is most certain, with some native myth they had before the conquest, which they substituted with the friar, giving him the terrible name of Karaziri. It seems, in fact, that this legend is nothing more than a reproduction, or rather a distorted continuation of the runic myth of the Quechua, as mentioned by Bishop Villagumez. In this way he puts all those present in the house to sleep, so that neither men nor animals move or feel anything. In various alos or tribes there are masters to whom we now give the name captain, and each one had their own students and soldiers, whom they would summon and designate at any given night to gather at a specific location, as these gatherings were held at night. Immediately the teacher, accompanied by one or two of his disciples, approaches that designated night to a house already chosen in advance, and, leaving the disciples at the door, enters alone and scatters on the floor a powder made of dead bones and other unknown substances, prepared beforehand for the purpose, while pronouncing Kabbalistic words. Then he draws near to the person he intends to kill, inflicts a slight wound on a nail or any other part of the body, and as soon as a little blood flows out, he sucks it up as much as possible. For this reason these sorcerers are also called blood-suckers. Pastoral letter of exhortation and instruction against the idolatries of the Indians of the Archdiocese of Lima, 1641. Page 42. When the Indian has not seen nor encountered this character of lurid fame, and feels, nevertheless, abdominal pain, and the terrible red stain appears on the exterior, the vampire believes he has become invisible to better and more comfortably extract the fat, and the unhappy one, dominated by such an idea, distrusts remedies and dies from consumption. The friar also symbolizes to the Indian the author of scarcity and hunger in the ranches. because he supposes that in the large bags he carries with him, using the power of the negro magic he practices, he collects all the food he finds, leaving the poor Indian to die, for lack of it, with his stomach pressed against his spine. Once they have sucked the blood, they pour a little into the hollow of their hand, or into a vessel, and give it to others to taste, returning to the meeting place where they claim that the demon multiplies or transforms that blood into flesh. I believe they mix it with other meats, and cook it during the gathering, and eat it, and indeed, the person from whom the blood has been drawn usually dies within 2 or 3 days. The author continues. During these gatherings they often say, "This night we will eat the soul of this or that person." Having questioned someone who had eaten this meat multiple times, or who knew about it, they responded with a gesture of disgust, stating that it was very bad and tasted horrible, resembling dried cow flesh, de villegumes. When a pregnant woman dreams of vipers, it is to have a son of frogs, to have a daughter, with a condor for the child that is born to be a great man. Dreaming of flames or sheep is for some projected business to be frustrated. With a condor, it is for success in what one proposes. Dreaming of a corpse is to have money. Cooking is for someone's death. Dreams have a decisive influence on the decisions of the popular classes, who believe that according to how they are, something will happen to them in real life, and for this reason they give them various interpretations. Receiving money in a dream at a temple is to get notice of a relative or friend's death. Pulling out a tooth is to receive money, or for a close relative to die. Dreaming that your home catches fire is to break up with the person who protects you. With a fat child for money. With rabbits to be bewitched. One dreams of a person when that person thinks deeply about the one who dreams of them. Being dragged in a dream by a murky current is for the dreamer to die. The same will happen if they have been mired by a beast. Generally, flesh in dreams denotes death, excrement shame, and animals with horns infidelity towards the wife or concubine one has. Thus, interpretations are infinite. Possessing a woman in a dream is to never achieve it in reality. Dreaming of a black person is to get sick. Dreaming of dogs that have bitten us is for robbery. With a venomous snake that has bitten us, for poisoning. With fires, for sorrow. Each individual, when dreaming of a particular person, believes their fate will be good or bad based on their formed opinion of her, considering her their beneficial or fatal shadow. For them to vanish, it would be necessary for there to be a break in human history, which is impossible, so ancestral ideas and feelings inevitably predominate in unconscious acts. The day after a bad dream, the dreamer is restless, fearful, and expects misfortune to strike at any moment. Conversely, if it was a good dream, they are content and happy. Such behavior from social classes is neither exceptional nor strange. Superstitions and traditions are passed down from generation to generation. They are inherited, forming the heritage we receive from our ancestors. They change, vary, and even improve. But they do not disappear. They persist because in the human species memory does not erase, and its existence and development are strongly linked across ages. Or century boasts of having eradicated superstitions with scientific progress, yet it nurtures most of them in its breasts and flaunts, and gives life precisely to the superstition of not wanting to be superstitious. Chapter I Myths I, Huiracocha and its mystical action I, Achachilas, Huacas and Canopus I, Catcate and its derivatives Sixo, Japiuas, Sia, Taka, Axiv, Cult of the Stone XV, Ideas about Kermi. I at the pinnacle of Kalo mythology stands the god Huiracocha, revered as the creator of light, earth, and men. El Hari and its legend, IV. Pachamama and her current cult, V. Ikiko and its history, V. Thanupa, Makuri and the cross, Vai Hasa, Malku, his domain, and the homage paid to him, the Kulara and the Sarniri, V. The concept of Sapaya, X. Anshanshu, Mikala, Xai. Various interpretations have been given to the etymology of this name. Some believe it comes from Quechua words vira, fat, and coca, sea, meaning fat from the sea. This extravagant interpretation is not confirmed by the origin of the divinity, which is Kola, and therefore its meaning must be sought in the language of this nation. Moreover, it is important to remember that the primitive name, as has occurred with the development of words in all languages, has had to undergo serious alterations over time and through contact with peoples of different kinds and languages, until it has acquired the structure and phonetics it currently retains. Jura, according to Batonio, refers to the soil 3. This is the primary meaning. Kocha seems to be a variation of Jucha, sin, business, dispute, according to the same author. The word also included whoever did or carried out something the door par excellence. So, Uera, Jaka, now transformed into Hura, due to the Quichuization of the phrase, could be interpreted as maker of the soil, with more accuracy, maker of the land, 3 Aymara vocabularation, Platzman edition, second part, page 388. It could also have come from the Aymara words, Jira, product, and Kota Lake, later altered to Kocha by the Quechua. Koka and Kasawia, in the Kola language, names for the flood. Perhaps the much debated name was formed from the Aymara words, Uru, day, Jegjoka, or rather, the maker of the day and the people, transformed by ongoing dissimulations, metatheses and apharises into Huaracocha. Names acquire their final form over centuries. They are like stones from rivers that, to lose their extremities and roughness, and become smooth and rounded, are carried by powerful currents. According to widespread tradition, commonly accepted by the Indians with slight variations, Huaracocha emerged from Lake Titicaca, created heaven and earth, fashioned humanity, and after giving them a ruler to govern them, returned to the lake. But since the people had not kept the commandments that he had given them, he again emerged from the waters of Titicaca, accompanied by other men, and went to Tiahuanacu, where, enraged by their disobedience, he turned the culprits into stones, who until then had lived in darkness. He ordered the sun, moon, and stars to rise and go up to the sky to give light to the world, and it was done. They say that he created the moon with greater clarity than the sun, which, out of envy, struck the moon with a handful of ashes on its face, and from then on it became darkened to the color it appears today. He then created many peoples and nations, making them from clay, painting the clothes each one was to have. He gave to those who were to bring hair with hair, and those whose hair was cut had their hair cut. He assigned to each nation the language they were to speak, the songs they were to sing, and the seeds and food they were to sow. And because they had left and begun to multiply from these places, in memory of the first of their lineage who came from there, and thus each nation has dressed, and keeps the attire with which they used to dress their Gorkas. I have just finished painting and making figures of clay, and gave them form and spirit in themselves, both to men and women, and ordered them to retreat under the earth, each nation separately. And from there each nation was to go out to the parts and places that he commanded them, and they say that some emerged from caves, others from hills, and others in different ways. And it is said that the first one born in that place became stones again, others falcon condors and other animals and birds, and so the Garkas who worship were of different figures. 5-4. Historia Indica by Sarmiento de Gambo. Thus, at the command of the commissioners, they emerged from caves, rivers, and hills, the so-called Achachilas populating the sites designated for them. A quote taken from the collection of books and documents relating to the history of Peru by Horacio H. Ortega and Carlosa. Romurai. Page 7, 5 Relation of the Fables and Rites of the Incas by Cristobal de Molina, etc. From the aforementioned collection, Volume 1, page 6. In this tradition lies the origin of the Achachilas' wooden figures and the worship of stones, which still persists in the beliefs of the Indians. Then Huaracocha ordered his companions to go to specific places, from where those people were to emerge and be sent forth. Huaracocha also commanded the last two companions, who had remained with him in Tiahuanacu, to go one towards Condisayo and the other towards Andesayo, and to call out to the people who were to emerge from those regions. Immediately he, in person, made his way to Cusco, calling along the way to the Indians, who lived in caves and mountains. Near Caca, its inhabitants, armed and unaware of Huracoca, attempted to kill him, which led to him bringing fire from heaven that burned and devastated the sites occupied by the rebellious Indians. Seeing this, they threw down their weapons, frightened, and prostrating themselves at Huracocha's feet. They begged for his forgiveness for their audacity. Seeing them humiliated and repentant, he took a stick and, walking towards the fire, with 2 or 3 blows he caused it to go out. The Indians, as a sign of recognition, built there a famous temple where they placed his statue carved in stone and offered him much gold and silver. Huracocha continued on his way, and at the Tambo de Urcas he climbed to a height, and from there called the Indians who were to populate that land. At this summit and height, the Indians built another very rich temple, where they placed the image of Huracocha on a golden throne. From there he went to Cusco, establishing a lord to rule the people of the place, named Alcawisa. He then proceeded to Porto Viejo, where he joined his followers who had come to meet him, and together they walked on the waters, appearing to walk on land, before disappearing from sight. This is how the Indians related their supreme deity to the chroniclers. Therefore, when they first saw the Spanish emerging from the sea, they believed they were returning to Huracocha, and they welcomed them with reverence, giving them the name of their god, not knowing that these people would bring them slavery and death instead of life and prosperity, as promised by the previous ones. This so popular and revered god of antiquity is fading from the imagination of current Indians. Few mention him now. The Huracocha, but terrible and heartless Huracocha, is for the Indian the white or mestizo who occupies his rank. Most confuse him with Jesus Christ or the Eternal Father, and finally others simply say they do not remember him, that Huracocha is the white man who was stronger, destroying his images and reducing his children to the harshest servitude. These were the most celebrated worshippers of antiquity, and of those there are now only ruins left. The main temples dedicated to the celebrated divinity were located on island or hotata of Titicaca, on whose ruins the Quechua later built their temple to the sun, another, the most famous, in Tiwanaku and another in Cacha. Greater vitality has been in the indigenous mythology, and still continues to have the belief in the Achachalas, or rather, considering mountains, hills, caves, rivers and rocks as points from where the ancestors of each tribe originated. And for this reason they never neglect to take care of the well, being of their descendants. Among the Achachilas, some are considered as main trunks of great tribes, such as Lake Titicaca, Ilampu, Ilimani, Caca, Hecor, Huena, Potosi, and Potos. Others were of lesser importance, and were branches of insignificant tribes. 6. The Lupi, Hexolupicus, the Amazios and Pacajas, were believed to be of superior prosperity, born from the loves of Ilampu with Lake Titicaca. Potosi was seen as the predecessor of the Cheantas, and Tata Sabaya, the Kara Cancas or Karangas, Sajama and Tunari, the Kakimeu River, Pilcomayo, etc. The Achachila of the Urus, they said, was the mud from where they had emerged, and for that reason they were considered contemptible, of little understanding, rough, and mean, living in totora rafts, constantly gazing from the surface of the waters at their progenitor, the mud of the lake, Etseva, were considered Achachilas of the nearby communities to these mountains or rivers. This is why they are named Chancas, those who still remain in those regions. 6 Euros are also called Chankimankeras, eaters of certain aquatic plants from genera like Myriophyllum, Potamogeton, Clanophora, Elodia, and Chara. Tradition recounts them being moved in ancient times as slaves from the Pacific coasts by the great collar conqueror Tecula, and distributed along the shores of Altiplano lakes, where they were devoted exclusively to fishing. Without prejudice to adoring the Indian to his own Acachela, when, Overcoming a height or bending a slope, he sees for the first time any of those mountains, hills, or rivers. Immediately he kneels down, takes off his hat, and commits himself to that achachila, even if it is not his own. As a sign of reverence, he offers with the chewed coca in his mouth, throwing it to the ground and addressing himself to him. They called huacas the particular deities worshipped by an elu or town, usually made of stone, some with no figures at all. Others, says Father. When in 1898 Sir Martin Conway tried to make his ascent of Ilampu, the Indians wanted to rebel and attack him, because they feared that the foreigner would profane their deity, and this would send them punishments. So Conway only managed to carry out his attempt halfway, in the absence of the Indians. 7 Sun History of Peru and Eminent Men, at p. 133. The Canopas and Canapates, as the Carlos pronounced them, were guardian gods intended to protect families. They were made indiscriminately from metal, clay, or stone, or simply some precious stone or rare object. Aliva, they have various figures of men or women from other huacas, others have animal figures, and all have their particular names by which they are invoked. And this worship is so firmly established that there is not a boy in some villages or provinces who, knowing how to speak, does not know the name of the huaca of his ailu, since each clan has its main huaca and others less important, from whom they usually take the name of their ailu. Some of these they have as guardians and patrons of their towns, because over their proper name they call them Marca, Aperac, or Marcachara. They most resembled figurines with their arms and hands forming a right angle across their chests, according to mystical and sacerdotal geometry. Some were shaped like phalluses, while others represented fish. The chronicler quoted states, "These canopas are inherited from parents to children, and are always part of the main lineage of the family, responsible for safeguarding the garments of the huacas, which never come into division among brothers, because they are things dedicated to worship." Among these canopas, some used to have precious stones that the Indians called quicu, and Fürter Pablo Joseph confirms in his treatise that he found quite a few of them stained with the blood of sacrifices offered to them. 9.8, this word means his light from him, or his manifestation of him. It is composed of 2 words, kana, which means clarity, light, day, and also truth and demonstration of it. The other is the particle pa, which is a suffix positive in the Aymara language meaning his, her, its. Hence, kanapa is the light of him or his demonstration. Of whom? Of the phenomenon produced or its author, of the moral or material fact that symbolizes the representative figure, and from which he is demonstrative. In this way, the Aymara people have managed to transmit the memory of events in a constant and eternal manner, if desired, because this social mode of being of the Kola makes part of their own habits and customs. 9 History of Peru cited, page 135. They built temples in various places, and their image carved in stone was an object of very solemn worship. Canopas still preserve the indigenous families in their homes with great veneration. Aihori, the ancient Collas called a quadruped similar to the llama, probably the already extinct Macrochinia, and they considered it their totem god, representative of the vigor and strength of the race. Hari was considered contemporary with the god Horacocha, living at a time when deities inhabited the earth along with the first men, known as Hari Hakes, or people of Huari, that is, descendants of him. The temples dedicated to Huari were called Huari-Ilkas, and there were 2 highly celebrated ones, one on the shore of Lake Titicaca, at the site now occupied by the town of Fiorina, and another near Lake Poop, where the royal town of Huari was later founded. The Hukina has always been known by this name, and also by those of Seraka and Sala. The name Huari seems to have been given later. They also commonly call it Huari-Wilka, without considering that the word Yulka has different meanings. In ancient times they called Yulka the sun and the shrines dedicated to it, or to other idols like the Hori. Later, Yulka referred to the priest. The huacas that existed in both places as well as in many other sites on the Altiplano, were destroyed by missionaries, leaving only the name of the deity applied to the place as a reminder. There is confusion between Huari and Hukua, which are different entities. In this sense, the anonymous author of Relación de las Costumbres de los Naturales del Per, Relation on the Customs of the Natives of Peru, calls prelates and priests Yulkas and Yanawilkas 10. There is also a herb dedicated to the sun called Yulka. The sorcerers use it as a purgative, with the purpose that the person who has suffered a theft falls asleep in their dreams and discovers the thief, or the thief himself appears of his own will during this act to return what was stolen. The natives say that this gift came from the sun to the herb. 10. 3 Relations of Peruvian Antiquities, published by Marcos Jimenez de la Espada. Pag. 103. If the myth of Pacha. Mama must have originally referred to time, perhaps linked in some way to the earth. Time that heals the greatest pains, like it extinguishes the most intense joys. Time that distributes the seasons, fertilizes the earth, its companion, gives and absorbs the life of beings in the universe. Pacha originally means time in the Kola language, only with the passage of years and the adulteration of the language, as well as the dominance of other races, has it come to be confused with the earth, and thus cult is paid preferentially to her rather than to time. The indigenous Saturn did not, therefore, manage to preserve its independence as a distinct personality in the imagination of its followers. Upon identifying itself with Indian Da Mater, it disappeared from native mythology. In this case, the word is exclusively used for female individuals. The terms Mamate and Mame, used in Aymara and Quechua respectively to designate a mother, were introduced after the Spanish conquest. It seems to derive from the Castilian mam. It's probable that a missionary introduced this term into indigenous speech, as there was no more expressive word for the common people to use when referring to the Virgin Mary, whom they always address with reverence and tenderness as Mama. Before their contact with the Spanish, the Indians called this deity Kola Sayu and Pachiachachi. Later, the term Achachi, meaning old or the stem of a house or family, was replaced with the word Mama, which signifies great, immense when referring to animals or things, and superior when referring to people. Mate was the name given by the indigenous people to their mother or chief lady, although they preferred and more commonly used to call her Teka, as it is heard today. Therefore, Pachamama, according to the concept among the indigenous people, could be translated as great land, director, and sustainer of life. The Pacha festival, celebrated by the natives on a specific day of the year, has since coincided with that of the Holy Spirit. Currently, it involves taking out the night before the Holy Spirit, the jewels of the inhabitants of a house, and their earnings for that year, and placing them on a table in the middle of the Pashu outdoors, invoking the protection of Pachamama by pouring a guardian onto the ground as an offering, without even tasting a drop. Around the table, they place burning braziers, on top of which they put precise branches of ko, or wild pole mentha pulegium, with pieces of dried llama, sheep, or cow fat. As they believe animals are pure in this state, they add to these species thistles, milu, confites, mixture, and when all this begins to burn, the present guests leave the house to avoid the smoke, for they hold the belief that by reducing evils into smoke, it must evaporate and be forever lost in space, without attaching itself to a person, whose body it would penetrate and cause illness or constant misfortunes. After the embers have been consumed and the fire extinguished, they return to the house and, as a sign of joy, scatter confites and flowers on the floor. On Carnival Tuesday, as a tribute to Pacha Mama Mother Earth, they usually scatter flowers, confites, and mixture, a traditional drink, throughout all the house's rooms, praying for her to keep the owners healthy and for the property to remain in their possession. This ceremony, known as Kora, is very popular and celebrated by families, in addition to the specified date, whenever they move from one house to another, although not with previous solemnities, limiting themselves to fumigating with leaves from the mentioned bush, and pieces of feta traditional offering the rooms that will be occupied, thus expelling bad spirits and any ill will left by previous occupants. Typically, offerings should not be lifted from the ground and used, because whoever does so invites the wrath of the honored deity, who may punish them with death, illness, or some misfortune. What is offered to the Pacha, Moma, must be destroyed and consumed by the passage of time. The shepherds usually slaughter 1 or 2 young lambs each year, in order to offer their blood to this deity, soaking the ground with it as a tribute and spreading it around in different directions. This act, called Huilera, is considered mandatory and holds great importance for the preservation and increase of livestock. Samiri, a resting place, is the designated site believed to be the original abode of ancestors, whether human or animal, and due to this connection, an unusual vital force resides there, which, whenever a descendant visits, they receive a revitalizing breath and return encouraged. That place is a mother who revives the living being who implores help. To these sacred places they pay homage and offer sacrifices. My Samiri, says the Indian, and points to a prominence, hill, field, or cave. That place has been reserved such a virtue by Mother Earth, who did not want to give its inhabitants, then all that she could give, with the dwelling place for her children, while it lasts as long as life endures, as long as the world exists. They will never lack a remedy for their distresses or the exhaustion of their forces. The Samiri of my livestock is that other place, and he indicates other similar locations, although I have never gone there myself. V. the Ekiko, popularized with the altered name of Ekiko, was the god of prosperity for the ancient Colossus. His image, made of gold, silver, tin, and even clay, was found in every home, in a preferred place, or hung around the neck. He was depicted as a small, fat man with a cap on his head sometimes, and other times adorned with feather decorations in the shape of fans, or covered by a pointed chuku, with his arms spread out and bent upwards, palms extended, and his body naked and well proportioned. Some chroniclers have confused him with Huiracocha Bertonio, also called him Thanupa, believing both names referred to the same person, when they were distinct, each with different legends, as will be seen later. Ikako was constantly worshipped. He was often invoked during times of misfortune that disturbed family joy. The features of his face expressed serene goodness and complete contentment. This small idol, tasked with bringing fortune and joy to the home and driving away misfortune, was a cherished member of Familius, the inseparable companion of the household. There wasn't a native hut where it wasn't seen laden with tiny harvest fruits or colorful scraps of cloth and wool, always smiling, always with its arms open. They were made in various sizes, but the largest did not exceed 1/3 of a meter in length. The smallest ones were strung into necklaces and worn around the neck by young women as amulets against misfortunes. Father Bertonio, in his notable Aymara vocabulary, states, "Eko I Thanupa, the name of which the Indians tell many fables, and many in these times believe them to be true. It would therefore be good to strive to undo this belief they have through deception by the demon. In another part they call Ekako, the ingenious man who has many traces. Those fables, to which Bertonio refers, are the miracles and rewards that the Indians claim to have received from Ikako, and the blind confidence they had in him, which the missionaries could not dispel with their sermons or persuasions. Those who could not offer anything of their own acquired these objects with pebbles, which they collected in the field, and which stood out for some peculiarity. The festival dedicated to Ikako was celebrated for several days during the summer solstice. Farmers offered some strange fruits from their crops, artisans artistic objects, such as ceramic utensils, exquisite fabrics, and small figures made of clay tin or lead. No one could refuse to receive them in exchange for their objects, without risking the wrath of the god being remembered. For this reason, such a system of barter became common practice. During the colonial period, The Icacos continued to reign over popular beliefs and were objects of veneration. However, despite the efforts made by missionaries to ridicule them and tear them away from customs, the Icaco emerged victorious from the harsh test. It imposed itself in spite of everything, and its festival continued to be celebrated. Don Sebastian Segurola, governor, intendant of La Paz, who had saved the city from the terrible 1781 Indian siege after crushing the rebellion and sealing his triumph, in gratitude to the Virgin La Paz, of whom he was a devotee and to whom he attributed the victory, established the January 24th festival in her honor, ordering that the miniature and rosary market, held on various occasions throughout the year, take place exclusively on those days. The party was inaugurated on January 24, 1783, and to give it the greatest possible solemnity, it was ordered that the Indians from the surrounding areas bring small objects that they would normally offer in exchange for stone coins. The cleverest Indians, outsmarting the governor, took advantage of the license to turn the Virgin's feast into a tribute to their legendary Icaco, whose image they began to distribute in exchange for stones. The party began with delirious enthusiasm from all social classes. The noise and commotion caused by these costume people was such that many young women were torn away from their families in the midst of the confusion, and only returned the next day. At night, when families gathered in the main square, waiting for the luminaries and listening to the music of dancers, they entered from all four corners, which were the Chola Gatu, the college, the council, and the Jewish house, with groups of decent young people in costumes, beating boxes, stones, playing musical instruments, carrying various sweets that they offered for sale, saying the Aymara words Alasita, meaning by me, by me. Some small idols were made sitting down, with a triangular or conical hat on their heads and dressed in a tunic down to their knees, others standing in the same way as those from Tiahuanacu, which persists until today. The Indian and Chola women, sitting on the edges of the sidewalks in the square and adjacent streets, have since become accustomed to lighting their matches and candles in a row as an homage to the Virgin, while perhaps they dedicated their favorite echo inside, whose image molded in plaster and painted with vibrant colors, indigenous sculptors offered in abundance for sale or exchange to those attending the festival. The accepted practice of allowing boys to snatch any leftover items from the day's sales, just as the prayer ended and the shadows of night began to cover the square, has also disappeared. Once, in honor of Icaco, no one was supposed to return home with what they had intended to sell or trade that day, but currently police prevent such wandering. Both have a cheerful look, like satisfied men about life, fat and well-fed. In subsequent years, the customs of acquiring objects with stones, which were only valued during this festival, gave way to yellow bronze buttons, bright and shiny, and finally, buttons were replaced with legal tender several years ago. What initially had a purely religious and pagan aspect has gradually transformed into a miniature industrial fair, and more peculiarly, an opportunity to acquire the legendary Icaco, who is tasked with caring for the buyer's home. The idol, which in past times was revered only by the Indians, is now respected by all social classes. The godling of fortune is the only deity to have survived the persecutions of missionaries and Catholic fanaticism. This idol, always depicted alone, has been given a companion by the mestizos, but like any artificial creation, she lacks his significance and prestige. It will be rare to find a family that does not have an Icaco adorned with charms and small artistic objects, placed prominently in their rooms, believing it brings good fortune and averts misfortune. The wife of the idol is viewed with disdain, and no one strives to acquire her or shows her due respect. She lacks the faith of the masses, and when this foundation is absent, a religious creation has no reason to exist. Vie among the mystical legends of the Colossus, there is one of a mysterious figure, who is not considered a god, but is believed to have the power to perform miracles. These two names are the only ones recited in their songs, and even mentioned by old Indians. But they tend to fade away, because most indigenous people no longer remember them. Thanupa, also known as Tunapa Tupac, was described by the Augustinian fathers as a revered figure, robust, barbaric, and dressed in kaksma soba, adverse to chicho, a traditional drink, and polygamy. They call him Thanupa, and they say he came from the north accompanied by 5 disciples, carrying a large wooden cross on his shoulders, and that he appeared in the village of Carabuco, then the residence of the famous Makuri, the most renowned among their conquerors and legendary heroes, who has survived in the collective memory of the peoples, alongside another equally notable figure, though from relatively later times, called Tecula. He rebuked Makuri for the devastations he caused in enemy villages, his thirst for conquests, and cruelty towards the vanquished, but Makuri paid no heed to his words, allowing him to reside within his vast domains undisturbed. Makuri's power and arrogance prevented Thanupa from receiving any significant consideration. Alarmed by his teachings, the Indians began to hostle him, and finally set fire to the straw in which he was sleeping. Managing to escape from the fire, he returned to Carabuco. Knowing what had happened to his daughter, the father ordered that Thanupa and his disciples be arrested. The presence of Thanupa seemingly only caused concern among the priests and sorcerers of his empire, who waged relentless war against him without missing an opportunity to slander him. Thanupa then travelled to the village of Sicasucas, now known as Sicasica, where he preached his doctrines. Here circumstances had changed during his absence, due to one of his disciples, called Kokhainaka, who, having fallen in love with Kana, Hora, daughter of Makuri, managed to persuade her to convert to the doctrines of his master, and when he returned he had her baptized. He had the disciples martyred, and as for Thanupa, he reproached them for their cruelty, tormenting him until he was lifeless. They threw the blessed body into a reed or totora boat, says the priest. The raft arrived on the beach of Cacamarca, where now is the Desaguadero, Calancha. They threw him into the great lake Titicaca. Serving him with gentle waters of oarsmen and soft winds of pilots, he sailed with such great speed that he left in astonishment those who killed him without mercy, and fear grew within them because there is almost no current in the lake, and then none. 11 Moralized Chronicle, Volume I, pages 337-388. It is very rooted in the tradition of the Indians, who say that the same raft breaking the land opened the Desaguadero, because before it never had one, and since then it flows, and over the waters it guided. The holy body went until the town of Olagus, many leagues away from Chucuito and Titicaca towards the coast of Arica. 11. This same character, returned to himself, is made to peregrinate in indigenous traditions through Carangas, where he saw, alongside a hill that bears his name, among the Calchaquis, Chuquisaca, and Paraguay, the cross that he had brought with him. They say they tried to destroy, without being able to achieve their goal, nor with the action of blows. Then they wanted to pour water on it, but as it did not sink to the bottom, they buried it in a well, from where it was extracted in 1569. 1212. This discovery is recounted by Father Ramos as follows. On a day of Corpus Christi, the Urinsayas who were at war with the Anansayas challenged each other. The Anansayas told the Urinsayas that they were immoral, vicious sorcerers, and that their ancestors had stoned a saint, attempting to burn a cross that he carried with him, and that they kept the cross in a secret place, not wanting to show it. Having been revealed by some boys, they communicated this to Father Sarmiento, who was the parish priest. This discovered the cross in 3 pieces, and a copper sheet, a leaf, with which the cross was lined fastened. Only 2 nails were found with the cross. Quote taken from the important work of Adolfo F. Bandelier, titled A Cruise de Carabuco in Bolivia, translated into Castilian by Don Manuel V. Bolivian. Lord Don Alfonso Ramírez de Vergara, Bishop of Charcas, ordered new excavations and found the 3rd nail that he took, and at his death, Licenciado Adolfo Maldonado president of the Audience of Plata, or Charcas, had it as an inheritance and took it to Spain. When the division of the dioceses was made, they also divided the cross, sawing it in 2 parts, making 2 from it, one of which remained in Carabuco, and the other is in the Cathedral of Plata Sucre. History of the celebrated and miraculous sanctuary of the distinguished image of Our Lady of Copacabana, Lima, 1621. Also, women who desire to have children give the name of Huasa to a long pebble they gather from the ground, wrap it in cloth and bind it with threads of wool, placing it beside a solitary rock, where they pray reverently and offer gifts, asking for offspring. Huracocha, Ekako, and Thanupa have suffered the most from the consequences of this system, which has been avoided as much as possible in these present studies. The Indian believes that the deserted and silent fields constitute the domain of a powerful deity, whom he calls Wasa, Malkyu, or simply Wasa. Thanupa is confused with Huracocha, and even with Pacha, despite the legends surrounding each of these characters being so distinct, and the myths they represent being completely different, or the sphere of action in which they operate. The tradition is uniform, with slight variations in details, in that Huracocha emerges from Lake Titicaca and marches northward until disappearing in Porto Vigo, whereas Thanupa is said to descend from the north towards the town of Carabuco, on the eastern shore of Titicaca, and then walk south and west. They say that Huasa Malkyu is a giant dressed in white, of innocent and primitive character, with austere features and an imposing bearing, who sometimes takes the form of a vast condor, living eternally celibate with impeccable morality, reigning contentedly amidst nature and the silence of that environment. All wild animals of those deserts, called in Aymara Hosa Jarras, or the camps of Huasa, belong to him and submit willingly to the tasks he assigns them. It is a manifest trend among various chroniclers to accumulate, in one single mythical creation, all the names from the diverse indigenous theology, particularly with Huracocha. This agglomeration has been made in such a way that, if full assent were given to it, it would result that the primitive peoples of this part of the American continent had but one deity, which was Huracocha, since he is also called Kon, Tissi, Ekoko, Thanupak, Pachachachik, Pachakan, etc., tracking with some care the remnants of traditions that still exist, and comparing them with the accounts of the chroniclers, it becomes clear that the Spanish conquest occurred when the Incas were making an effort to identify and fuse the gods of the conquered peoples with their own, and that the Spaniards, far from separating them, confused them even more, guided by their religious biases to find the concept of the Trinity in the names of Kon, Tissi, Huracocha, and the work of the devil in others, thus transforming the indigenous polytheism into a fuzzy imitation of Catholic religion, and blurring and confusing in the minds of the Indians their deities with Christian ones. The Huasa Malkyu is described as benign and compassionate towards the unfortunate, but harsh or severe towards the wicked. The Hukuras serve as beasts of burden, transporting his immense treasures from one place to another wherever he deems necessary. The fox guards his person and gives the alarm call at the presence of strangers. Birds are compelled to sing melodious songs when he wakes up in the mornings or passes by their nests. Winds must cease upon his arrival. The atmosphere becomes calm and softens in his presence. Flowers release their fragrances and cover the path he is to follow. It contains thieves, forming an impenetrable wall around the homes of its protected ones, which disappears as soon as danger ceases. It makes its favorite animals invisible when pursued by hunters, who only succeed when those have strayed from their domains. It prevents crimes and robberies on roads and deserted places. They say that a poor man, honorable and burdened with children, who was going in search of food for his family, once encountered the Huasa Malkyu on his way and asked him for compassion. Indians never failed to offer him some offering in any circumstance. Moved by the plea, he poured out from his huico as a certain amount of gold and handed it over to alleviate his miseries. The opposite of Anchanchu, the Huasa, Malku does no harm to anyone and rather favors those who invoke his protection. If a sheep, goat, or bull is sacrificed, they precisely spray the blood on the fronton or triangular rim of the main wall of their home as a tribute to Malku, who sends a ray of happiness to that home in response to the offering. During festivals, when the Indians are free from strangers' gazes, they place a highly decorated dole at the top of a pole, erected in the center of the gathering spot, and dance around it with great joy, singing songs to manifest their deep respect, while bowing each time they turn around. If a stranger approaches, they hide the dole and say they are dancing for the saint whose feast day they are celebrating. The elders of the region and sorcerers often ask the Indians of the district for chaquiras, coca-kais, and other things to offer to Malku on the designated day of commemoration. Receive them, do not be angry. We only trust in your merciful heart, which will pity us and alleviate our misfortunes. On the very land that saw us born, and that will receive our last breath, we do not deserve any better treatment. On that day, the sorcerer, accompanied by his assistant, before beginning the dance, approached the idol with many reverences, and, in sight of the moved spectators, addressed them, sobbing the following prayer. Benevolent Hualz, Malku, Father of the orphan, and protector of the unhappy, hear us. We have not forgotten you for a moment, and now we come to your feet to thank you for your favors, bringing you these things that your poor children, your miserable creatures, victims of the cruelty of the whites, offer to you. During the ceremony, as the smoke and ash dissipate completely, all present remain contrite, kneeling with their left hand raised. So send us relief and a less sad and miserable existence. Grant this year health and happiness to our homes. Let our crops be abundant, and may there only be pain, tears, and misfortune in the houses of our enemies. Call the sorcerer. Tears flow abundantly from the cheeks of the participants, and immediately he spills the chicha in front of the effigy, sometimes even on it, with the blood of rabbits, which he slaughters at that moment. He smears his face and body. The coca is placed on his lips, and he adorns himself with chaquiras, burning the rest and scattering the ashes to the winds. In the face of hunger, disease, wars, and unforeseen misfortunes, the primitive man of the highlands has had to reflect and think about the existence of a malevolent entity who, contradicting the wills of the good gods, unleashes all those calamities, barely taking care to avoid them, in order to satisfy his destructive instincts and cause harm. After her passage, they satisfy themselves with dance and drink, ensuring that the effigy of their Malku is not seen by strangers, until a specific time when the sorcerer collects and stores it in a reserved place, to be brought out only when there are reasons to offer new worship. This effigy is sometimes a decorated doll, other times a carved stone figure, and occasionally a moulded figure of plaster, or simply a stick wrapped in colorful fabrics, to which the Indians attribute a soul and pulsating life, barely wanting to worship it in the Huasa Malku. That evil genius was once called Hawari, which means bad ghost, and later Supeya, which is the name by which he is currently known. But the Indian began to question his dogmas when Christian missionaries referred to their idols as Supeya and their priests, or intermediaries as Hulkas. Threats of hell's punishments and gruesome paintings meant nothing. His doubts continued to trouble his mind. The Supeya grew in his imagination and took the place of his former deities. His confusion grew when he suffered from the new gods and their worshippers. Slowly, as a victim of Spanish and mestizo cruelties, under the persistent sermons of the missionaries and priests, who branded his ancient cult as diabolic, the Supeya became sympathetic in his simple spirit and began to trust it more. Thus, the Indian fears him but is not repelled by him, and whenever he can invoke his favor, he does so without hesitation. Seek the Kamakanis, because he believes they are connected to him, and he pays them anything to make the Supeya fulfill his desires. However, he thinks that the former, driven by its own instincts, always causes harm. When begged, it yields and becomes good, while the latter are considered inherently evil. The Aymara sees the Supaya as less malicious than others say, and to explain the origin of their misfortunes and point out their causes, he has invented other malevolent spirits like the Anchanchu, Mekola, and Japinuas. Pleas and offerings have no effect on them. Only the intervention of Ekako, Pacha, Mama, Hossa Malku, and other benevolent deities can prevent them from causing harm. What he likes about the Catholic cult are the festivals, as they provide opportunities for him to get drunk, have fun, and indulge in unbridled pleasures. Out of a mania, and because the Supaya is described with extraordinary dimensions that impress his imagination, he has started calling every wicked man and every evil woman by this name. The Aymara has very little faith in the divinities of Christianity, but trusts in their idols. They have not yet understood what Catholics call Gloria. The concept of eternal bliss beside God does not allure them, because they do not comprehend it. However, he does not do so because he actually feels horror for this character, as in certain circumstances he seeks and demands its favours. His existence has become so bitter that the Indian does not care about what might happen to him in the other world, as long as he is relieved in this one from the weight of the sufferings that weigh upon him. The Aymara is not afraid of the Supaya. He wishes to see it in person, to ask it to avenge his enemies, and after fulfilling his hatred, to give, if possible, his soul to it, since his oppressors preach that this is what the demon demands. That is, in summary, the idea locked in his mind regarding the famous indigenous devil or Supaya. They paint Anchanchu as an old dwarf with a poppily, bald head, and an oversized skull. He has a sly face and a charming smile. They say he wears embroidered gold fabrics and a low, crowned, wide-brimmed silver hat, that he lives in caves, at the bottoms of rivers, and in abandoned ruinous buildings, places where people rarely venture or only stay for short periods. They assume, when he becomes visible, that he is so kind and affectionate that he deceives even the most shrewd and worldly man with his cunning and wit. They personify in him disloyalty, treachery, refined malice, and lugubrious irony. Anchanchu lures his victims with flattery and greets them happily and eagerly. When the guest is asleep due to such praise, he punishes their trusting naivety by killing them, or infecting them with a severe illness. The Anchanchu is a sinister deity, always smiling, and with a smile prepares and causes the greatest damage. He brings desolation to homes, and destroys buildings and sound fields. Flee from him, they advise, for the happiness he offers is not true, for his courteous and affable manner is the net in which he will ensnare his victim. The Indian seldom dares to spend the night near rivers or abandoned houses, for fear of this terrible deity, whose name is excused even from being pronounced, and he merely says, Yankanihua. He has malice, or Sadraniwa, which means the same. With the designations Yantiha and Sadra, they indistinctly refer to malevolent spirits. When land collapses or suffers frequent denudations, it is attributed to Anchanchu, who, possessing its interior, causes those terrestrial defects. The Mekola is another malevolent deity that worries farmers. According to them, she is a tall, thin woman with livid colour, flabby flesh, unkempt and loose hair, few and sharp teeth, small phosphorescent eyes, flat nose too widely open, and a large mouth with naked lips, her belly descending to her knees, and a fire tail similar to that of a comet. As he walks along the paths, he creates hurricanes and whirls of wind, so the frightened Indian, facing these atmospheric phenomena, stands still and exclaims, Go away, Anchanchu. Do me no harm, for Malku protects me." The estate house, or any other property where owners frequently die, is believed to be inhabited by Anchanchu, who at night, during sleep, has drained their blood or introduced an illness, resulting in those deaths. They say she hops around, dressed in a long red tunic, covered in tiny pockets all over her body. When she leaps into a field, she seizes the best fruits and stuffs them into all her pockets, which cannot be filled, because as they receive the items, they expand indefinitely due to diabolic power. Her passage is marked by the devastation she leaves behind. If Mekala enters a sheepfold, she sucks the blood from the tender lambs like a voracious vampire, causing their death. If she surprises a sleeping creature, she extracts its brains and tears out its soul, taking it imprisoned in the pockets of her terrifying tunic. To prevent Mekala from carrying out the damage dictated by her evil instincts, the Indians invoked the intervention of their conipas or penit gods, and placed the image of a mama, Sara, at the center of their chakras, and in rooms, that of a benevolent deity. The myth of Mekala contains the symbolism of disasters caused by droughts, frosts, and epidemics. Catholic missionaries exhorted and advised the Indians not to seek shelter from Mekala with their idols, but to curb their audacity with crosses placed in fields and behind the doors of herdsmen's shelters. With blessed water sprinkled in all suspicious places, they also used salt and rosemary leaves for the same purpose. A Tsai-Katakate is conceived as the detached head of a human corpse, jumping from its grave and rolling in search of an enemy who caused it harm during life, uttering incomprehensible and very guttural cries as it goes, which make an eerie and disturbing noise in the silence of night. They say that when he finds the pursued individual, he binds their hands and feet with the grown hair in his grave, which is hard and resistant. He knocks them to the ground and places himself on the chest of the enemy. He gores with his bare, sharp teeth and sucks their blood, while his fiery gazes are fixed, always fixed, on the face of the pursued. The head, as it sucks, takes on greater proportions, and with its volume, which does not cease to grow and increase in weight, gradually drowns his victim, making them suffer a painful agony first, and when he has managed to kill them, he rebounds happily across the ground until the place of his eternal rest, the vengeful head. Suggestively influenced by this macabre myth, women who hate their husbands often take advantage of their intoxicated state to cut off their heads, and then, when justice pursues them, they excuse their crime by claiming that their husbands were witches. They mourn with sad, painful moans, and at times when the wind whistles and an owl hoots nearby. They say that during moments of witchcraft, due to a mistake in an accident or formula, the severed head flies away like a fugitive bird, using its scattered hair as wings, and it is already wearing around from Kate. They claim to have proof of this as they return to the house on dark nights, bounce off the ceiling, peer through narrow openings with fiery eyes, and illuminate the interior with their phosphorescent gazes. If they did not go to meet him, it was out of fear that the terrible head would give the loathing kiss to his family member, whom he loved very much in life, causing his death with that kiss, as they say, cold and penetrating like the blade of a dagger. The human head, particularly in the state of a skull, object of several superstitious uses. When someone lies down with thirst, they also believe that while he sleeps, his head detaches and goes to the nearby source to drink water. The ancient fire cat, who used to appear from time to time, at midnight, on the roof of the house where one or several wicked individuals lived, and who they believed was the soul of these, taking such form by the will of their divinities, has turned, since the arrival of the Spanish, into a fire cock, representing the owner who is condemned in life to the pains of hell. The wizards, and those who are not, among the village people, use it to uncover thefts, placing 1 or 2 coins inside its bony frame, and begging with tears in their eyes and faith in their hearts for it, to make the thief return what they have taken. Xai the Japinuas, whose name derives from the words Japi, to grasp, Aza, and Yu, breast of a woman, were female form fairies with long hanging breasts, who would fly through the air on clear nights at silent hours, grabbing people with their breasts and carrying them off. Whenever an indigenous person sees a nocturnal bird flying at odd times of night, they do not believe it is a bird, but instead suppose it is some Japiyuyu stalking them to snatch them away, and they hurry inside their homes or huddle near a stone for protection. They believe that the skull, moved by the plight, will leap up at odd hours of the night to the thief's house and cause them nightmares, or keep them constantly restless until they restore the stolen goods, or die from exhaustion if they do not. Sometimes, in identical cases, and for the same purpose, they burn candles to a skull for 3 days on Tuesdays and Fridays at night, causing the candles to completely burn out on this single occasion. If someone disappears in the night under unexplained circumstances, such as a crime or intentional flight, relatives attribute their disappearance to a Japayunyu when they have had no news of them. However, this myth is losing much of its significance in popular imagination, and it will not be surprising if it eventually disappears. Ksai, the Indians, known as Charkas, invoke their divinity Tangatanga when they are accosted by thunder and lightning, believing that she has sufficient power to prevent harm from befalling them. Their most notable huacas are made of stone, and their beloved great idols and canopas are also of stone. This deity, similar to the Wasamalku, is a protector of mankind, and her mission is to counteract the effects of lightning. Ksiv, the worship of stones, is general among the Indians, who regard them as the foundation of the world and the efficient cause of life's phenomena. They revered cornered and isolated stones because they believed that during warfare these stones would transform into warriors, fighting for their tribe until enemies were defeated, after which they would return to their unchanging positions. They still hold a great preference for crags or certain stones that bear the semblance of people or animals. The stone had a hollow base through which people would crawl to learn about the end of their lives. Near the city of Oruro, there existed a rock formation in the shape of a frog, which was considered by the locals as a miraculous relic, and, as a result, they revered it by constantly covering it with flowers, mixed with chicha fermented corn drink, wine, and brandy. Those who got stuck and couldn't pass meant they were to die soon, or at least their existence wouldn't be long. Those who passed without difficulty believed they would live for a long time, and that the death was far away. A careless and clumsy military person destroyed the sacred stone with a dynamite blast, causing a profound and widespread sentiment among the people who were deprived of their precious relic. In the suburbs of the city of La Paz, there was once a large stone, whose shape is unknown, to which the Indians paid homage, and which was imitated by the first settlers of the city. Alarmed by the friars and missionaries, they began preaching against the stone and dumping garbage on top of it, transforming the area into a muddle. The Indians and locals, seeing such defiance go unpunished, nicknamed it Stone of Patience. Finally destroyed, the place retained the name until recently, known as the Hash Heap of Patience. So deeply did they trust in stones that they would place and worship one in every tupu, or field, and another in each irrigation channel. Even those serving as boundaries, whether for inheritances or towns, were given festivals and offerings. They held no less reverence for meteorites and stones struck by lightning. Precious stones were, and still are to the Indians, considered other fetishes. When someone finds one, they preserve it with great affection and reverence, keeping it as a treasure of the family since then. All authors speak of the special cult of stones, says Pai Yamago. According to Caesar, this practice reached the Incas themselves. They claimed there was a creator of all things, and they considered the sun to be their supreme god, for whom they built grand temples. Deceived by the demon, they worshipped trees and stones like the Gentiles. The same author describes the ancient inhabitants of Huamachuco elsewhere, and writes that they worshipped large stones resembling eggs, and others even larger with various colors, placed in the temples or huacas of the high snow-capped mountains. That cult must have been very ancient. I infer this from the long rows of stones very similar to the Celtic menas found at Tiahuanacu. 1313 History of America before Colon Francisco, P. A. Mergall, Volume I, page 1392. Gerard de Ryle deduces it from the Peruvian legend of 3 or 4 brothers who left Tampu, and he may be correct. Something means that the eldest of the brothers knocked down the hills with the stones that he shot from his slingshot, and in stones at least 2 of those mysterious characters were finally converted. XV, the rainbow or kuhermi, is considered a sign of good or bad fortune. Depending on the case, children are forbidden to look at it directly for fear that they will die, and young or old people dare not look at it either. When they do, they close their mouths to avoid showing their teeth, which would wear down or fall out in its presence, and it is impossible to point it out with a finger. The parts where the feet of the rainbow touch the ground are considered dangerous places, perhaps seats of a huaca sacred site, worthy of fear and reverence. Despite their prejudices, Indians revere the rainbow, and there are those who consider it as their achachela. Chapter I, Superstitions related to plants, animals, and objects. I. The use of coca and candles, beliefs about the Mass, and some indigenous psychology. Concerns when building houses. I. References to the condor, puma, jaguar, skunk fox, spiders, lama fetus, chinchilla, reptiles, cat, dog, chickens, and nightingale, iv. The use of tobacco and cigarettes. The leaves of the coca erythroxylon peruvinum are those used by sorcerers to perform most of the spells and divinations, playing the same role among Indians as cards do among whites in similar situations. Reconquest, moles, illas, and the bezoar stone. V. Shapes and figures to cause harm, domestic animals that avoid them. The use of nopal and its various applications. The effects of consuming vicula, condor, cat meat, bull's blood, and salty foods. The owl, barn owl, and nocturnal butterflies. Vi. By means of the coca thrown on a prepared sheet for the purpose, they discover thefts and reserved things. To receive news of an absent one, their health, or the state of their affairs, she pours coca over their clothes or belongings that they have worn, spread out on the floor. Upon completing the instruction, return the bundle to the witch who, in the presence of the interested party or parties, performs certain ceremonies and suddenly shakes the bundle, scattering the coca leaves on the floor, and due to the arrangement of them, makes her conjectures or gives her answers. The man who wishes to know the infidelities, hidden actions, and even the intentions of his wife or concubine, or these of someone else, turns to the sorcerer, who after many entreaties and offerings gives him a bundle of coca prepared in advance, so that in some way it comes into contact with the body of the person whose secrets they seek to uncover. The requirement demanded by the witch is that the action of the coca be performed on something that belongs to or has received the continuous heat of the body of the person, a material for witchcraft. For this reason, they prefer old, unwashed clothing for this purpose, because they believe it holds many secrets and possesses the quality attributed to it of transmitting to whoever has aged it, like an electrical conductor, and making them endure all the good and bad that is done within it, or revealing to the one investigating what they wish to know. In clothing, they say, that something of the spirit of whoever wears it remains a part, which remains in direct mental communication with that person, without the individual being aware. This entity is called a jayu, equivalent to the idea of the soul. Chewed coca serves as an amulet for certain sorceries, and is also used to offer it to idols and huacas. Life, according to indigenous belief, is reduced to the constant wear and tear of the entity that animates the body as it leaves it, either rapidly or slowly, until death, which for the Indian is simply the shedding of the last vestiges of a person's being, which will reunite with the other scattered parts in space, which never cease to be related, nor disconnected from one another, to reintegrate into the same incorporeal and compact whole. Similarly, they use it in travel as a protection against hunger, thirst, and fatigue, to breathe without effort when climbing hills and at high altitudes with rarefied air. By squeezing the coca juice with saliva into the palm of their hand, extending their index fingers as it falls on them, they predict and judge the outcome being asked, whether it will be bad or good. Coca becomes bitter in the mouth when a misfortune is about to befall the person chewing it, their family, or when something goes wrong with a task entrusted to them. Finding a double leaf in a pile of coca or among several others is considered to mean having money. Likely introduced by the Spanish, it is the custom of making predictions based on how a candle burns when lit, whether for an image of a saint or to light up at night. When the flame burns brightly and the wick bends, without producing ash, and its fuel drips, it is a sign of ill fortune. If it burns straight and peacefully, covered in white ash, it is a good omen. In both cases, it is advised and let the candle burn down completely, leaving a piece of wick on the holder, to prevent aggravating the misfortune in the first case, or causing an effect opposite to what is desired in the second. They also arrange 3 wicks in a small plate covered with tallow, and make their predictions based on the movement of the lights, or by combining the flames. The light of the burning candle or wick suddenly darkens without any apparent cause when the soul of someone in the house who is destined to die is positioned between the light and the viewer's sight. The flame flickers erratically when someone present has to travel. It is not advisable to have 3 candles burning at once in a room, as it is considered a bad omen. In general, the number 3 is unfriendly to Indians. He who wants to cause harm lights a candle at the base and places it upside down, offering it and making vows for its effect on someone else. It is characteristic of Indians that any object used against its usual purpose becomes a curse or amulet, depending on the circumstances. Their suspicious and deeply pessimistic spirit doubts everything, assumes that evil is more possible than good. It seems as if Indian eyes only see the dark side of things, and their hearts are sensitive only to suffering, comprehend more the sinister projects than the joyful or beneficial ones. Thus, they believe that even with the same Mass, called Misjayana, one can cause harm by performing the ritual with a tilted missal on an altar, and the cleric drinking wine from the hollow of the chalice in his seat, wearing the robes upside down. He walks in a world filled with disappointments and possessed by a terrible fear. In every step he takes, he fears encountering an enemy who will harm him, or someone who will unfairly damage his interests. And in every act he performs on his own, he always expects an unfavorable outcome. Doubt and fear enter his free will to such an extent that they prevent his being from unfolding in all its fullness. Doubt and fear have gnawed at the roots of his will. The sorcerer is sought after when one does not understand what needs to be done, nor does one have the courage of one's own effort. Such is the case with this unhappy race. This is why he places more trust in the advice of the wizard than in his own impulse. Belief in the marvelous is a sign of the weakness and intellectual backwardness of a race. The Indians say that the earth's crust is the garment of that deity, and whoever tears it off offends and injures her with that wound. To lay the foundations of a building, indigenous people usually pour chicha into the open pit intended for this purpose, bearing a white rabbit and some coins in one corner. If the builder is rich, they can afford to bury a young llama. This offering, called kuchu, is the tribute paid to Paka, Mama, so that the house being built lasts, so that it welcomes those who inhabit it, and so that it does not become angry about their audacity in digging into the earth's surface for the foundations. The sadness of the poor existence of its components is still reflected in their pallid visage, in the miserable condition in which they live, and in their naivety in accepting charm or spells, allowing themselves to be led submissively by those who claim to be dispensers of the supernatural. When the walls are completed, the day is set for roofing the house, and as this act is considered of utmost importance, the owners provide in advance with chicha, rum, and other liquors, which must be abundant, to supply all attendees during the planned party. On the appointed day, relatives and friends of the owner come, bringing bottles of alcoholic beverages. From the first moments, consumption of the drinks begins, in glasses that never stop circulating from hand to hand. This does not prevent women from taking on the task of forming bundles of straw, which enthusiastic men throw onto the roof. This occupation, carried out with great noise and shouts, they consider everyone present obligated to do, causing resentment with their unexplained excuses. The crosses must be decorated with figures of snakes placed diagonally to symbolize their protective power against lightning strikes. These reptiles are considered gods by the Indians, and their ancestors in Tiahuanacu worshipped a coiled snake. After the roof is completed, which must always be done on the same day as the beginning of construction, the godfathers of the owner arrive, accompanied by the sound of a drum and the sharp notes of a flute. They bring crosses, bottles of spirits, and food. The godfathers also bring legumes, corn, and flowers as gifts for the owners, who adorn their hats with flowers. They then place the crosses on top of the new roof and smoke the house with chili pepper to purify the air and repel evil spirits. They later indulge in a barbaric game called a chokala, which involves making a person run while whipping them with leftover straw rope or kahora. This remaining twisted rope is thrown into the most firm pair of shears, with one end in the hand and the other used to tie the owner, who is then suspended and whipped. They do the same to several people. The following day those who brought the crosses go from house to house at dawn, with bundles of burning straw, to the rhythm of music and the sounds of fireworks, seeking out the main competitors from the previous day. This custom of publicly displaying their joy is considered essential and fashionable, and when they omit it, they believe they have failed to celebrate properly and quietly. Some leave with these ropes tied around their necks, pretending to dance. Once these acts are completed, they indulge in reverie. While drunk and sated from meals, they start dancing, forming large circles in the courtyard until they eventually emerge onto the square, marching and stomping loudly. They wake them up from their beds and take them to the new house, where they are led to the owner's room, beaten, made to dress, and served bowls of punch, while the drinking continues. The owners and attendees take pleasure in receiving these beatings, assuming that the duration of the house will be determined by the pain. At noon, they play cards, making the losers pay for the drinks. Such festivities often last for many days and are of great importance to those involved. Nowadays, they only pay numerous respects to the first three, making it impossible for them to be hunted. Instead, they invoke their protection in their endeavors when they see them. The new house consumes the owner if he forgets to offer gifts to Pacha, Mama, before moving in. One should not rent a house for 10 years, because the property will no longer belong to its owner. The condor, puma, jaguar, and llama were the totems of the ancient Kolos. The llama is no longer considered by the Indians, although in pre-Columbian times they worshipped a white llama. Today the animal of this color is only used to offer it as a sacrifice to lightning. The skunk Mephitis suffocans, which is a relative of the weasels and known as an athaya, is considered a completely bad omen, and anyone who smells the foul odor that it exudes from its glands near its anus can expect some misfortune, and such coincidences are not uncommon. An individual pursued by continuous misfortunes, and who always fails in everything, is believed to be urinated on by that nefarious animal. The indigenous fox, or Canis azare, is commonly considered a harbinger of bad luck. When an Indian or mestizo suddenly sees one, especially at the start of a plan or venture, they spit angrily at the ground, utter harsh exclamations, clench their fists in threat, but eventually despair takes hold and distrust begins to dominate them. The influence of the fox on the decisions of those ethnic components is significant. Hope only returns to their hearts when they have managed to kill it. Then they revive, declaring that happiness has smiled upon them, for the bad luck predicted by those who foretold it has been fulfilled. He immediately left the tower, leaving the door closed, and notified the neighbors, who arrived armed with sticks and killed the intruding bellringer. Historian Saint-Yves recounts the following. It is said that a few days before the victory at Ingavi, a fox that had penetrated into the bell tower of the church in Calamarca was gnawing on the chain attached to one of the bells, producing an unusual ring. Alarmed by this news, the sacristan went to the belfry to investigate the cause and encountered the animal that had replaced him in his duties. Josimara Saint-Yves, New York, 1891, p. 333. Indeed, General Gamarra was defeated and died on the battlefield. They also consider the fox extremely cunning and capricious. After the execution, one of those present, who served as an augur, since villages never lack augurs, took the floor and said, "This fox represents Gamarra, and his death announces that this leader will perish on the battlefield." Moreover, the Indians, who had been somewhat discouraged by the enemy's superiority, regained their spirits with this augury and rushed to the headquarters to share in the spoils of the next victory. 1414 Life of General José Bolivian by Da. They say that once he fell in love with the moon, and, in order to see it up close, he managed to climb up to the sky and embraced and kissed it so much that he left marks which can still be seen on its bright face. When the fox looks at someone intently, it is because something bad is about to happen to them. Those who pretend to be clever and skilled thieves take the fox's blood. They also eat its meat to gain strength from its lungs. Because of the many damages this animal causes to shepherds by devouring the young of sheep, lammas, and even cattle, they hunt it relentlessly, using any means necessary to capture and kill it. In the past, they would catch him in his den and, using smoke, force him out and kill him with sticks or suffocate him there. Because he has a lot of stamina for walking, they often entangle his feet with lihue as a type of rope or snare and kill him. Sometimes they hunt foxes by poisoning the meat so that they eat it and die. A mine where a fox is raised will not be successful. The fox is the center of an indigenous storytelling cycle where the ingenuity and creativity of the Indians reign supreme. But they must be very careful not to chase the fox at night, because it is said that this animal is highly favored by Huasamalcu, who uses it as his dog, and protects him in dangerous situations by transforming all the rocks and protrusions into foxes, which surround and confuse his pursuers. In every story, the fox always comes out on top, thanks to its cunning malice and the numerous resources that flow from its sly and devious intellect. You deceive the married woman during her husband's absence. Finding ways to impersonate him, you seduce the plumpest sheep with the densest and whitest fleece in the flock, leading it to treacherous places for your pleasure. Then tell your companions she lives on grassy plains with lush, inviting grass and sleeps on a soft, warm bed. You deceive the watchdogs of the fold with promises you never keep. Sometimes you even celebrate your betrothal to the shepherdess, and after sating your hunger, leave her scorned. The fox is feared by the Indian, yet in their evening conversations, he is the subject of humorous, pointed remarks. The spider, or cusicusi, represents joy. If found accidentally, especially if white, it is considered a good omen. Since ancient times, spiders have been used as tools for witchcraft. They also use it for the fortunes of large spiders, says Polo de Ondegado, as they keep them covered with pots and feed them there. When someone comes to know the outcome of what is to be done, the sorcerer first offers a sacrifice and then uncovers the pot. If the spider has any shriveled legs, it portends ill fortune, but if all its legs are extended, the outcome will be good. 1515 Information about the Religion and Government of the Incas by Licenciado Polo de Ondegado. Edited by Horacio Ortega, volume, page 32. Due to this concern, Indians today, upon noticing a spider, immediately check its legs to deduce their omens. Putting on a face, they call it turning one side of a person's face, whether fair or blonde, black, using frogs they raise for this purpose, and due to the betrayal of their love promises. The armadillo, or quirquincho, uses it to exact its vengeance, spreading crushed sulphur over its scaly shell, mixing with the hairs or dirt belonging to the one who has wronged it. From that moment on, its face and body are said to be covered in boils and even scabs. The beast becomes agitated and flees when a thief, or someone destined to die soon, or some ghost or malevolent spirit approaches it, or when stones, grasses, and bushes have transformed into other animals in its sight. The rider, whose beast stumbles or falls as it passes through the door of his home, or in the presence of a rival or enemy, will have ill luck in his plans or affairs with that person. Those who put dog slobber in their eyes see souls in dark nights. The cat's fetus brings bad luck to the house where it is buried, or causes illness to its owner. Unlike the cat's fetus, the llama's fetus attracts wealth, and its kindness increases if it is buried immediately after being taken from the mother's womb. The chinkol or Fichitanka Zonotrichia pileata constantly squawks at the peak of a house's roof when someone has to arrive, but if, at the moment when a mental project is forming or a deal is being agreed upon, it whistles or sings loudly, it portends that what is thought or planned will fail. Fighting two animals, especially dogs, is to have distaste or a scuffle. Crossing paths with a viper or snake, or any other reptile, presages misfortune. When swallows fly close to the earth or water, skimming with their wings the surface of the water or soil, they announce strong gales. When ducks stretch and trim their feathers with their beaks, they denote winds. If they become contented and flap their wings frequently, they indicate rains. Also a sign of an impending downpour is feeling stings in the colluses on one's feet. When crows croak, they presage hurricanes. When a cat runs around, it announces rain. If it constantly meows on the roof, unwilling to descend, or has frequent fights with other cats, it signifies that someone in the house will die. The cock's crow is of ill omen, attracting and settling bad luck. From here comes the known saying, "Unfortunate the home where the hen sings," referring to a family in which the woman dominates over the man and takes charge. The dog barks at an individual and wants to attack him. As he has a habit of stealing, it is impossible for him to remain still and silent in front of a thief. The cry of the kai announces the death of someone from the house. When the nightingale or gilgiro sings, they presage that there will be a fight the next day. If they call fetishes, talismans, and amulets used by sorcerers and witches to enslave and submit women and men to the will of loving hearts, hokankwai, molo, and illa. These are used for good fortune, to avoid or cause harm, with the most prized ones coming from Kolawaya. There are hokanquis like the one known as Hormi, Minachi, or more accurately, Hormimpi, Minayasinga, which are so popular that few are unaware of their use. This famous talisman is sold by the Kalahawaias, and has the figure of a man and woman in an act of passion or embraced, or the shape of a phallus. Illa, according to Batonio, is anything one keeps for household provision, such as chunyo, corn, silver, clothing, even jewelry. The hokanquis are made of bone, metal, or white alabaster, which they believed fell from the sky with lightning, the latter being the one who brought this stone to earth. Also considered hokanquis are tiger claws, huererous small closed bone fists, and other objects shaped into whimsical forms, attributed with the power to make the owner fortunate. Molu is the coloured stone or bone used to make chokers. They serve as amulets and talismans. These fetishes are confused with hokanquis. Currently, this term refers to ancient coins, or those no longer in circulation, preserved in purses and money pouches, intended to attract wealth and prevent these useful objects from being without silver. Speaking of vicuas, the Bishop of La Paz, Dak. With the same word illa, the Aymara designate the bizarre stone found in the intestines of the Taruca cervus antisiensis, and even of the vicuas, which is called kikyu in Quechua, to which they attributed many virtues, such as avoiding some misfortunes for those who carried it, and curing certain illnesses. Antonio de Castro y Castillo says, "They are valued for their wool and for the bizarre stones that they extract from their stomachs, where they are raised, and sometimes they expel them themselves when they grow large and of such an instinct that they feel to expel them and bury them in the ground. It is notable that when the Indians find them, already expelled, burying them in the same manure, with heat, they grow, gaining a more mature and perfect colour. Although over a long period of time, and in parts with saltpetre, they do not raise them at all because saltpetre breaks them down. 16. Some preserved the bezoar stones as amulets, while others revered them as canopus. 16. Ecclesiastical Bulletin of the Diocese of Our Lady of Peace, Vol. I. No. 10. Pages 113 and 114, year 1909. The use of talismans dates back to pre-conquest times, and it has not been possible to prevent its continuation through the sermons of religious figures, or with the advancement of a more advanced culture. Polo de Ondegado provides the following details. It is common practice everywhere to have, or carry with you, some form of spells or demon names to attract women, or to interest them in men, or vice versa. These huacanquas are made from bird feathers or other diverse things, according to the invention of each province. They also usually place these huacanquas and other similar spells made of herbs, seashells, corn, or other things in the bed of a partner, or on clothing, or in any other place they think will have an effect. Women also break their tops or thorns, with which they make blankets or lickless, believing that this will prevent men from joining them, or that if they do, they will later lose it. They perform other actions for the same purpose. Men and women also create different superstitions, using herbs or other things, believing that this will have an effect on reproduction or sterility if desired. 1770 information about the religion and government of the Incas, etc. Page 96. The carved figurines that represent flames, foxes, or birds also belong to the same order of huacanquas, and their purpose is to impart or preserve the qualities of these animals in those who carry them, or bring them wealth. Thus, when they die, they attribute the cause to this event. Although they do not directly kill with spells, some sorcerers take advantage of an illness afflicting their client, such as tuberculosis, to claim that they are under a spell, where at night, during their sleep, a sorceress utilized by their enemies takes the form of a horrifying vampire and drains their blood. The remedy they suggest to rid oneself of sorcery is to bribe the one performing it, or seek other more powerful sorcerers, or, if that is not possible, to heal through these means by burning the sorcerer or sorceress alive, who have caused and continue to aggravate the malady. They assume that by forming an image of an enemy made of potatoes or corn, and immediately piercing it in some way, through a body part, with thorns or deforming it, and preserving it thus, the spell will attract misfortunes, or that the member indicated on the effigy will suffer a visible alteration, resulting in one thigh thick and the other thin, or one arm fat and the other bony, or one eye large and the other small, or one ear long and the other shriveled, or an organ flowing and the other numbed, damaged or weakened in its normal functions. A marriage or concubinage is dissolved by hiding at the street door of the house where the persecuted live, two birds hung by twisted threads with their beaks facing opposite directions. To induce an individual to develop an alcoholic vice, they also fashion a doll of tar, resembling him, and placing a sheet of tin in one hand and a little bottle in the other, wrapping it with scraps of coloured thread, and throwing it outside the town in a quiet and little frequented place, with the same intention, or to instill hatred and separation between two loving people. They bind together two similar figures with cat hairs and bury them next to a live frog. Sometimes they pierce a member from a live frog or lizard, wrapped in hair or cloth, belonging to the person they wish to harm, and bury it, so that the person dies after suffering for some time. This superstition dates from a very ancient time. With this sorcery, they believe that the targeted individual will feel discomfort in the same body part where the frog or lizard is experiencing pain, and their death is certain unless the animal's thorn is removed and set free. They also make clay, plaster, or wax figures resembling the enemy, or paint a mouse or cat's face in their likeness, and then dress them in their clothes or fabrics, hanging them up to spit on, insult, and mistreat them, even destroying them if they are inanimate objects, or killing them if they are animals. Volume IV, page 151. In cases of theft, they usually throw 4 real silver coins into a pot containing black ink, accompanied by a curse on the guilty party to make them pay for their crime, with the darkening of their face. The junto or lure, made from llama alpaca, or vicuna, is used as the main and highly effective agent in witchcraft, burning it in front of hukas and canopus, and making predictions based on the direction and density of the resulting smoke. This is the most common practice, creating a doll from the lure resembling the person to be harmed, which is then burned with the intention of reducing or completely diminishing their soul, intelligence, or willpower, depending on the case. Father Kobo records it in his work. To bring harm or cause the death of whoever they disliked. He writes, "They dressed some statue made in the person's name in their clothes and garments, and cursed by hanging it high and spitting on it. They also made small wax, clay, or dough figures, and put them over the fire, so that there the wax would melt, or the clay or dough harden, or produce other effects they intended, believing that this way they avenged themselves and did harm to their enemies." To 1818, History of the New World by Father Burnaby Kobo. When the figure represents an individual, they mix the lure with cornmeal. If it's for a white person, they use wheat flour. With this fat, which they place next to the stalks of straw, tightened with coloured threads, they create enchantments on the paths, so that whoever has passed through them does not return. They also believe that by passing a light layer of wax over hokanquis and mollusk made of bone, stone, or metal, they preserve their virtues, just as when they leave the hands of the sorcerer. It is very common to raise domestic animals with the main objective that any witchcraft done by enemies falls on them without harming their owners. This is why, whenever an animal dies suddenly or is suffering from an unknown illness, they attribute it to the wizard who has failed in his attack, making a different victim than the targeted one, thanks to the probable intervention of Pachamama, another idol, or the saint of their devotion, who diverted the terrible effect of the curse. The use of iskacha meat is believed to age a person quickly. That of condor, which grants longevity, is sought after by Indians despite its unappealing taste. They say cats have 9 lives, and people who are cautious believe that consuming their meat will transmit this vital resistance to them. They drink the warm blood of bulls immediately after slaughtering them, preferring the blood from the chest, as they believe it will give them the strength and power of a bull. When either's strident song is heard, it is said to summon the soul of whoever lives where it passes. They attribute salty meals with the property of aging quickly, while those with little or no salt are believed to extend youth. The owl and the barn owl are considered harbingers of bad luck, their calls in the night signal forebodings. If any of these fateful birds with dark wings hovers gently and alights on the roof, then misfortune will befall its inhabitants, or one of these may die if they frequent it, or make their nest there. If it falls or stumbles upon a person, an epidemic will soon afflict the region. As mentioned elsewhere, witches domesticate or preserve them to use in their rituals. Nightmares are also considered bad omens by homeowners where they appear. They are called alma kipis, meaning soul carriers, and they always try to kill them when they see them, to ensure that the fate reserved for people is affected by these insects. Domesticated animals announce the death of one of their owners by fleeing at their presence. The egg-eating chicken is cured of its defect by inserting its beak into fire or piercing its nose with a feather. A house where pigeons breed profusely brings bad luck. Vi tobacco has been, since ancient times, a highly valued plant by witches. They used its leaves in inhalations and incense burners, inhaling the smoke through their noses and mouths, and when they fell into a state of ecstasy or trance, they made their predictions or entered a hypnotic state, and after coming to, they would recount what they believed they had seen during that state. Currently, they use lacus at the beginning of their rituals and thalaris to simulate a catatonic state. Tobacco in the form of cigarettes is used to prepare the client, or as an amulet, smoking on Fridays and Tuesdays at night. The smoke from these cigarettes on such nights destroys or weakens the effects of any witchcraft. They consider lacus and cigarettes to be great evils, for which reason they always ask for those two things from anyone consulting them. The cigarette that goes out in the middle of use, they say, is a sign of bad luck, and they repeat the following stanza: "Cigarro that faded, do not relight it. Woman who forgot you, do not yearn for her again." Insisting in these cases, they believe, brings more harm than good. Insisting on vice when fate opposes, they say, "'Tis to seek your own ruin." Chapter IV in agricultural work and other acts I. What is done in the follows: unfavorable days, moon phases and seasons. I. Rituals for planting. He becomes so attached to the puruma that he frequently visits it, gazing at it with the longing of a lover, and attributing all his hopes and aspirations to its accumulated fertility. The land destined for cultivation in a given year, called yapu, is a constant source of concern for the indigenous farmer, at least if it has never been sown or has been neglected. He calls it puruma and kalpa in such cases, practices to avoid frosts and droughts, eclipses and bad omen I. Formalities for harvesting and threshing of corn, Ev. Ceremonies in the demarcation and taking possession of lands, V. The shikela, Vi. Effects of changing attire on the Indian. He shows the sight to his close friends, and, filled with intense filial love for his crops, tells them that they're in its privileged embrace, potatoes the size of human head sleep. According to the direction that the wind gives the smoke, he predicts the outcome of the next harvest. When celebrating a feast, he first goes to his beloved terrace, to his yapu, sprinkles it with rum before serving himself, and addressing Mother Earth, he exclaims, "O land, my true mother, you are my son, and as such, grant me good and abundant fruits, make your fertile breast even more prodigal this time, and reward the labours and sleepless nights of one who only trusts in your inexhaustible fertility. When the sowing day draws near, gather all the herbs that grow in the field, pile them up and wait for them to dry, barely in their green state, set them on fire, invoking while kneeling down the protection of Mother Earth. At the moment when the plough must first penetrate the soil, the Indian who is to perform this task undoes his hat, raises his gaze to heaven, asks for the favour of his deities, and then sets the share and breaks the earth's crust. Before starting agricultural work, he consults in the almanac if the day is not marked as ill-fated. In case it occurs, suspend the work until better days. But if he carries it out nonetheless, he is always fearful that his harvest will be poor. In the calendars of the early Republic, the following paragraphs were read by farmers and those who were not. Memory of the criminal and bad days in the year, with the 4 Mondays. Judgment made by a great astrologer from Paris, who says that the year has 32 bad days, and so it is that people who fall ill on such days will never rise again, and if they do rise, they will live in pain. If they marry on such days, the woman will be unfaithful, and they will never be happy. They will always live uneasily and in poverty. These 32 days are so bad that among them are 3 that are especially adverse to all, and in particular to bleeding, wounds, and falls. If they leave on such days, they will not return with honour, nor will they trade as they once did, and they will live in great danger for their persons. On these days neither buy nor sell, nor make treaties or agreements, for so testeth your judgment, because they are not good for gain. They have danger of death if any of these things happen on such days, namely the 15th of March, 18th of August, and 18th of September. The Mondays following are the 4 most dangerous for having carnal acts with women. through the bad generation that is obtained in them. The first Monday in April, wherein Sodom and Gomorrah were embraced. The 1st of August, wherein Cain was born, who killed his brother Abel. Pacian press managed by Eugenio Alatune. A small pamphlet also containing various other news and curiosities. In previous almanacs, and some subsequent ones, that celebrated memoir is also recorded. April 7th to 17th and June 6, July 13 and 15, August 1, 18 and 20, September 15 and 18, October 6, November 15 and 17, December 6 and 7, 1919, Departmental Almanac for the year 36, following the leap year in 1856, the 1st of September, wherein Judas Iscariot was born, who sold our Lord Jesus Christ, and the 4th of September, wherein Herod was born, who slew the innocents. January 1st, Sund, Ford, 5th, 6th, 11th, 15th, and 20th. February 1st, 7th, and 8th, March 15th, 16th, and 20th. Canori, or Hawa, Fagesi is the new moon, Alantiri, or Hepu Sonica, is the crescent. They call the full moon Urta Fagesi. In single, sheet almanacs circulating in the provinces, those days were marked with a black line and a Greek cross for double misfortune. People who didn't have them would borrow from possessors to make copies. Thus it's been passed down until today, as current almanacs no longer contain those annotations. They still follow the phases of the moon in their tillage, giving it double namest Pagesi, when they consider it as a satellite of Earth, and 80 when they regard it as a deity. Jeri is the word they use for conjunction. The waning moon is generally called Cantati Sunica, a 1-day-old moon, Hawa Equimisturi Fadsi, a 2 or 3 days-old moon, Jacha Jake Equimisturi Fagesi, and according to the night hours they say, Shika for midnight, Jacoquipata reversed, Jilla Holpa Aru at the first cockcrow, Cantati Fadsi is the moon that rises before dawn, Intimpi Misturi Fagesi is the one that rises with the sun. Farmers prefer to perform their sowing when the moon is a quarter waning. They say that during the growing phase, plants grow wild in branches and leaves and bear little fruit. Harvests are done during the new or full moon with the belief that this results in large and heavy fruits. The sorcerers do not act when the moon shines majestically in the sky. They wait for it to hide and darkness to cover the earth before engaging in their occult operations. For the Indian, there are truly only 3 seasons, Jalu Pacha: the rainy season where plants germinate, Juipfe Pacha or Thaya Pacha, the season of frost and cold, when they harvest and make chunyo, and Lupi Pacha, summer. This last season is also called Auti Pacha, the dry time, divided into 2 periods, Jaka Oti, from Corpus Christi until 2 months later, and Jiska Oti, encompassing September and October. They give the same name of Oti, Pacha, to the time of famine. At the equinox they call it a Rumampi Rumpi Chikasiri Pacha, meaning a time of equal duration in night and day. When the new moon presents itself with horns ablaze, in fire colour, they say the month will be dry and hot. If pale and set, it will be rainy. One must not wash dirty clothes during the waning moon, or they will unravel, develop holes, or age prematurely. Hair grows when one washes their head during the quarter moon. Wood from trees cut during the waxing moon quickly becomes mouldy. To ensure money doesn't run out in your pocket, you must show half a reel to the new moon as it first emerges and is seen saying, "Beautiful moon, fill my bag," and keep it at all costs, not spending it in dire need. They choose a planting date, just as they did for ploughing the land, that is not marked as unlucky, for if it is, it's supposed that the seed will be destroyed by worms that day, according to farmers, who are said to be on the move. As they open furrows in the ground, a pile of dried manure burns, so that its smoke chases away evil spirits. The days of sowing present the bulls with decorated backs, adorned with injalmas, spiked decorations containing ancient silver coins and small mirrors and bright fronters. On the yoke that binds the pair of ploughs, they place 2 little flags at the ends and 1 in the center. When the work begins, they invoke their huecas to protect the seedbed and drive away drought and frost. They pour chicha corn bare into the steaming furrow, just opened, and then throw in chewed coca leaves. Young women usually sing their songs, or jelitas, one after another, following the ploughman who leads the team, pouring manure and seed into the furrow at the same time. If a condor or an eagle flies by at that moment, the onlookers break into a cry of joy and predict a good harvest. Throughout the entire planting season, they do not cease to invoke their huacas, so that they send them abundant and well-timed fruits, and ensure that there is no shortage of rain or frost. The whites also recite prayers to saints for the same purpose. The farmer rarely, if ever, forgets to perform these ceremonies. 2020 LP. Once the planting is complete, if the ploughed field is corn, they place a long stone in the centre, resembling an ear of corn, known as mamasara, tasked with preventing the presence of mekala and ensuring a bountiful harvest. If it is potatoes or other roots, they put another pointed stone named kompa, which has the same mission and also protects against thieves. They will get leprosy. First book of the original manuscript by R.P. Anilo Oliva, S.J. Itsev, page 113. During the time when fruits germinate, the Indian lives restlessly and fearsome of some unforeseen weather calamity. Oliva, referring to this immemorial custom, which still persists, says, "They place long stones or coloured stones as guards for their farms, because they believe these retain the earth's moisture, and to protect them from thieves. They use turtle shells called quirquincho, which cause such great fear in passers-by, and observers that none would dare enter the farm where they are located, because they think." In the mornings he contemplates how clouds settle on the peaks of the Andean mountain range. If they look like a hat, he predicts a hailstorm in the afternoon, as indeed happens. At night he studies the sky, and when he is convinced that frost will set in and the rains will cease, perhaps at a time when his crops need them most, a deep despair takes hold of him. He goes to the ponds formed on mountain peaks, adores them, and then brings the water there to spray his crops, believing that this will bring back the rains. He turns to sorcery as soon as possible. If the bad weather is caused by frost, he adores the stars, builds bonfires in the heights, brings damaged plants to the temple, and celebrates masses while continuing to pray to Mother Earth and her sacred stones. If it is drought that motivates him, he offers fervent worship to lakes, rivers, and water dams. In those days, when frosts and scorching heat ravage their seedbeds, killing germs and burying them in a cold sleep, perhaps forever, the distressed spirit wholly surrenders itself to the guidance of the sorcerers. And when they fail to remedy the evil, he doubts their sincerity and attributes their actions to collusion with his enemies, having been bribed by them, and in such a dire and desperate situation as he finds himself, he eventually carries out spells on his own accord. Then the entire region appears to be inhabited by a populace of the delusional, awaiting something wondrous to happen, and in the mental tension that dominates its inhabitants, even the most insignificant event seems like favourable signs from their deities or fateful portents that will worsen their afflicted condition. In those days, the indigenous people live in sorrow and constant fear, constantly watching over their fields, shedding tears on the land they once watered with their sweat, which now turns into desolate fields as the heat increases. Yatiris, Lacus, and Thaleris are frequently consulted, always seeking to divine the future through the coca leaf, or by examining the entrails of animals they sacrifice, which must be black, whether dogs, sheep, gons, or chickens. They also make children, completely naked, climb hill heights with lit candles and crosses, chanting, "Mercy, Lord." They capture frogs and expose them on dry rocks or lock them in pots, forcing them to cry out to heaven for water. They disturb ant nests and force any living creatures beneath the earth's surface to emerge. Generally, they maintain the idea from the beginning of the harvest that when rains fall at the beginning of August, the agricultural year will be rainy and abundant in produce. Otherwise, it will be dry and scarce. Moreover, under the name of Carbanyelas, farmers usually calculate the greater or lesser humidity of the months following August, by arbitrarily lifting a stone from the field during the first 7 days of this month. Water for God's sake. If bad weather persists and they lose hope of gathering their crops, the majority close the doors of their homes and stop them up with mud bricks, emigrate to cities in search of work and food. On the other hand, if the weather improves, joy is general. Young women cover their hats with the first flowers and sing songs. Young Indians play their quinas and pinquillos, while the old people surround and honor the sorcerer, who has succeeded in causing that happy change, according to them. If the stone raised on the first day has moisture, they say that it will rain in September, otherwise it will be dry. The following day, corresponding to October, they make the same forecast, continuing for the remaining days allocated to the subsequent months in the same way. Eclipses are always considered by Indians as omens of great calamities that, without a doubt, have to occur sooner or later over the country. Due to this belief, so deeply rooted in them, an eclipse saddens them so much that they turn to their sorcerer's intervention to ward off the threat. The Indians assume that without that loud noise, the moon would not wake up from its slumber and would be an easy victim of that force. At the moment when the eclipse occurs, they take plates and silverware filled with water into the courtyard, raise a cry to the sky as if someone were mistreating them. They punish the boys and dogs to make their cries and barks drive away the evil spirit that tries to devour the moon and deprive them of that beneficial night star. Women give birth to twins when the year is barren, and to conjure evil they often kill, in secret, one of the creatures or bury it alive. This is one of the few cases where an Indian discards a child, whether their own or someone else's. In this tribe, accusations of filicide are very rare because women are unable to kill their own children, regardless of whether they come from illicit trade or legitimate union. The reason is clear: children do not constitute a disadvantage in indigenous homes in any way, due to the numerous pastoral and agricultural occupations that make them essential. From adolescence until reaching adulthood, he helps his parents or those who raised him with farm work. Another member added to the indigenous family is not a burden, but a hope for relief. By the age of 4 or 5, the child is typically the shepherd of the small flock that provides the family with meat for sale or sustenance, wool for clothing, and milk for cheese making. When lightning strikes, a cross must be made on the ground with an egg in the center to stop it. To halt hail, the hailstones must be captured and mistreated, and the storm ceases. Blowing incense smoke at the storm suspends it. They do not allow pregnant women or those menstruating to pass through the fields, as they fear that, by doing so, they will absorb with their genital organs, which are predisposed to fertilization or already fertilized, the productive virtue of the land, leading to fewer and weaker fruits in the next harvest. Aye, the days when the harvests are made are days of feast and joy for the farmers. They gather at the site, bringing with them chicha and coca. Moths flutter their wings against walls to bring rain. Running water warms up to encourage rain. The joy of the pigs announces rain. The frogs retreat from the river when a storm is about to break, fearing that the flood will carry them away. At the beginning of the work, they ask Pacha, Mama, for a good and abundant harvest, and pour some drops of aguardiente, and throw some pieces of chewed coca, then begin their labor. In digging up potatoes and other tubers, they usually form small ovens temporarily built with dirt clumps, and when they are hot, they insert chosen potatoes inside and, after shaping them with cheese molds or pieces of meat, they collapse the oven onto those objects to cook them inside. After a certain period, long or short depending on the calculation for knowing those species, they are extracted and immediately placed on tablecloths or cloths spread out on the floor. They sit in a circle, crossing their legs or reclining, and begin to serve themselves of the cooked products, which have been previously sprayed with the blood of the lambs they slaughtered with that object. Joy reigns among the attendees, At 4 opposite points of the circle, Indians are seated playing flutes with pourings on their lower extremities, called pululas. This ceremony is performed in order not to scare away the soul of the fruits, which must continue to vivify this land, so that next year it will manifest itself more generous in its gifts. Volume of page 230. After this ceremony follows the dance in a circle of the harvesters and their guests. They drink abundant chicha and liquors, retiring at night to their homes completely drunk. In the Inca Empire, farmers had a special dance called jali. After the snack, they drag their owners over leather above the dug, up and finished land, and after the act, they spin dancing, and at a certain point, 4 of the most characterized stand with their eyes fixed to the east, invoking the sun's protection. They performed it carrying agricultural tools, men with their tacklers, which are their ploughs, says Father Kobo, and women with their atunas, which are wooden tools similar to a carpenter's spade, used to break up the land and level the ground. 2121 History of the New World, etc. Wheat is reaped with a scythe and threshed in a threshing floor, throwing the bundles under the feet of the threshing horses. Grain selection is achieved by throwing handfuls of the threshed crop into the air, which, due to the wind, separates from the dust, and particles of crushed stalks and leaves when it falls to the ground. On farms, they usually harvest corn by detaching the cobs from the stalk and stripping them of their husks, collecting them on a blanket that is tied around the neck at both ends. In barley, wheat, or quinoa harvesting, the cereals are spread out on the same field where they were cut or pulled, and when they are dry, barley serves as animal feed, if collected in silos, and if intended for grain, like quinoa. It is threshed by striking it with sticks, arranging the necessary Indians in parallel rows, armed with long, slightly curved sticks that fall upon the stalks, guided by the skilled hand of their holders, who deliver the blows regularly, producing a dry and rhythmic sound. Once the blanket is filled with cobs, they are carried on the back and dumped into a pile, which all those engaged in this task form from the total yield of the land. Women separate the good ears of corn from those that are thin or rotten, creating other piles. After the harvest, the product is measured in sacks or large baskets capable of holding several loads, ensuring the quantity harvested. The cobs from the first portion measured are carefully counted and kept as a sample to later serve as a measure for receiving dry and dehusked corn. Delivered the corn to a specifically named caretaker, holding the title of Kamani, he spreads it out in an appropriate area called a tendel, where it remains until completely dried. On the designated day for threshing, the plantation's colonists gather in the tendel, accompanied by their families, relatives, and helpers. They count the ears in the sample and thresh them into a sack or box, which later serves as a measure to receive the harvest and see if it conforms with the quantity delivered to Kamani. Each colonist, forming an independent group with theirs, places a dry kawaii in the center, puts the ears on top, and has the strongest one in the circle, usually a young man, wearing leather sandals or large heeled shoes, begin to stomp on the ears, causing the grains to detach and be thrown to the ends, along with the chaff and stalks. After skinning the hides, they fill them again immediately with 2 agile Indians acting as deliverymen, without ceasing the stomping until the stack of corn cobs is exhausted. The women take care of separating the last grains that could not be removed by the foot contact. On that day, the Indians make it a holiday, during which they drink plenty of chicha and eat the best from their harvest. Only on that day, in homage to Pacha, Mama, who has been kind, do they allow themselves to cook their rabbits, chickens, and lambs. On that day, farmers truly enjoy and have fun. A gust of genuine joy enters their hearts. Large potatoes, or those that have a different shape from the rest and are called lalahuas, as well as large panjas composed of 2 or 3 joined together. They consider as bearers of good fortune and place them in preferred locations, and naming them tamincos, paying them many reverences as if they were divine objects. In boundary delimitation cases, commonly a large crowd and the indigenous people gather before placing a marker or at the recognized limit agreed upon by the interested parties. If the popular classes attach greater importance to the judicial demarcation and possession of their lands than to property titles, which is why when any of these procedures are carried out, they observe numerous ceremonies to give them solemnity and make the acts imperishable in the memory of those present. They stretch a child with ties to these groups and beat him on his bare bottom, instructing him with each strike to remember and imprint in his memory that he was punished at this point, and immediately place the sign. In the placement of each sign or achachi, they follow the same procedure until, after concluding the investigations, they are turned over to open display. In the possessions administered personally by judges, solemnities and expenses are greater. The little one, with such an instruction, never forgets the location or what happened, and when he grows old, he always repeats, "This is the boundary of these lands, because here they beat me," and his statements in court are precise, detailed, and meet the required conditions for a full proof, providing judges with great insight in case of litigation. The interested party accumulates abundant provisions of food and drinks from days before. On the day of the operation, they conduct the judge with great deference to the place where the act is to be carried out, and the judge, in turn, assumes a so grave aspect, and gives such importance to his person that it awakens no lively interest in the competitors. He orders the clerk or secretary of his court to read the relevant records, the petitioner's request, and the decree assigned. He asks if the parties and neighbours have been notified with that decree, and if there has been no opposition to the act, and then, taking the hand of the interested party, he grants possession of the land, which consists of making him roll on the ground, while attendees throw small stones, dirt, flowers, and herbs at him. The actor, although sometimes with contusions on his body, stands up joyful and satisfied, because he assumes that it is not the present company that has hurt him, but the ground, which, upon receiving him as a master, has bestowed upon him harsh caresses. This diligence is of vital importance to them, and they regard it as the only one that can truly give life to their right and overcome subsequent difficulties. In a word, possession means everything to them. The Indian and the Cholo, even though they are in actual and effective possession of land, without being disturbed by anyone, never consider themselves its owners unless they have seized it, or there is no judicial possession. In such a role, which takes on the proportions of a solemn family feast, they do not hesitate to spend money nor hide the pleasure and pride they experience in doing so. This custom was introduced alongside others into Indian traditions. Given the text is already in English, here it is with minor formatting adjustments for clarity. Since Indians had not, prior to the conquest, known the faculty of acquiring ownership of movable or removable property through purchase and sale, neither was the practice of honoring the seller and those involved in the transaction, known as albaroque or robler, practiced. However, instead of expressing gratitude to the witnesses present, the Indians turned it into a ceremony to thank Pachamama for the acquisition, and then subsequently attended to the participants. The indigenous ritual, known in the Aymara language as sikala or kalala dampening or sprinkling, involves the buyer of an object, land, or house inviting the seller, friends and relatives to drink cups of aguardiente, a strong liquor, to celebrate the purchase. It is impossible for anyone to drink from their cup before performing this ritual and sprinkling the ground. Before anyone serves themselves, a portion of the aguardiente is poured from their cup onto the ground, asking Pacha, Mama, for success in the transaction, and it is immediately consumed by all present. Those participating in this ritual also sprinkle the floor with aguardiente as part of the invocation. The tsikala is carried out with greater formality when acquiring land, particularly on the Tuesday of Carnival, for which they make invitations and preparations well in advance, ensuring the celebration takes place at the acquired location. There, after covering the ground with flowers, mixtures, and confites, and causing rockets to burst, drenching it with drinks, they serve liquors, dance, and get excessively drunk. Without these requirements, carried out with all pomp and enthusiasm, they believe that the purchase will not be lasting or happy, that Mother Earth will not show benevolence to the new owner. They also extend the calla to those who own newly built homes, who hold the party so that it lasts, or, if the walls crack, vie the Indian who abandons his traditional attire to dress in the fashion of the whites becomes an enemy of his race. The Indian does not believe that the act is merely a simple alteration of clothing. Rather, from that moment on, the ideas and feelings he had harbored regarding his race completely change, while he also leaves his usual occupations. The farmer, they say, disappears with the dress, and so it is. Only when the indigenous person adopts European fashion does he flee from agricultural labor, disregards his parents, renounces his race, and stands against it. He obeys the suggestions of mestizos and whites to despoil and persecute its members whenever opportunities arise. The transformed Indian becomes the worst torture of his own people. Do we not see every day an educated Indian exhibit all the characteristics of his race? When the parents of a child who has undergone this change of see him dressed in the white man's manner, they are deeply moved, even weeping, but later they console themselves with the hope that for him the future is free from the suffering, anguish and melancholy that weighs upon the natives, and that his life will be guaranteed in a way that they never had. The field no longer retains the Indian. The illusion of living better and more tranquilly in the cities influences him to flee his home and change his occupations. Farmers decrease visibly and increase the cholos, who take up any profession or engage in any labor other than agriculture. The indigenous person ceases to be a farmer as soon as they cover their bodies with cut and sewn fabrics in the style of their oppressors, quickly adopting exotic customs and manners, despising their own, but their transformation, despite their efforts, is limited to exteriorities, for they remain indigenous at their core. Many descendants of these transformed Indians often hold public offices, whether as judges, deputies, or administrative officials, performing their duties with accuracy, brilliance, and competence. The Indian possesses singular aptitudes for law and political intrigue, which favor his aspirations. The very fact of sharing with the mestizo and applauding the destruction of every trace that may remain in popular customs that remind them of their origin and their progenitors is characteristic of their proud nature, which makes them deny their past. Only out of fear that it might embarrass them before a stranger when the latter, if he takes an interest in them, is to study them ethnographically or to exploit their ignorance and vanity. Dress makes the Indian colo and separates him from his paternal home and the cultivation of the land, which for his ancestors constituted the only delicious delight in this world, and from colo to gentleman there is but one step, which the Indian jumps with speed when he is industrious, thrifty, and aspiring. What a strange fate for a race whose social evolution depends, in great part, on the shears of a tailor. He who wears a new dress must celebrate by inviting a guardian to his friends, if he wishes his clothing to last. Resistance of the natives to travel and races. This act is known by the vulgar name of rimojo, and is very widespread. A man should not clothe himself in a skirt or petticoat, because it feminizes him. Clothing should not be treated with clumsiness, because it does not know how to eat for endurance. Chapter V on Travels and Road's Eye. How the chasquis were formed and operated in the Inca Empire. The tambos and postas, abuses that existed in these establishments. I. Concerns of the postalones during travels. I. Preparations of the Indians for travel, on the road their amusements, robberways to recover stolen items, their love for animals and nature. Evi. Invocations to the Achachulas. La Apachita. Worship of stones and rivers. V. The return. the Huishchu Juroka festival. If anyone failed to deliver the post properly and was lazy, they would break their legs, and their children were raised only on panca, which means roasted corn, and without drinking more than once a day. Mora, the Chasquas constituted a special caste, and the first one who found and ordered that there be these Chasquas and Corio was the famous king and Lord Toperinga Yupanqui, and he provided houses and also separately for said Chasquas all the necessary provisions. In the Inca Empire there were special fufingers, called Chasquas, tasked with transmitting messages as quickly as possible from governors to the Inca, or vice versa, and also with carrying on their backs any items requested by the Inca that he needed immediately, according to father name. They tested them to see if they were light and quick for the purpose, and if not, they received the same punishment. Published and annotated by Manuel Gons, Les de la Rosa Tsar, Lima 1911, p. 128. The houses of the Chasquas were situated at regular intervals, about 5 miles apart, and in each house there were 4 Indians, dressed in special uniforms that served for a month. Thus, all of this caste of Chasquas was composed of very quick and light Indians, and among them there were even Indians who could catch a vicuna and outrun it, and sometimes they would surpass it by a considerable distance. 2222, The Origin and History of the Incas. A work written in Cuzco 1575-90 by Fray Martin de Mora of the Order of Mercy. After that they would rest at their own houses, which they had built for this purpose, where they were fed and supplied with everything they needed from the Inca's stores, and they were replaced at their post by others of the same caste. These Chasquas enjoyed many privileges and honors among the Indians, and their wives and children were cared for at public expense. They had no other duties than to walk in the manner described, being exempt from all other services or public work. During the colonial period, both services, that of Casquis, couriers and tampas, quickly decayed due to the abuses and neglect of the conquerors, being replaced by the postas posts system. Additionally, along the entire length of the roads, and at distances of 40 to 50 leagues, inns or tampas had been established, provided with all kinds of resources taken from the Inca's estates, and intended for lodging the sovereign and his entourage, or those travelling on official business. This system, as it has reached us, consists in having a tambo, resting place every 5 leagues or so along major roads, served by a maestro de posta postmaster, either a mestizo or an Indian who oversees a specific number of indigenous people, chosen annually and sent by their communities to which this obligation has been imposed. The Chasquas no longer enjoy the preeminences, rewards, and exemptions that their ancestors had. Known today as postalones, they perform the arduous tasks of foot soldiers and pickets, deserving of strict treatment from those who employ them. The Indians, whose turn it is, bid farewell to their families as if they were heading to certain death. In executing these ceremonies, the participants cannot be accused of exaggeration. The postal service was very demanding for the Indians. The night before departing, they hold funeral rites in life, as Charles V. did, and the next day all their relatives and friends accompany them, loudly lamenting, as if carrying a corpse, for some distance outside the village, where they perform the cachapea, returning home afterward. In the early days of the Republic, and in subsequent periods, until a quarter of a century ago, the military arriving at a post would first, upon dismounting from their beasts, seize the Indian in charge of the service with swords, kicks, and punches, after which they would demand whatever they desired. The object was to intimidate them to obtain everything free of charge, and not pay for any consumption or service. In Bolivia, the military have been until recently the most cruel and inhuman oppressors that the indigenous people have had. The postillion, in extraordinary cases, or when feeling weakness in the nerves, rubs vicular fat on his feet and calves, believing that this ingredient will restore his vigour and make him lighter. An elderly soldier in the arms race recounted that once he arrived at a post where he confronted, and mounted the Indigenous guard in charge of the establishment, for not immediately providing him with the beast and the postilion he needed, as others had used them up, and if he had mounted on him, someone would not have come to save the distressed Indigenous person at that moment. Abusing the postman's wife, leaving him deprived of everything he owned, making him run ahead of his cavalry, not accepting any reason or excuse, and only communicating with him through beatings, has been the system followed with this unfortunate race in those houses. When it's time to depart, women ritualistically smudge the beast's feet that is to run, and entrust the postilion to their household gods. He sets off by sounding his whistle pututu. Then he hangs the instrument on his back, and continues his journey. Upon reaching the summit of a hill or near a settlement, he unhooks the pututu and blows into it again. He does the same when approaching a post, where his short and swift trip concludes. Upon arrival, he lies down on his back, with his feet pointing upwards, and the soles resting against the wall, thus resting and regaining his exhausted strength from the journey. The postilions who have completed their service, before leaving the postal station, make a true festival day, and upon returning to their homes, believe they have escaped from a nightmare and indulge in new binges. In the absence of sorcerers, predictions are made with coca leaves, and he also relies on the way the candle he has lit with that object burns, guided by the saint of his devotion. Aye, when the head of a family has to embark on a long or important journey, he consults a sorcerer to tell him if it is a favourable or unfortunate time, if it is advisable to undertake it. And according to his response, he proceeds with joy or sorrow. Some, at the moment of separation, pour some resin on burning embers, or burn something as an offering to the deity who must protect the walker. On the day of departure, those accompanying the traveller go with him for a certain distance along the road, making him drink chicha and liquors during the journey. And afterwards they bid him farewell with tears. Hence this act was called jachapala, that is, to send off with sobs and sorrow, a word that has been altered by use into kachapaya, which is how it is currently known. After fulfilling their duty, the group returns intoxicated, wishing the traveller a safe journey and protection from his deities before they part ways. If, as he departs, a condor swiftly crosses the sky, it is a sign that the journey will be happy and brings joy to him who undertakes it, who from then on walks with cheerfulness, no longer doubting his good fortune. It has also penetrated indigenous customs, with the Spanish concern of not starting any business or leaving home on a Tuesday. If a fox appears or crosses your path from the right side of the road, it warns the traveller that some misfortune is impending, which can be averted by invoking the protection of Huaza, Malku, and taking the necessary precautions. But if it shows up on the left side, it is considered a bad omen, leading some to abandon their journey out of fear. The well-known saying, "On a Tuesday, do not marry, embark, or leave your home," is frequently repeated, and it is impossible to violate it if he has done so against all urgency. He attributes the misfortunes that befall him on his journey to this circumstance. Traders and travellers always avoid the presence of a blind person and eagerly seek out that of a cripple. Another unfavourable omen that foretells the certain failure of a planned endeavour or the purpose of a trip is encountering a one-eyed person upon leaving home or during the journey. On the contrary, if one meets a cripple, it is considered a good omen. When an Indian comes across a vicuna on his path, he remains calm. But if by trying to escape he stumbles upon it, it is a sign that he will die. The same fear seizes his soul when the event happens with a deer. On travels, the Indian discovers family secrets because he becomes indiscreet and communicative and acquires experience and useful knowledge. By the slow pace of llamas or the light-footed assimilas and burros, he traverses long distances, occupied in those slow and tiring hours, telling stories to his companions or listening to ones he was ignorant of, about his ancestors, or the places he visits, or what happened on previous journeys, while with his hands he sometimes weaves or does knitting. At night he prefers to stay and sleep in the open field, outdoors, both by habit and because his beasts can graze on the available grass, being indifferent to the rigours of the climate and bad weather. His sleep is light, and he wakes up to the weakest noise. Before going to bed, he commits himself to Wassa, Malku, lord of the paths and deserts, so that thieves will not rob him. The next day, if any animal has been lost astray during the night, by following the tracks they leave, however thin, he finds it with certainty. They steal from him only when he has fallen asleep, which he attributes to the thief having used some sorcery on him to put him to sleep and make him feel nothing. In turn, indigenous thieves are very cunning, agile, quick-witted, and trained in theft. However, if an Indian could use all possible remedies to heal his animals, he would do so with the best will. He rarely fails in his investigations. For this to happen, the traveller must be new and unaccustomed to tracking. To the experienced Indian traveller, even the slightest clue is enough to find his missing animal. He is an outstanding tracker. They prefer to steal without killing their owner, unlike the mixed, race white people who often kill to rob. Indigenous veterinary medicine relies on urine and alcohol, applied to soothe the animals in cases of swelling or to wash their wounds if they have opened. In the mornings, before resaddling them, the first thing he does is examine their backs and bellies. When he finds any injury, he feels deep sorrow and strives to cure it. It is impossible for him to ride his donkey, no matter how crushed and tired it may be. Out of fear of mistreating it, he only rides the aggressive animal. When his own gets tired, he gladly takes on the load and carries it until he is able to drive it again. He never punishes harmless animals, believing that whoever does so out of evil will fall into some misfortune. Thanks to this immense love, the sheep increase in his power. As soon as a lamb or a goat is born, he keeps it warm by placing it close to his body, and only parts with it when the little animal's life is saved. He gives the same care to older livestock that get sick. The death of a lamb causes him much suffering, and even more so if it is a cow or donkey, or an ass. The despair he feels then is greater than that caused by the death of a son. Indians shear the fleece from llamas and sheep with the utmost care, and when the llamas are in heat, they hold a noisy festival. They mix the males with the females, and assist them in introducing the latter's member to these. Such precedents are enough to show that the natives are familiarized with their domestic and even wild animals, which live either in their homes or on the fields. The lambs nibble alongside them, attach themselves to them, and continue to obey their commands. The bull allows himself to be handled and yoked without resistance, while the stubborn or untamable male yields. The cock sings by his side, without showing fear. Even the vicuas, so fierce towards strangers, when they are near their burrows, do not flee. But nothing does the Indian love so much, in his simplicity, as the varied and free nature that surrounds him. Far from cities, hidden in wretched shacks, amidst towering mountains craggy with rocks or covered in eternal snow, vast and silent plains, and deep valleys, he feels he is at the heart of it all, and lives contentedly. At the sight of the first flowers that spring up in the fields and among his crops each year, he experiences profound and vivid emotions. His spirit seems to be reborn with the plants, and becomes more connected to the earth, just as he mourns when winter blankets everything and frost destroys the stems, leaves, and buds of plants. On his journey, he follows his path with contentment, his soul expands, and he joyfully unleashes the effluence of the immense love he feels for everything around him. During religious ceremonies, at the most solemn moment, he kneels, bends his face until it touches the ground, and kisses it reverently, as if there were no other deity for him but the earth. The Indian idolizes nature, which he considers the supreme divinity, believing that Pachamama holds within her the creative forces of life, and bestows them upon those who trust in her. If on his journeys it is impossible for the Indian to stop relying on his favorite achachila, asking for its protection. Taking advantage of the clemency and precocious avarice of the clergy, he offers worship by celebrating masses for mountains, fields, terraces, houses, lakes, rivers, and livestock, listening to them with profound devotion, thinking that in these visible objects he is adorating her. When he encounters a boulder or pebble on the path, he approaches it, removes his hat, greets and reverences it, offering chewed coca that he throws upon it, and then rests at its feet. 64. Ortega edition. This custom, with minor modifications, still persists. The Indian, upon reaching the summit of any mountain, hill, or elevation, almost involuntarily repeats the sacred word of Pachita and approaches the pile of stones that always exists there, formed by previous visitors, which constitutes the altar erected to the local stone. A very common practice in ancient times, as Arriaga states, is no less prevalent now, when ascending certain hills or mountains, or becoming weary on the road, reaching a large stone already marked for this purpose. They spit on it, and thus this stone and ceremony are known as tucanca, calling it coca or chewed corn. Sometimes they leave their flips, for old footwear there, or a horaca, or some soggy ropes, or bundles of jichas or straw, or place small stones on top, and with this they claim to alleviate their fatigue. 2023 Extirpation of Idolatry in Peru by Pablo Joseph de Arriaga, p. Inclining respectfully, he adds another pebble to the pile, saying, "I offer you so that you give me strength, remove fatigue from my body, and keep me from misfortunes." Afterwards, he makes some arrangements with small stones in the satchel, depicting houses or pastures, hoping that his request, thus materialized, will be heeded, or adorns a stone with colored yarn or thread, signifying the crafts to which the offerer dedicates himself, and for which he asks for prosperity. He offers his sacrifice on this altar, taking from his mouth-chewed coca leaves, or from his bag roasted corn, and throwing it with reverence onto the pile. Or he takes off one of his sandals and places it there, or makes a little flag from a piece of cloth from his dress, and puts it there, or puts down some bird feathers between the stones. He kneels down and asks the stones with all his heart to let him pass safely, that they keep away from his path misfortunes or chijis, and give him strength to continue his journey. He stands up, plucks a hair from his eyelashes or eyebrows, offers it while blowing on it in the air over the palm of his hand, and then rests in the place. Upon reaching the shore of a river, the first thing an Indian does when putting his foot in is to greet the waters, drinking 2 or 3 sips from them, even if the liquid is murky, and asking for permission to pass without causing them any harm. After offering them some coca or chewed corn, he throws it onto the surface, crosses it fearlessly. The torrential rains cease when rivers carry away some people. The water calms their hunger with this human tribute, as thirsty individuals are soothed by drinking this precious liquid. For an Indian, dying in this way is not a great misfortune. It is bearable, and he even finds it desirable to receive the embrace of the aquatic deity that has chosen him to take him away, perhaps to a palace of delights. Finally, he thinks that someone must sacrifice themselves for storms to cause no further misfortunes. The downpours also stop when lightning kills a person. The Pascanas are resting or accommodation sites. They hold them sacred, and upon reaching them, they reverence them by lowering their hats. The slopes tire one out too much when the underground contains metallic substances. He usually relies on the announcement of dreams or the chirping of the chinkol or fichitanka. Hitting one's elbow involuntarily signifies seeing a beloved person after a long period of separation. The day of arrival is always filled with joy and drunkenness. On the way they become more superstitious than they actually are, and any strange thing, cry or particular sound alarms them. Believing it to be a warning from their gods, so as not to be caught off guard by an unexpected accident. The probable day when the traveller is expected to reach home is calculated by his family, who goes to meet him at a distance of half a league, bringing food, chicha and aguardiente. The relatives of the traveller concur to welcome him, and for this reason a party is held, called Huistju Joraka, that is, the loosening of the sandal 24, which usually lasts several days, Don 24. The Huistju is properly the sandal, as it consists of leather soles tied with straps to the instep up to the throat of the foot. It is preferred that the sole be made of llama's neck skin. The ojota, also worn by Indians, is called polko, and is composed of a piece of leather, raised at the edges, wrinkled and secured by straps over the instep. The foot is protected on all sides, unlike the Huistju, which leaves them exposed. The polko resembles an alpargata. The recipients hold this gesture in high regard, and when it comes time to reciprocate, they do so in the same manner. The wife of the newly arrived sends, as gifts to the families of her husband's friends, and relatives a little of the food or drink that he has brought, requesting them kindly to accept this small present. The Indian and the mestizo do not grow weary, nor do they get sick from long journeys. As soon as the celebrations following their arrival cease, they return to their ordinary tasks, as if they had experienced no fatigue. They are renowned walker, and consider even the most arduous journeys as walks, laughing at the sufferings of the whites, who make them so difficult and require so many preparations. In endurance races, the Indian is invincible. He crosses vast distances in a few hours and reaches the finish line without being overcome by fatigue or thirst. 25. It is common in these cases to see Indians walking 50 kilometers in 3 hours. Chapter VI, Unfolding of Social Life I. Superstitions regarding pregnancy, birth, and upbringing of children. I. In illness and death of these. I. Relating to sexual love, the practice of mujara, avi. 25. More than one person deserves to hear the historic saying of the Inca. Ta Huanaku, Sientate Huanaco, which was received by a messenger who travelled from Cuzco to the famous and renowned capital of the Collas in a relatively short time, leading to the name change of the people from Chukahara to Tiahuanacu. Indigenous loves and marriages. V. Prevalent ideas in the concubinages and marriages of the Kola and Indian women. She similarly believes this will happen if she does not walk much and leads a sedentary life. I, from the moment a woman feels she has conceived, which she calls hakutatha. If through marriage, hakutarakatha, if outside of marriage, or also hapitat, and hapiwakatatha. Respectively, she avoids eating chickpeas, fearing her child will be born with a large head, a pregnant woman, or happy. 26. Should not see a cadaver, handle dead animals, or allow them near her, or she risks giving birth to a child afflicted with rickets, or laugh at her. 26. This is the word in Amara that specifically designates women's pregnancy. Huok corresponds to the female of animals. Childbirth among Indians does not carry the same solemn meaning as it does for women of superior and civilized races. Only in India does the mother feel the pains of childbirth, and returns home if time permits, where she gives birth, unless she was caught unexpectedly in the field, and carries her newborn home. In most cases, she delivers without any help from strangers. During childbirth, it is customary to place a pair of scissors open in a cross under the patient's pillow, without their knowledge, and nail a knife to the doorpost to keep evil spirits from harming the newborn. 2 or 3 days after giving birth, sometimes the next day, she is seen working as if nothing had happened. The only part of her body she cares for are her feet, which she wraps to avoid getting cold. A knife or scissors is also placed next to the child to leave them alone in a room. They add farming tools or building materials, pieces of paper or wood for a good farmer or builder, or a small book for a doctor or priest, if it is a boy. The placenta must be buried after being well washed and covered with flowers, in a place where the sun does not reach, to avoid ear irritations in the mother's womb or diseases in the newborn. For a girl, they give thimbles, needles, or paper scissors and figures of kitchen utensils, so that she becomes a diligent woman and a good mother. They believe that Mother Earth, upon receiving that object with such additions in her bosom, grants their wishes. He who takes pleasure in counting the stars will have a large family. The birth of twins, Pachawawas or Pachacatawawas, is considered an ill omen, as mentioned elsewhere. The first child born is called Yiza, and the second Kaka. If they are girls, the first is Awala, and the second Hispala. Spouses who have no children and raise and pamper a dog barely notice when they conceive. Killing the dog to prevent St. Roque from granting its wish for the newborn's death, so as not to be deprived of their affection. The child that is born highly developed is destined to die soon. A child gets sick with an eye condition when someone has directed hateful looks or with the intent to harm them. This illness is called mikwi. The toddler who cries and screams during baptism will live until old age if they urinate during the ceremony. It means they will die before the year is out, just as if they do not cry at that moment. If their little feet are always cold, it also signifies they won't live for many months. The same outcome is predicted by the habit of biting the nipple on their mother's chest while nursing or eating dirt. For a child to survive, they must be raised with a woman's shirt. The one who is breastfeeding should not eat beans, as it will dry up her milk. The abundance of lice in a child's head is a sign that he will be an orphan. If a mother who is away from her home finds milk coming from her breasts, it is because her child is crying and calling for her. When a creature chokes, the mother should give 3 slaps to the chest, and immediately the accident ceases. A child who kisses its foot extremities will take longer to walk. The mother feels pain in her breasts, so that the son she nurses may become ill. She must not scratch the soles of children's feet, because it gives them worms in their stomachs. Creatures cry a lot at night when they have been disturbed or had their diapers blown away by the wind during the day. A child who sucks his fingers makes his mother's hair fall out. The same happens when he has passed away, during the period when his little hands decompose. A mother who wants to have abundant milk should boil chunyo, a type of grain, and drink its broth frequently. It is said that a child is kajata, meaning held, when they become ill as a result of a fall, having cried in the field, or having been scared. Accidents, in which they believe part of their soul has detached with the shock to the little body, and remains wandering around those points, striving to meet up with the other one that is suffering. With this object they make diapers or dresses for the sick child into a wrapping, which has the shape of a creature swaddled, carried in arms by him, who also carries with him comfits, porridge, tin figures, and goes to the place where the accident happened, accompanied by some people. The treatment they follow in these cases to cure them consists of giving them a little earth from the place where the incident occurred. And if this is not enough, and they continue crying, they call upon a witch or sorcerer to cure them, who, from the first moment, declares that their soul has remained at the spot where they fell, cried, or were scared, and that to restore their health it is necessary to gather it. Immediately they bury on the site the species they brought, offering them to Mother Earth, and return in a hurry, placing the wrapping down immediately upon arrival, alongside the sick child, with the assurance that he will heal due to all that has been done in his honor. Your crib is ready, your warm diapers. You are awaited by the tender lap of your poor mother, who cries to see you by her side, who is desperate to embrace you against her chest, and that you no longer suffer hunger and cold that reign in these deserts and sad places. There the sorcerer or witch beats the wrapping, reprimanding it as if speaking to a living being, because it has allowed his soul to leave, and calls for it immediately with the words, "Soul of my dear child, come. Beloved soul of my child, return. Idolized soul of my child, let's go home." The child puts his ear to the ground in a listening posture. When his mother becomes pregnant again, and he feels the fetus crying and calling out to him. In children, hiccups are a sign of growth. In young people and the elderly, they are an omen of drunkenness. For a child who tends to wet the bed at night, they should make him urinate on hot embers or a piece of hot adobe, and let the steam reach his genitalia, which will cure him. If a woman becomes pregnant with a child of the opposite sex to the one she is nursing, she will die, but if both are of the same sex, the event will have no fatal effect. The head of the bed should face north for a child to sleep peacefully. When a child has to be moved from one house to another, they make the person carrying him strike him gently with 2 small stones, invoking his soul and begging it to come back whole, because if this procedure is not followed, some fraction of his soul might remain, causing illness. To forget about a child's affection, one must wash some dirty item belonging to the person they love and make them drink that water. A child who cries on his birthday announces that he will grow up to be cowardly. The hair with which a child is born should be cut, so they do not become proud. The first tooth a child loses should be placed in a mouse's hole to ensure good teeth. To a child who is struggling, one must take him out of the house, carrying with them llama or sheep dung and some small stones, and lead him to the shallow of a river and force the patient to throw one by one the stones and excrement into the water. And the current will carry away the illness far away. A child who runs around with his hands behind his back is destined to die, because he prepares his wings to fly to heaven. He who frequently rubs his nose shows that he suffers from a worm infestation. The newborn who is already dead must be thrown into the river or burned, so that his soul does not go to limbo to suffer. She who breastfeeds a girl refuses to give her breast to a man, because she believes this will cause the death of the former. They say that Lerillari appears as a red, furred cat that climbs trees and whistles at the unwary, luring them. In certain cases, they attribute the child's illness to a malevolent spirit called Lerillari 27 that has managed to possess their body, and to drive it away and bring about healing, they burn coal with blue in the room of the sick person, believing that the strong smoke will force the spirit to leave its victim. As soon as it sees them near the tree, it quickly descends, and as they escape, it brushes against them, inoculating them with an illness whose symptoms are bloodshot eyes, a stiffened body, and complete decline of the organism. 20th century Lerillaric people from the Puna who hardly recognize them as Cimarrons. Vocabulary of Father Ludovico Bertonio edition, Platzman, 190p1. This name may have been applied to them because they are considered a nomadic, rebellious spirit that harms children. The bruises and blood spots on the child's body, whether resulting from pulmonary congestion or another explicable cause, are blamed on the Lerillari, who takes advantage of the mothers or those in charge of caring for the sick's negligence. They say, mistreating and whipping his small body until it causes his death, as these marks indicate. A child sleeping with his eyes open will die young. One who is not baptized is prone to being struck by lightning. The dying creature suffers greatly, and its agonizing prolongs, while the mother is present or holds her in her arms. To die peacefully and quickly, it needs to not see its mother. Similarly, a child undergoes a long, agonizing process when he witnesses his parents' shortcomings. He dies calmly if they do not have them, and receives the blessing from his godfather opportunely. When 2 children who are relatives or belong to friendly people, living in the same house, die simultaneously, it is said that they have agreed to leave together for the other world. The eyes of a young child's corpse remain open when his brother or another child of the same age, on whom he looked just before expiring, must follow him. The shroud should not be obtained or put on the small corpse by the mother herself, but by the godmother or third persons. Whoever violates this custom will meet with misfortune. The scraps left over from a young child's shroud should be enclosed in his coffin or buried with his body, because when any piece remains in the house, it attracts misfortunes. Strange people often add a ribbon or string to the shroud as a decoration, intending for the soul of the little one, now an angel, to throw one end of that string down from above, so it can grasp it and ascend to heaven when they die and the opportunity arises. When a child dies, it should not be mourned, because it hinders the rapid ascent of their soul to heaven. The mother's tears move God himself, who orders the creature's soul back into the world to console her and dry her tears. Dirty belongings of the deceased should not be washed while the body is present, but rather after 3 days of burial, so that their soul does not suffer due to the dirt left behind, and frequently visits its parents in dreams. Therefore, instead of ascending to heaven, it descends and wanders on earth, crying out for a mother to have children to take its place and comfort her. Therefore, a mother who weeps much for a dead son will have a numerous offspring in the long run. A child who recovers from an illness should not have his nails cut immediately after convalescence, because the evil returns. To recover completely, he must be given to drink, in milk, the ashes of a lock of his hair, i.e., during the mating season, they say that the lizard carries a piece of straw stuck in its mouth and follows the female. The child has a voracious and insatiable hunger when one of his parents is about to die, with whose death he will be calmed. No plate, bowl, or concave objects should be put on the child's head, because it impedes his growth and makes him short in stature. The spurned lover must appropriate this straw and wrap it around a hair from the desired woman, and he will immediately change her feelings towards him, turning her aversion into burning love and completely surrendering herself to him. The woman who does not want to be abandoned by her lover gives her some drink, the blood of her menstruation. The love of a woman is also obtained by placing under her bed certain amulets, formed of feathers, shells, or coloured stones that are wrapped in some of her own hair. To turn passion into hatred, they consume in some drink particles of the excrement of the one they wish to make repulse, and give it to whoever must experience the change. A woman being harassed by a man can free herself from his possession simply by parting or bending the pin or fastener with which he secures his cloak, or holding it in her hand wrapped around one end of it. This will cause the spirits of her pursuer to falter, and he will suddenly show himself impotent to abuse her. One must not marry on Sunday, so that misfortunes do not abound in the new home. When, at the moment of or after the wedding ceremony, the engagement ring falls to the floor, it signifies that one of the bridegrooms will die soon. To win the heart of a husband or lover completely and possess them, one must spank the bare buttock of the rival with one of the shoes worn. If any object intended for their personal use breaks during the ceremony or the feast celebrating the marriage, it denotes a lack of harmony between them and their eventual separation. This superstition leads rural women to make efforts in a quarrel to knock their opponent to the ground, lifting her skirt, and aprons to remove a shoe from their feet and deliver 1 or 2 strikes to her bare buttocks. To discover the love of the person they are in love with, they usually take out 2 small bones shaped like animalets from the skulls of their loved ones, called Zorro, and drop them into a glass of chicha. The young men who wish to know the kind of woman they will marry consult the witch, who digs a particular place. If she finds white hairs, she says they will marry an old woman, black ones a young girl, and brown-haired ones a maiden. If after drinking the liquid they find the bones joined together, they say that both are in love, or that the feelings of that person are false. This act is called sympathesia. Young men also make similar inquiries by twisting cords in their fingers. The lover who leaves returns to the woman's house, from whom he tries to distance himself, when she has nailed an old shoe belonging to his right foot behind the door of her bedroom. They believe that with this act a part of their being has been trapped, which will inevitably draw them back to the rejected home. Indigenous lovers are accustomed to pinching their partners if they can bear the pain caused by the act, and in response their loved ones give equal pinches, assuming reciprocity. The Indian never kisses his beloved. Kissing as an expression of love is unknown to this race. Instead, during moments of affectionate intimacy, He grabs her by the temples with the palm of his hands and rubs his chin against her forehead, causing her a pleasurable sensation of voluptuousness with this compliment called musuralia. The younger woman, the more she loves her suitor, the more often she presents her forehead to receive such a caress. If sexual love is, among the Indians, free, instinctive, and unconstrained by barriers or education that would elevate it. The man owns the young unmarried woman, almost always by force, power, and notable is what prevails in these acts, without causing scandal or inviting the wrath of the parents of the offended. They attach no importance to a woman's virginity. On the contrary, they view long, preserved virginity as depressing, as a sign that she has been rejected by men. "You will die a maiden," says the married woman to the young one whom she tries to insult. The idea of reaching old age and dying virgin horrifies the Indian. She believes that if such a thing were to happen, her existence would be meaningless and useless. Love dignifies the female. They repeat, because it enables her to fulfill her mission on earth, which is to have children and perpetuate the species. Such a criterion arises from the exceptional condition in which women are placed within domestic economics, making their destiny clear to them. Since very young, they are raised in rugged freedom, dedicated to herding livestock in remote fields or deserts, alongside males who perform the same task, with whom they form close bonds of camaraderie that lead them to experience the awakening of their sexual instincts at an early age, witnessing together the frequent gatherings of the herds. Excited by idleness and familial, free interaction, they are driven to satisfy these instincts while still in adolescence. Furthermore, since pre-Columbian times, women have never considered it reprehensible to engage in carnal pleasures when single and without lovers restricting them. Their thinking about female chastity is also surprising, says Laurent. They valued little the chastity of unmarried women, and those who had been more licentious were often esteemed higher. Perhaps they proceeded this way because in free-spirited women, respected for their popularity, they believed they saw industrious women who would help them with their tasks. Due to this traditional way of thinking, a married Indian woman or Ainoni is very faithful to her husband or Aino, while a single woman or Hormicala is promiscuous, without this being an obstacle for her to marry. Lima, 1860, p. 7729, Early Historians of India, collectioned and illustrated by Don Enrique de Vidia. Volume I, Madrid, 1900, p. 44330, The Royal Commentaries of the Incas. Buka, chap 6. The same applies to the Chola women. They get married after having had contact with several men. The truth is that by granting so much freedom to the single women, they condemned to death the married woman accused of adultery. 28. They dress in woolen clothes, both men and their wives, says Caesar de Leon on one side, and the latter claim that since before they get married they can roam freely, if after being given to their husband they betray him, using their body with another man, they kill them. 29. Garcilaso de la Vega holds a similar opinion, saying, besides this mockery, in many provinces of the Callao they consented to a great infamy, and it was that women, before marriage could be, as bad as they wanted to be about their persons, and the most dissolute ones got married more quickly, as if being very bad was some kind of quality. 3028 Ancient History of Peru by Sebastian Laurent. The difference lies in that, although the Chola does not have the concept of virginity like the Indian, whose loss she values and considers a virtue, even if she is not yet a concubine or cipasy of anyone, it is not an inconvenience for her to marry. 3131, similar to the mestizos who call their wife mi mujer, my woman. Indians rarely use the words haino, hainoni, instead replacing them with chachaja, which literally means my man, and referring to the husband, and also my mujer, my woman, when talking about a wife. A concubine is called tawakoja, my maiden, or tathaja, my familiar, and a lover is huenaja, my young one. The sweet word cipesy is out of use, and both this and the terms I know, or Ainoni, are only employed in their songs, or in remote areas that have little social interaction with other peoples. Young women, or tokos, were divided into 4 categories. The beautiful ones were called peko haklas, the most beautiful, hanko haklas, the middle-sized, werest, and the common maidens, haiwa tahwakos. The young Indian, or huena, who has fallen in love with a young woman and is reciprocated by her, to whom they refer as huelusia, meaning to love tenderly, to differentiate from munasia, which means to like, but in a general sense, seeks an opportunity to have illicit contact with her before marriage. Among Indians, cohabitation always precedes marriage. The man initiates the concubinage by forcing the woman to follow him, with the aim of recovering some clothing that has been taken from him at the end of an encounter. It is customary for them that a woman should only pursue her beloved in this case, and it would be impossible for her to do so unless such an event has occurred, even if she is burning with desire to do so, and no one restricts her freedom. Knowing about this custom, the Indian quickly takes off his hat or cloak when he notices that his beloved yields to his advances. When they become displeased, the woman holds his act against him, saying, "I did not want you. You abused my person by force, and made me yours against my will." The young woman, between laughter and feigning anger, follows him wherever he believes it necessary to stop and wait for her, which is in a regularly solitary and secluded place out of the sight of prying eyes. The parents of the Indian who seeks to marry visit the bride's house, bringing with them rum and a bundle of coca leaves. After expressing their intentions to the bride's parents, they are invited to drink the rum that they have brought, which, if accepted, is consumed after much pleading. It is assumed that they agree to the proposal. If, however, they refuse to drink, it signals their rejection, and they immediately retreat in this case. He distributes additional leaves to the attendees and keeps the rest for returning the blanket or tarry the following day empty and tied in a special way. In the unexpected case of a retraction, the packaging is returned as received. The request ceremony, known as sartasia, is common among Indians and mestizos, with the difference that the latter do not use coca. Following the cups of a guardian comes the small bundle of coca that the petitioners present to the homeowners. If they receive and open it, the request is resolved favorably. Then the father of the bride takes some leaves from the sacred plant and presents them to the parents of the groom, expressing that the marriage be a good one, that there be harmony between the future spouses, and that they may have wealth, and for the man to dominate his region. Generally, the act tends to degenerate when the parties come together into a frenzied orgy, in which the participants are not aware of getting completely drunk or committing the most licentious actions. In the appointment of godparents, they take great care that these be of recognized morality, hard-working, and good husbands, because they assume that their godchildren will follow their footsteps. They say that godparents are like the light that illuminates and guides those on the path of life, and if that light is bad, they will inevitably go astray. They assure that there is a mental correlation between godparents and godchildren, which should not be forgotten. The latter always imitate the former, or excuse their faults with the latters. Afterwards, the anes come, understood as those bound to correspond to the contractants with some object or money, which on another occasion they received from one of them or both. Until recently, it was customary for Indians to send their young women to the priest's house before they were to be married, in order that they might be instructed in prayer and certain religious practices. But instead of learning moral principles, these girls were corrupted by the priest, who, taking advantage of their simplicity and innocent spirits, made them victims of his lustful impulses, or else imposed on them severe penances. Fortunately, this practice has been abolished. After the marriage, the days for visiting the parents of the bridegroom and the godparents are distributed among them. These are usually commenced by the bridegroom. and the day when each is to visit is celebrated with great solemnity. At noon come all the relatives of those, among whom the uncles and cousins with the common name of Laris, and the relatives of the wife of Tulcus 32, stand out in bringing along to honour the newlyweds 1 or 2 loads of some local product, or a sheep and even a calf, gifts that, in their case, they are obliged to return to their benefactors. The Ainas bring money named arcos, which varies between 10, 15, 20, 5, and 30 strong pesos, arranged in some fruit or well-adorned tray. Beyond these, there are others who, without being obligated, bring their bows with the intention that they be returned by the bridegrooms at a later opportunity, when they have some celebration. These, regarding these ones, become Ainas. The debt contracted in this manner they consider sacred, and it is impossible for them to fail to satisfy it. 32 under the designation of Tulcus are also understood the individuals who distinguish themselves by their gifts and familiarity with the bridegrooms or alfaces. Laris and Tulcus are the important categories that act in all indigenous celebrations. The purpose pursued with this system of exchanging species and values, subject to late return, is to provide the newlyweds with a small capital so they can meet the multiple needs of their new home. The couples remain together throughout the day without separating from each other, whether they are sitting, exchanging attentions, or standing up to receive gifts. Drivers bring their species to the beat of a drum and pitu, or indigenous flute, whose sharp and joyful airs have as their main objective to attract public attention. When one of them feels any bodily need, they inform their spouse. Both, accompanied by the godparents, go outside and, after fulfilling their purpose, return always together. The concern is that they must not separate for even a single instant, so that thus they live in their new state, and infidelity does not disturb with its harsh and disruptive hardships the peace and harmony of the home formed under such happy auspices. Now another light, the sacred light of the wedding veil, will illuminate your future existence, if you nourish it always with mutual affection, with work and reciprocal protection. It will never grow dim, and you will be happy unless God has compassion on you. The party that unfolds during the day is boisterous and excessively drunk. By nightfall, most find themselves unable to stand. The moment when the couple must retire for the night, the bridegroom's mother escorts her daughter, in law or yogica, to the threshold of the bedroom, where the godmother takes over. The groom is accompanied to the same limit by his father, in law, and handed over to the godfather, all together, with a pair of lit candles in their hands. They enter the room, circle the nuptial bed, turn off the lights, and while it remains dark, the godfather says to his godchildren, "My sons, just as these candles have gone out, so has your single life come to an end." Immediately they relight the candles, parents and other companions depart, leaving the godparents alone with their godchildren. Beside her, those attending the wedding let off fireworks, and men begin to shout that the new child born should be a boy, while women proclaim it to be a girl. The godfather undresses the groom and lays him down. The godmother does the same with the bride. Then, advising them to be exemplary spouses and have numerous offspring, they retire by closing the door from the outside. The party is held the day after in the parents' home, and on the third day at the padrino's godparents' house. These customs are considered essential, as omitting them would cause murmurs in the region. In return for their efforts and expenses, newlyweds are obligated to visit their padrinos 6 months later, to the sound of drums and flutes, bringing them gifts and making them drink on that day. They call this fulfillment chikancha. The links formed through godparenthood and compadrazgo are strong in lower class communities, with the godchildren often expected to align with their godparents or compadres' political views, or even aid and serve them whenever requested. In marital disputes, godparents intervene to resolve differences and restore peace and harmony within the homes of their godchildren, using their authorized warnings. If, despite advice, A marriage disintegrates. The godparents become angry with the guilty party and refuse to speak to them again, becoming protectors of the innocent. From the moment a rural or indigenous woman agrees to be a concubine or marries a man, she believes that he not only controls her person, but also her existence. Wise and prescient is Providence for having given as a companion a being so flawed as the Kolo, a selfless and diligenter like the Kolo, without whose cooperation it would be impossible to sustain the family in this class. The cholera and the Indian woman are usually sober, hard-working, and frugal. They immerse themselves in household chores, and when the man neglects the family's sustenance, they find resources, and with their diligence, prevent their children from starving. They do not falter in the most difficult situations. They assess the difficulties and overcome them through the efforts of their powerful will. Admirable is the resignation of the common woman to endure the deprivations caused by her man's dissolute behavior, and the violence and mistreatment he inflicts. And the more vicious and violent he is, the greater her attachment to him. The Kola always prefers the worst among those who present themselves as her concubines. It is in her nature to choose the one who is not worth sacrificing for. She willingly commits herself to the bad, mannered, the noisy, the bully, and even the soldier, at least if he gives her the illusion of strength, abuse, and the greatest male charm, rather than a good man. She prefers an unordered life to the advantages of a normal home. She is a convinced advocate for free union, and when someone asks her why she doesn't get married, she answers cheerfully, because it's better to be united with the man you love on your own will, not because the priest has arranged it. Out of 100 Kolas, only 40 are married, and half of these live separate from their husbands. They do not place much importance on marriage, nor are they attracted to it. Cohabitation has among the Cholas greater binding strength, because it represents the poetry of life, the triumph of love, causing them, therefore, more respect than the contract established according to ecclesiastical rites or civil laws. Married couples easily separate, because they quickly become wary with moral rigidity, with the monotonous fulfillment of their duties, and the prosaic nature of this state. But those living in a consensual relationship do so with much difficulty. They are convinced that the men have the right to strike them, to mistreat them, and that fists and kicks are part of the caresses of love. The rare thing in the Kola and the India is that beatings have the effect of instilling in them a deep affection for the husband or lover who inflicts them, making them prefer any suffering over separation. After a fight, they exclaim in agreement, "I am his Kola, my lover, has the right to hit me, because he loves me," and they condense this brutal behavior into the well-known saying, "Where there is no stick, there is no love." She has inherited strength from the Indian and audacity from the white. She performs all sorts of tasks inside and outside the home without backing down from any arduous labor, as long as it eases her needs or those of her offspring and provides an income. Born from the promiscuity of the white with the Indian, in those free moments, when the ethnic transformation force of the species erases all distinctions and cultural constraints, and animal instincts triumph, she distinguishes herself in her thoughts by the absence of moral concepts, in her feelings by passion, in her judgments by partiality, and in her whims by the fervour with which they are pursued at any cost. She is a peddler, merchant, weaver, cook, washerwoman, etc. It seems she bears on her shoulders the burden of an entire village, as one Chilean writer puts it. She is usually of rough features, though there are also beautiful ones. These graciously endowed types often result from a happy crossbreeding. They typically wear a red, blue, green, or coffee skirt, layered over many others that make them look as if they were wearing a crinoline underneath their clothes. 2 braids hang down from under it to their backs. Every Kola wears beautiful earrings, ancient and rugged jewelry in which old pearls glow with rare orientations. These skirts are short, reaching just below the knee and revealing well-formed legs covered in very long and pretentious cane boots. The foot is short, plump, with a prominent instep. On their heads they wear a tiny pitta hat, very white and coated with a material that makes it shiny. Then silk shawls embroidered in light purple or azure, solid jewelry, pink or light blue silk boots, petticoats with intricate and expensive lace, and a velvet vest. On their shoulders they wear multicolored shawls, some red or blue, others green or yellow, most featuring simple Scottish patterns similar to the wraps of our rural women. On holiday days her headdress is very delicate. She believes that the pinnacle of elegance is to wear voluminous skirts in bold colours, and so short that they reveal the entire shin of the worn boots, and even a little of the pink or light blue stocking. 3333 paragraphs taken from the article La Chola by Carlos Ferras. Montcalm. In her attire, which is a transition between the dress of the white woman and that of the Indian, the chola reveals its decorative grace, its love for multi-coloured adornments that enhance the exuberance of her sensual and vibrant flesh. She is coquettish by nature and fragile by temperament. She enjoys being courted and loves to please, and when she truly loves, her passions are fiery. She would trample on anything to possess and live with her beloved. She dedicates the most vehement affections to her children and spares no effort or fatigue in raising them and providing their education so they will not be ashamed of their origins. The Cholas also stand out for their straightforward speech, without hesitation or excessive language. In quarrels, they have a particular grace for insulting their opponents with picturesque language, laden with rhetorical figures that more often provoke laughter than distaste when heard. On a hacienda, when the owner dies and the property falls to his widow, the colonists begin to grow discouraged, and all think that they will be made to live under her weak and cowardly rule. However, in an Indian family, despite working alongside her husband, the woman occupies a secondary role, having no right to observe contracts or participate in her husband's affairs. She believes that a woman's involvement leads to business failures. The woman is not granted the ability to give good advice or carry out any action successfully, and when they notice that thanks to her they have succeeded in a matter, they become indifferent, and it is impossible for the Indian to recognize that truth. More than a companion, she serves her husband as a slave. She cultivates his fields, while he spends his life indulging in idle leisure or working as a day labourer. She prepares his meals and raises his children. When they travel, it is she who walks behind him, the gentleman on the donkey. To the relentless work with which she overloads her wife is added the brutal treatment she inflicts upon her by hitting her every time he is drunk. In that state he seizes her by the hair, faces and body with great roughness. The lack of benevolence, far from cooling the woman's affection for her man, makes her love him more, as has been said, because she believes that mistreatment is a manifestation of the deep love he has for her. The Indian is ruthless in his jealousy and severely punishes his wife when he suspects her. They have peculiar superstitions on this point, says Hank. He who is not jealous and does not hit does not have love for his wife, they say, and they fear indifference more than anything, considering it the precursor to detachment and forgetfulness. Like when someone receives a favor at the moment their husband or partner is hitting them, they get angry at him and often reproach him for interfering. When travelling, curious to know the offences their wife has committed, they leave a pile of stones in a lost place, which they carefully search for on their return, counting the stones, and if some are missing, it indicates as many faults in their consort. Others put a bit of chewed coca, or a cloth tied with it, in a wall hole or stone, and if, when they return, they find the cloth outside its hole and untied, it is a sign that their wife has offended them, and they rain sticks and blows upon the unfortunate one. 3034 Description of Peru, p. 101. This work is attributed to Taddeo Hank and published in Lima under this premise. Grosek demonstrates it does not belong to Henk, but to Philip Borza, one of the officers who, with Malaspina, made the voyage around the world. The Indian is commonly monogamous. When he has a wife other than his own, he abandons her or kills her, and lives with the other. The judicial files record frequent cases in this order. The father or head of the household exercises absolute paternal authority over the children, without the woman having the right to oppose his decisions. He never cohabit with two women at the same time, and his economic means do not allow him to do so. Moreover, the Indian who does so is looked down upon and even repudiated by those of his class. Indians are so attached to their offspring that they only leave them when they have nothing to feed them, and while passing through crisis periods, to later gather them in any way. Women who cannot conceive are deeply despised by men. Fertility is a true misfortune in India. Among the dominant concerns in indigenous marriages, it stands out that newlyweds do not want to lend money at interest, even if they have it, under the pretext that since their union is recent, they barely have enough to live on. The son represents an economic factor in the indigenous family, helping his parents from a young age in agricultural tasks and grazing cattle, as has been mentioned elsewhere. Widows and single mothers with children marry sooner than those who do not have them. They maintain the idea that by giving this capital to others, what the lenders should earn in their new state goes to a stranger. In the beginning, one must work, they say, and only what has been earned should be given on credit. Unfortunate is he who breaks this precept. The husband will become lazy, and fortune will dissipate without knowing how. A man feels toothache when his wife or concubine is unfaithful. The liquid from having boiled a mule's hoof, or that contains scratches from this object, sterilizes the woman who drinks it. The woman who customarily sits indoors makes her person talked about a lot. No money should be lent, nor debts collected or paid at night, for fortune forsakes him who does so. To the single man who has illicit relations with a married woman, or vice versa, all turns out poorly, for they become unlucky, that is to say, chenches. He who causes great harm is driven by avenging spirits to meet punishment at a time known as the hour of the donkey, when his understanding becomes blinded, and he acts in an inexplicable manner for himself, and for those who know of the fact. The hour of the donkey pursues the malevolent. Chapter V through the festivals I. The Alfarazgo's youthful pranks and their excesses, Prest's rituals and the practice of curing the body. I. The particularities of carnival. E. The Kispia. Iv. The woman who marries a priest becomes a mule in the other life, and here, when her soul leaves her body, it always takes the form of a mule, and that of her children as candelabra, from which the devil draws light for his misdeeds. Chicha and its festival in Cochabamba, education of the Cochabamban woman, chicha, national liquor. V. What was the cross festival in La Paz? Fuma Cancha and Seaway Sour. V. Altars of the Corpus. Vi. The vigil and the day of St. John the Baptist. V. Comparazgos. X. El Tarapacu. X. Various complementary superstitions and what is understood by Arugenia. There are times when, because the image is believed to be miraculous, up to 15 people come, while other times only one person comes, and this person commits to maintaining the custom. The newly appointed one, who naturally takes the title of alferez, is responsible for celebrating the festival the following year. The number of these alferezes varies depending on the greater or lesser popularity surrounding the saint due to his miracles. Either person who wishes to commemorate the day of the patron saint, or patron of the chapel or town where they reside, or who is designated by their parish priest, as it is their turn, assumes the role on the same day of the saint, or after their predecessor has completed the obligations they took on the previous year. Once acclaimed by the parish priest and attendees, the named individual returns home carrying the church banner, accompanied by their family, compadres, and friends, where they are congratulated and receive ceremonial attention. After that, the the group disperses. From then on, that person has only one concern: to enjoy their feast well. They work day and night, stock up on supplies, make trips, tire themselves out, and sweat incessantly, all for money, so that when their feast arrives, it can be celebrated with unprecedented pomp, such that people in the village say it was the most solemn and best of those held in the region. As the expected day approaches, the lieutenant visits the priest, bringing him gifts and his rights, which usually range from 10 to 40 Bolivian bolivianos, paid in the moment. The eve before, he offers candles to the temple and some species to the saint known as obra. These objects are carried with great pomp by individuals who form a line, each companion hanging a decorated candle from their hand or carrying flowers on their lap. The priest receives them inside the temple. Appearing very ceremonial and proud, they immediately prepare the altar of the saint and dress him in his finest robes. Later, the clerk performs the vespers, followed by drinking spirits, though not excessively, either in the atrium of the temple or in the lieutenant's house. The next day, starting early in the morning, hot drinks mixed with ample brandy begin to be served, so that when the time comes to attend Mass, the ensign is drunk, but not to the point of being unable to participate in that religious ceremony, which would have caused a great scandal in the town. He attends Mass dressed in his best suit, accompanied by his entourage. The priest places him in a preferred seat, and shows him the deference prescribed by ritual during his stay in the temple. If there is a procession, he carries the standard, and after the church solemnities, he returns home surrounded by companions, among whom never lack the priest, the corregidor, and other local officials. Gathered at the ensign's residence, the interrupted drinking session resumes. With older or younger present, also come the uncles or leris, and the tolkas or relatives and godparents, and those making their first compliment. Cups of alcoholic beverages are emptied often. The brew or punch, releasing acrid vapour of brandy, is frequently refilled in the cups. The Anis appear, as the hours pass, with arks and offerings of food. At sunset, the alferez with his court of drunkards forms a group to walk around the square, showing themselves to the public, making circles in the corners, and constant commotion everywhere. After the lights are turned off, those who still have energy begin to take possession of and make love to the first women they encounter, finding them as eager and available as they are. On returning home during the early hours of the night, the guests indulge in furious dancing and drinking, with hot drinks or chicha served at each break, becoming so intoxicated that, when sleep time comes, everyone, men and women, is completely drunk, some even snoring in their seats. This, known as creep forward, is considered so natural by the working classes that no one feels surprised or offended. No thought of profanation crosses the minds of the participants as they engage in these liturgical bacchanals. The force of habit, sustained by a sensual and frenzied devotion, makes these acts seem like common practice, and gives them the character of a delicious supplement to the religious festival. The priests have succeeded in implanting this idea in the indigenous mind through their constant sermons and friendly exhortations. In the important and extensive province of Chayanta, as in all indigenous communities, every Indian who is worth something is obliged to participate in the festival known as tabla, because among the locals, whoever does not take care of this celebration, even once during their lifetime, is despised by others and considered inferior to their peers. The next day everyone wakes up in their own beds, as if nothing had happened during the night. They repeat the festivities with more enthusiasm and greater alcoholic appetites than the previous day, and so it goes for consecutive days until provisions are exhausted, resistance fades, health deteriorates, and they can go no further. He is a dog, not a human being. They frequently repeat under any circumstance or public act, whoever does not celebrate the patron saint of his village. Those who have fulfilled this burdensome duty support them. out of selfness and a desire to avoid being the only ones ruined by the festival. The priest gives the tip or tinker, consisting of a bottle of alcohol, and hands over the church script to the lieutenant. Once preparations are complete, as has been said, they visit the priest on the eve, bringing him their rights, which amount to 15 Bolivian bolivianos, in addition to gifts of potatoes, bread, onions, peeled wheat, and skinned lamb. The Indians leave the parish house drunk, making a ruckus and shouting through the square and streets, "Sir, sir," which they use to refer to the Cerro de Potos. This hill is regarded as their Achachila, although it terrifies them and is generous to the whites. Memories of the colonial period have not been erased from the Indians' memories. After the usual procession of the saint has taken place, the priest lends his horse to the lieutenant, who rides through the square twice, dressed as a general or colonel, holding the script in his hand, and amidst the neighing and acclamations of the curious, music from the dancers, and the ringing of bells. It is necessary that he falls to his horse once or twice, so that with the blows he receives, his enthusiasm for the crowd grows more and more. Who, to do it better, commission one of theirs to scare away the sacred roan horse with a live chicken. From time to time, when the rider doesn't fall, he dismounts from his horse and, along with his companions, drinks a guardian and dances around the pole. After the horse ride, he retires drunk and bruised to his residence, accompanied by his co-freighters. Women are forced to carry him loaded on their shoulders from the exit of the village to his home, alternating carriers, moment to moment, and as they get tired. This is the only burden that the alferez enjoys in payment for the many inconveniences and expenses that have been provided to him. Oppressed is the individual who has expressed their will to celebrate the anniversary of some religious feast. For the effect, the interested party, who is usually a working woman or a Native American, starts by sending 1 or 2 months in advance of the event reminder cards to people who have committed to providing their assistance or financial cooperation according to the list formed at that time. Among them, there are people from various backgrounds, those called the focus group, other ones who have undertaken to provide a certain number of electric light bulbs, lamps or candles, who upon receiving the card send the corresponding amount of money. Others who have announced they will pay for the music band, either for the eve or mass, also send their contribution, as do those responsible for paying the evening prayers, equally sending theirs for the sermon, the cost it is expected to incur, and so on, each fulfilling their promise. Those who spend the largest sums among these collaborators are those who had to cancel the novena, trecina, or quincena that will have the faithful pray, either in the morning or at night. So there are always 2 responsible. They negotiate directly with the cleric and notify the priest to attend the event. In the morning and during Mass, a burning candle is given to the priest, filling her with satisfaction and pride, as all eyes are on her, and she receives all the attention. He remains in each of them for 2 or 3 days, after which he is collected with the same solemnity with which he was brought, having closed the agreement with his presence and the seal of an impossible retraction. To the supervisors of this part of the festival, as well as to those who aspire to be received as priest and have expressed it, they send a visit from the effigy of a child Jesus, in solid form, very attired, with a little hat and shiny silver shoes, a silk suit adorned with embroidery and gold buttons, a stick made of this metal. The night before, the prestigious one, along with their entourage, settles in the atrium of the temple, and there they serve punch and tea-cups with abundant alcohol, while music plays national airs, fireworks crackle frequently, and pyrotechnics explode. The day before the party, invitations are distributed to attend both the vigil and the solemn Mass that will be held the following morning, accompanied, for certain women considered worthy and respectful, with silver braiders, commonly known as incense burners, with the intention that they bring them with burning coals and aromatic materials, so that the smoke they produce perfumes the holy image on its journey from home to temple and back. At the Mass she attends well dressed and adorned with gold jewelry, occupying a preferred seat in the temple. Upon the ceremony's conclusion, he presents himself to the public, carrying the infant Jesus in his hands, and follows his path at the head of his procession amidst the aromatic smoke from the incense burners. As soon as he reaches the house, he receives the customary warm congratulations and best wishes. Following this, bottles are opened, and an uninterrupted service of cups of alcoholic spirits begins. At the end of the celebration, they name, by vote, the person who will host the next year's party, and immediately place the infant Jesus before them, acclaiming him with a mixture and attaching a tricolored band. At 2 p.m., bright-eyed and cheerful, they take the seats at the long, neatly tablecloth-covered table, adorned with roasted meats, breads, cakes, pastries, biscuits, cookies, chocolate pastilles, confections, and abundant bottles of wine, pisco, beer. They enjoy their lunch, as it is called, this hearty feast. In case of excuse or resistance to accept the appointment, another person is sought. And when no one wants to accept, they usually bring a large cake cut into slices, having secretly inserted the baby staff in one of them, and distribute them among the attendees. Whoever discovers the staff in their slice is chosen, no longer by human act, but by God himself, which makes them accept the appointment without hesitation, with a certain docility that shows the mandate agrees with their will and pleasure. Following this event, and without giving way to the enthusiasm and nervous agitation it stirred, a list of people willing to assist the new official with one of the expenses or duties already mentioned is formed, a list that is handed over after being carefully reviewed and amended. Satisfied with the appointment of the successor, and their stomachs with abundant food, blood rejoices in their veins with drinks. The attendees leave the table and begin the noisy dancing, which is only interrupted to return again to the table at dinner-time, hungry for more food and drinks, before returning to the dance hall to continue dancing and drinking into the late hours of the night. The following day, the guests from the previous day return, eager to discuss the incidents that had occurred during the night and to repeat the merriment under the pretext of curing their bodies. This invented phrase, religiously practiced by alcoholics, has become a popular memory as an article of faith, serving as an excuse for those who get drunk on consecutive days. The bite of the dog is cured with the wool of the same animal. They say, and they continue to exhaust their strength and bodies with so many libations and pleasures. On the second or third night, they accompany the new bride home, always carrying the child Jesus, who is in charge of presiding over all these bacchanalian revelries, where liquor consumption takes place. The Indians also pass through, with the difference that their expenses are less than those of the Colo, or what is spent on alfarrasgos. In this way, in one place and another, people in the village continue to squander their health and money until they fall ill, and only then does the past merriment come to an end. The main festival, that requires enormous expenses, is the celebration of the Virgin of Copacabana, and whoever fulfills the role of prests in that event is held in high regard. I am a person, he proclaims and repeats on every occasion, the Indian who has been an alferez or prests, and ever since his feast passes, he walks around proud and plump. No festival has managed to adapt so well to the character of the race, taking on an indigenous aspect in its manifestations as carnival. The popular classes, without distinction of sex and age, eagerly await it, practicing their dances in advance. They accumulate provisions of food and liquor in anticipation to celebrate it with the greatest possible enthusiasm. The interest in being rewarded in some way for the religious image celebrated, and in giving oneself importance, greatly influences the Kolos, more so than devotion or some mystical ideal, which holds a very secondary place in their minds and aspirations, causing them not to hesitate in accepting and fulfilling such honourable roles, as well as pushing the Indian towards it with his desire for fun, indulgence, and satisfying his pedantic vanity. In most cities and towns, cornmeal or wheat flour is used, conditioned in small cartridges to be thrown and dusted onto each other, faces, heads, and bodies. As Sunday Carnival arrives, the desire to enjoy takes hold of all hearts. A current of joy begins to tingle in the spirits, intensifying as the hours pass, with drinks being consumed and enthusiasm and merriment spreading. Indians smear themselves with flowers and confetti, known as keawa, and slap their backs with membrillo or lokma fruit, stuffed into hanging devices woven from colourful and vivid wool threads called huchi. On Sunday, dressed in their best dresses, they enter to dance their kotuas into the town square, followed by their wives, and after having enjoyed themselves sufficiently, they retire to their homes to continue their fun over the following days of the carnival, leaving in the town, here and there, some group of indigenous residents from nearby areas who penetrate to dance in the square, now and then. The organizers or leaders of each parade, committed to promoting drunkenness, appear in procession behind the carts, knights riding well-groomed beasts, and on silver, encrusted saddles with spurs of the same metal, as if coming from far away, accompanied by their wives dressed for the journey. In the city of Oruro, the carnival entry stands out, with each dancing troupe entering the town on Sunday, accompanied by a load of beds and kegs secured on mules covered with tableware of silver and new kitchen utensils, and placed on top a child, a dog, and a monkey. They head to the square, followed by parades of picturesque dancers. From there they continue to the temple, where the priest waiting for them receives some offerings and grants them his blessing. Having completed this ceremony, in which pagan and religious elements blend intimately, they retire to their homes to indulge in the most unbridled entertainment. Both would enter singing cheerful songs that ended with the refrain, despite everything, "Today and tomorrow. Long live the Bolivian nation." The married woman could only hand over her petticoats and hat to her husband, and the single woman who had love commitments with her or was her lover, such practices were not arbitrary and senseless. On Sunday, families would usually go out during the day to the country to finish the party, and they would return at night forming groups of dancers to the rhythm of music bands, with each woman wearing some male garment, held by her partner's brazier, and he with his partner's petticoats turned up at the neck, carrying his hat on his head. With all that, they want to convey that, during the year they have tired themselves out, worked hard to acquire those objects, and now they arrive tired to enjoy the fruit of their efforts, that they are carriers of joy, travellers who make a stop in life to have fun, and then, after running out of money, return to the harsh labour of daily work. Sometimes during the day, someone in the field would step in to act as a priest and start marrying off the singles to each other, widows to widowers, amidst loud applause, laughter, and spicy remarks. The carnival lovers, after receiving the fake cleric's left-handed blessing, would make courtesies, and some even ended up courting their supposed wives more seriously, and treating them with greater ease and confidence. These joke marriages often turned into genuine ones, or marked the beginning of concubinages. In provincial towns, Indian officials usually visit their authorities on Shrove Tuesday, bringing them many gifts, and immediately dressing the sub-prefect and his wife, if he has one, or some other woman considered his partner, or the corregidor and his companion, in indigenous attire, and taking them out to dance in the plaza with them, in response to the attentions and services they have provided during the year. In many towns, horse races are held on Ash Wednesday, where rings are pulled, and the festivities conclude by placing a live cock in place of the ring, which is fought over by the most skilled riders, earning applause for whoever takes off with the biped at full gallop, and later they end the day enthusiastically fighting with peers and peaches. In most towns, the carnival ends in the late afternoon of Sunday temptation, with a group of people dressed as old, stooped figures with huge bellies, playing out of tune guitars and musical instruments, empty bottles and broken jars, and heading towards the outskirts of town, amidst a deafening noise, shouts, and vocal expressions of joy from young and happy people. They release their objects in their usual spot, tune their guitars, and play national airs accompanied by other instruments, dancing happily, only pausing to serve cups of strong liquor, which happens frequently. The atmosphere grows sombre as everyone falls into the same trance. Laughter freezes on many lips. They recall their sufferings, they struggle to hold back tears, and some end up crying. Moments later, frenzied laughter echoes, the commotion grows, dances follow one another, and at the peak of the party, someone realizes that this could be the last carnival they will experience, as they sense its impending end. The idea spreads. In the biggest celebrations of the Indian, the Cholo, and the Mestizo, they barely get intoxicated. Never lacking are the cries of sorrow, ripped from the memory of their miserable lives or their misfortunes. In their nature lies that something tender, sad, intensely bitter, and wounded by men and things, which suddenly breaks through with forgetting and makes its way, and clouding their moments of joy, it erupts into sobs. The indigenous Momo is a crybaby. The grimace of pain, a condensation of profound bitterness from centuries of suffering, does not completely disappear from his cheerful face, no matter how great his joy. On Holy Friday night, it's customary to steal some trinket or take the young woman with whom one has love commitments. This act, called Q-spica, meaning dispossession or liberation, is a practice that Indians have had since time immemorial and continued to perform after the Spanish conquest, with the circumstance of seeking to carry it out on Holy Friday night, when they believe Christ died. This combination of the pagan festival of the Indian with the Church's celebration of the death of the Saviour must have been the work of some clever Indian who managed to hide its true purposes behind Christian concerns. In this contest, the more wary and cunning prevail, and the fools lose out. That night, he already knows that they will take from him, and in advance he remains vigilant, not removing his gaze from his belongings or his grown daughters, if he has any. It is a struggle between the owner and father with whom he tries to steal something furtively. The Indian, when he loses something that night, does not bother or look for it. He is content with what has happened. They caspiated me, he repeats, blaming his lack of skill and care for having fallen victim to someone more cunning than himself. The next day, when nothing has happened to him, the Indian rejoices and believes he has triumphed over the schemes of those who tried to harm him in jest, and laughs at the Cuspidor who missed their mark. They offer it to their gods. It forms part of their worship. It is poured out at their feasts, and they cannot imagine existing on earth without it. If chica is divinized corn, say the proponents of this indigenous soma hyperbolically, and they attribute to it the power to bring good fortune, to fill and invigorate life, to drive away misfortunes. Chicha is an ambrosia sought after and habitually used by the lower classes. This liquid comes from cornmeal that has been mashed or ground and sun-dried, which, with the name muku, is produced in special facilities called Chakas 35, where, through knowledge, the syrup is made, which is diluted in appropriate containers that previously contain warm water and are left well sealed for fermentation. 35. The chaka is a kitchen with a pyramidal roof formed of clay. The floor of its interior is moist. In the center there is a cauldron or pot, as the makers call it, which was previously copper, and now iron due to municipalities' imposition. At the ends, near the wall, one can see 2 or 3 clay jars, or pots in which the muku broth is dissolved, and then subjected to cooking until it reaches a certain temperature. The thick part of this substance precipitates. That is to say, in the pot one carries out the extraction of the sugary part that has the muku, or better said, the corn, and when that solution has taken point, as they say vulgarly, it dissolves in the broth. so that once fermentation occurs in the deposits or tubs, the chicha is obtained. The municipalities, due to that peculiarity that distinguishes the mestizo from shaking off everything national, to give preference to the exotic, have taxed these chacas, which with all their utensils should not cost more than 300 Bolivians per year, with a gradual tax of 100, 150, and 200 Bolivians, when what they earn does not often reach that sum, because what they charge for the manufacture of each fanego of mucu, called viage, is 5, 6, or even 8 Bolivians. The objective is to gradually stop making chicha and replace it with alcohol and other distilled beverages. Sometimes, when one wants chicha to have a strong alcoholic content and be palatable, it is closed in jars by placing inside peeled chickens, pigeons, sheep and cow heads, then well sealed and buried in the ground. With fermentation, all these ingredients eventually break down, making the chicha very strong that a glass of it can intoxicate. This special drink is called itla. If during fermentation the chicha becomes cloudy and cannot be clarified, or as they say in the trade, the lees rise to the surface, it is a sign that the maker or someone in her family will die. When the liquor is in season, the owners pretend to celebrate a mass of health, or to the Virgin or some saint of their devotion, under whose auspices they intend to begin consuming it. It is impossible for them to lift the lids of the jars without first performing some other religious ceremony in the absence of a mass, nor do they serve the first cups without placing a cross on them and exclaiming, "Let the festivities commence at last." On the day of the Mass, those who made the chicha join the procession of guests, and in a group go to the temple. The committee is led by 2 young, elegantly dressed women, who carry in their hands, neatly wrapped in clean, crisp clothes, the bust or image of the Virgin or saint under whose patronage they will consume the chicha. The owner of the golden liquid is usually a robust collitor with broad hips, prominent breasts, and a pleasant face, who heads her group and joyfully leads them to church, sometimes followed by a small band of musicians playing lively national airs and a group of boys setting off fireworks. Upon reaching the temple's door, they kneel, feigning religious fervour that belays the turbulence in their hearts due to the joys ahead. They whisper a short prayer and, crossing themselves several times, enter the sacred space. The entourage returns to the patron's house of the festival, with the same buzz of boys, fireworks, and music. At the conclusion of Mass, the priest departs from the altar, places the fanon over the heads of those who have invited him to celebrate, and after expressing a few brief words, he imparts his blessing. The women who bear the image place it on the altar, and, after bowing several times, retreat. The Mass begins, accompanied by either the music brought or the temple's organ, casting a sombre mood among the attendees, evident in their solemn and melancholic expressions. The owner takes out a cup of chicha from the first jar that is opened and presents it, kneeling before the Virgin or saint, whose protection she invokes, who has her improvised altar with bouquets of flowers, ribbons of various colours, and lit candles, after moistening the lips of the image with drops of the liquid. This is not done primarily as a means of providing sustenance, but rather to encourage drinking more chicha. Chili pepper is considered a powerful stimulant. Anyone passing through the door is invited to join the party. She then invites the attendees to drink it without fear, as the popular concern's requirements have been met religiously. From that moment, a banner is hoisted at the door, consisting of a colourful flag or a hanging doll, serving as an advertisement for the chicha sale. The filled glasses of the golden liquor circulate, some are bought, and others are invited, while music continues to play its airs. At a certain hour, the owner serves several plates of spicy dishes, which are usually kais, chickens, or roasted with plenty of ground chili pepper. Usually, some young women are on hand to serve, luring men in, giving them hopes that they will yield to their insinuations and flirting, so that these men will pay for the cost of the chicha consumed, as a way of reciprocating. The Kokumband woman is usually born in the marketplace, grows up, develops, and lives for the marketplace. Her peaceful or sad hours unfold there, after a turbulent existence. She gives her last breath. She is thrown into the world in conditions of complete helplessness and unpreparedness for life's struggle, says a national writer, and continues. She does not demand any professional school. Then they are thrown into the street. After that flowery parenthesis of school, the worker's home girl plunges headlong into the roughness of ordinary life. Learn to endure the beatings from her father every time he gets drunk. No useful role is opened by the fiscal or municipal action to put to use the abilities of working class women on an independence, production, and dignity plane. Schools receive girls in their childhood, teach them to read, pray, sing, and wear lace and carry flowers for exam day. She herself doesn't make the fermented drink, and serves as a lure for the parishioners who gather in taverns at sunset. She goes to get the drink from the neighborhood, so that her mother and father can get drunk. Life is miserable, sore. Only drunkenness and the fandango serve to lighten it up. The festive days, carnivals, and holy days arrive. Behind the gaunt faces of all the saints on the calendar, people worship Bacchus, plump and injected. Bacchus is an absolute and essential god. The national Bacchus differs greatly from the smiling Greek Dionysus, fresh like a youth, crowned with ivy and with green, bright eyes full of life and seduction. Our Bacchus has not been born as the Greek god of the cluster of grapes, among the joys of harvest time and the open air. He emerges from the tavern, door closed, under the noxious and dense air, among the spicy and fermenting flavors of the drink. Thus the Cochabambino Bacchus is dirty and hairy. His mane is greasy and his nose red and furry. Those coming from the Quechua race, especially, despise that drink, and in Cochabamba it will be rare for someone to go through a day without consuming at least a glass of such precious liquid. If they are censured, they do so secretly. That cult to the national god will be difficult to completely uproot from the customs of the Colo and Indian. The use and abuse of chicha is deeply rooted in popular habits, and so, instead of the winged maenads and bacchantes that surrounded Dionysus, our cult to Bacchus, which is the national cult par excellence, demands the sacrifice of innocence, purity, youth, prolific female virtues. 36. La Patria. Oruro, July 3, 2019, no Hon 21, but the moralists, since that famous Governor Viedma, who called chicha disgusting brew, have continuously condemned its consumption. However, despite their passionate critiques, its production and sale continue to increase day by day. Why is this? Is it that human nature has an irresistible tendency to seek out the addition of liquor to numb sorrows or heighten joys? Perhaps so, but there can be no doubt that every nation, when it has defined customs, possesses its own liquor, beer for Germany, wine for France, and whiskey for England. Chicha is Bolivia's national liquor, the only one capable of counteracting the consumption of alcohol and other distilled spirits once their manufacture, importation, and sale are permitted, and thus preventing the country from sinking into a sea of alcohol, as the cited journalist fears. The Santa Cruz Invention Party was once one of the most noisily celebrated festivals. It lasted for 3 days, with the night of May 3rd marked by great enthusiasm and increasing frenzy among the crowd. In the city of La Paz, the festival took place in the region formerly known as Casisiapata, a place for rejoicing, and later in Caja del Agua, now known by that name, where groups of costumed individuals would gather at night to dance to the music of enthusiastic orchestras, possessed with wild joy, followed by an audience no less excited. At midnight, in that place, all the attendees seemed to be seized by collective madness and gave themselves over to excesses of lust. Stirred up by alcohol, chicha, and under the shelter of strange disguises, where female petticoats hid an handsome gallant and a modest maiden covered with an elegant frock coat or levita, the pure whiteness of her body, where friars, or clergymen pretending to be robust women, made their servants dance dressed as men. It was a Dionysian party held in homage to the cross. Knights, religious men and peasants, in frank promiscuity, dominated by the same fever for fun, getting drunk, and satisfying their sensual appetites, felt like brothers in those fleeting moments, and drank spirits, danced frenetically, and gave themselves over to whatever pleasures the propitious occasion offered. It was not uncommon for the white and modest girl, from a family of high standing, to tremble with love in the arms of a poor but robust peon from her servitude, and for her master to offer his heart to his servant, though rough in manner, with fresh and firm flesh. As the delicate paleness of dawn approached the silver peaks of Illimani, the couples paired by chance would part, and the tired bands, amidst the shrill laughter of women and the deep cries of men, returned to their homes. 3737 see the description in the pamphlet titled Curse and Superstition, a Bolivian legend from the 18th century by José Rosendo Gutierrez. Peace of Ayacucho, 1857, pages 27 and 28, which is consistent with our account. In the city of Potos, another similar festival to the previous one was held in the background, although reduced to a specific social class and differing in form, known as Funa Cancha, also nocturnal, and dedicated to Indigenous Bacchus and Venus. The maidens and servant girl, says Broca Gorder, attracted by the magnet of the mysterious and unknown, by the allure of danger that the demon holds out to them, displaying before their eyes a panorama of lust. Its anecdotal history, its fantastic traditions and legends, etc., by Broca Gorder Julio Lucas, James 1905, pp. 139-140. The same vertigo of lust and intoxication that seized the participants of the previous party also takes hold of those at this one, ceasing only with the clarity of the new day. There went all the girls who managed to slip through the door and generally got lost in their orgies. Precious flowers that made a poet say, "Woman is glass, and it is necessary to inquire if it is possible or not to put in danger of breaking what should not be soldered." 3838. The imperial town of Potos. With the same or greater unrestrained freedom, the cross was celebrated in other settlements. Today, the festival has completely declined, and in some villages all that remains is the custom of exchanging insulting phrases reciprocally that night, adding Siwe Sawa. When one meets another, they call each other a thief, and immediately repeat Siwe Sahawa, and everything is remedied. It's a kind of carnival where insults are uttered with impunity. This custom of quarrelling with such an addition that mitigates and excuses the offence must be a vestige from immemorial times. In years not very far removed from the present time, the Corpus Christi was celebrated in all villages of the Republic with solemnities and unique practices. The altar builder was obligated to provide abundant chicha and liquors for consumption by the workers and guests who honored the event with their presence. 6 days before the festival, the designated individuals from the previous year began to raise the altars, assembling them in their customary locations, and each pole was installed with great fanfare from the attendees who came to offer their collaboration. Once the altar structure was complete, the tallest possible, it was lined internally with sheets and coloured fabrics, then adorned with mirrors, hammered silver, flowers, and ribbons. In the centre was placed the throne where the blessed sacrament would rest on the day of the procession. At the base of the altar was a space where guardians slept at night and guests or compadres of the owner drank ponches. It was custom during the time the altar remained that the owners would invite guests in the mornings to serve them hot and bubbling cornmeal porridge, made with small flat heated stones, signalling the moment to invite visitors. This beloved dish of attendees is called kalapari. This day was for eating fruit. Following it, tea cups and punches were served. On Corpus Day, the altar-bearers and companions almost always sparkled, and in that state attended the procession of the Most Holy. After it, they would offer fruit, peanuts, sweet canes, pastries named tagua, taguas aloja, chicha, and aguardiente. Friendly people would inquire during visits or on the street, "Are you invited to eat fruit?" No, Bo. In that case, we'll wait for you at home. The party lasted until the 8th day, when, just after the new procession of the Holy Sacrament passed by. The altars were filled with equal noise and shouting as when they had been set up, and afterwards each participant carried on their shoulders, and dancing to the altar-maker's house, some object belonging to the altar. After having had fun in the field, they returned home at night. Only from that moment did the party cease. The altars were made very tall with the concern that when they died they would serve as ladders in the afterlife to climb more quickly to heaven. In the altar-maker's house the party continued with even more enthusiasm for several consecutive days until the supplies were nearly finished. Then the attendees left with the owner of the house, each carrying a bundle on their back in a travelling posture, and they went out in joyful groups, followed by a band of musicians outside of town to bid farewell to the corpus. Another peculiarity of the festival was the presence of a character called Dima de Corpus, who was a man dressed as a woman, visiting homes and walking through the streets, performing contortions and ridiculing women, eliciting laughter and hilarity from those present. The greatest insult, which in those times could be directed at a delicate or conceited woman, was to call her Dama de Corpus. By San Juan Bautista is believed to be the saint under whose protection secrets of the future are revealed and the increase of goods is obtained. His feast day is celebrated by lighting large bonfires on the eve of the night before his house in honour of the saint, so that he will not forget his inhabitants and ensure the progress of his property and the health of their livestock, if they have any, and their multiplication in abundance. Indians burn, in turn, in the fields, the straw and dry bushes from the hills, causing massive fires that often cover large areas of land. They believe that fire, on this night, instead of definitively destroying vegetation and sterilizing the soil, has the virtue, granted by the Holy One, to make it grow back with greater vitality and exuberance, and that new grasses will have greater vigor and nutritive power. That night the ground is illuminated by a reddish light, and everywhere one can see immense columns of fire rising in the fields, making the atmosphere heavy with much smoke and heat. They hold the conviction that St. John's fire cleanses the earth, so that soon afterward it is covered in green grass and adorned with fragrant flowers. John, no matter how cold it is or how cold the night, does not cause a cold or any illness to those who have been souped in it. From the eve until midnight of the following day, people usually splash themselves with water indiscriminately and bathe without any restraint. Fire and water are the two elements put into action during the festival. The water of Steve on the eve and the day of Save. It will be rare for someone from the village not to wash their head and clean their body with plenty of water on that day. They also tend to cut their hair, because they believe it grows back more abundant, shiny, and beautiful. John, there is no home where an oracle is not consulted or questions are not asked about fate, pouring melted tin chantaka or lead mala into a vessel of water, and according to how the particles cool. They foretell the future of the person the act is dedicated to. If the cast metal takes the form of coins, they say it will bring good fortune. If a sword, it will be military. If a book, the person will become a lawyer or writer. If in the form of a pit, they will die. If a dagger, they will be assassinated. If flowers, they will have happiness. If two human beings united, they will get married. If tangled threads, they will have legal issues. They also place written and folded paper notes in a drawer or hat, with positive and negative inscriptions of what they want to know, and then invoke the intervention of presumably a saint, or a divine being after shuffling them. They draw or leave one that decides the fate. The lover, the betrayed husband, the one seeking fortune, the merchant, the farmer, the unmarried young woman who seeks to know her future, all those who on that night and day have asked fate for guidance, surprise the path on which destiny, or the truth of what they desired to know, will lead them. Similarly, they beat the clear of an egg, and according to the foam it creates, they predict what is to happen. In any form, the general belief is that on this night the arcana of destiny are revealed, the true feelings hidden in the human heart are always surprised. With water and fire they celebrate St. John, and he in turn lifts for a moment the veil that covers the mysteries of the unknown. On the last Thursdays before Carnival, known as Compadre's Thursday and Commodore's Thursday, such people visited their protectors in the morning, bringing them many gifts. They covered the floors of the rooms, hallways, and passageways with flowers, adorning their compadre and his wife with garlands of fresh and fragrant blooms. This custom, like many others, is on the decline. Tarapacas are now rarely seen. In return, these would offer them drinks and host them throughout the day. Generally, the Tarapacu used to take place at 5 in the morning, at which time the compadres would present themselves at the house of the individual they sought to greet, accompanied by musicians and firing off fireworks. Typically, this type of bond forms between single young men and women who wish to draw closer and use this pretense to conceal their mutual affections from the gaze of strangers. In addition to religious godfather relationships, there are other social bonds that emerge from societal concerns in which priests do not participate, but that forge connections between the parties and lead them to cultivate intimate relations and place great trust in one another. At the All Saints' Day party, they usually do this by sending a little doll with a child's face, very pink cheeks, well dressed, either with the servant girl to the house of their favorite choice, for it to be baptized, or to a relative's house so that it can be baptized. The person who gives the name is the godfather-godmother of the doll's owner. Conversely, it also happens that the gentleman has his ideal lady baptize the doll. Then she becomes the godmother. In popular classes, the practice persists that when a child's birthday arrives, parents choose someone to put a rosary around the neck of the interested party on the eve or the day of the celebration, then take them to Mass, after which the priest gives his blessing. On returning home, they remove the rosary with much ceremony, recommending that the godchild be a good one. They give them some money or goods, and from that moment the parents consider the godparent as their compadre, and the godchild respects them more than their godfather at baptism, calling them Jirokasirioqui, or godfather of unbinding. When the party begins, each guest takes a braid, cuts it, and places a sum of money in a plate beside the child. After shaving the child's head, the parents offer liquor and delicacies to the guests, followed by enthusiastic dancing. Even the first haircut given to a child on the day they are born, known as Rutu Chico, creates godparent relationships. On the designated day, they dress the child decently, comb his hair, and divide his thick locks into numerous braids. The uncle or Larry would then spread this blood over the child's face, crossing his nose from one cheek to the other. Afterward, he would distribute the vicua meat to the mothers who had brought their children for this ceremony. Formerly, there was another custom called sikulu, which involved taking a baby in its cradle or diapers to the square and placing it there. Thierse's Batonayo boys from the house would come, carrying the blood of the vicu as packed inside these animals' bellies. This was because, usually, all the babies born that year were gathered together for such a ritual, and it was traditionally done after they finished harvesting their potatoes during the Christian celebration of Corpus Christi. 39 in this act, there was an offering of the child or girl to the preferred huaca. This was a family party that created bonds. 39 Vocabulary of the Amara Language by Ludovico Bertonio, edition Platzman. Second part, p. 323. Another type of Tarapacus is performed by the Indians on days before and after Christmas, until New Year's Day, when Indigenous officials change, bringing gifts to their white godparents in the form of music sheep, even a young bull, covered in coins and ribbons and various country products. They also dress the children in black shirts with 3 coloured threads woven down the centre, and 2 on each side from top to bottom, both front and back. They did the same with the girls of that year, only differing in name, as they were called Hoampina, and in the coloured threads that were many and intertwined not from top to bottom, but around, falling in the middle of their aquillo or bayeta, a little lower than where the big women tie themselves, although girls of that age do not use belts or hoka, as they call it. The honoured one receives the offerings and makes them drink plenty of aguardiente. They also make tarapacus for the churches by introducing long piles of candles or sperms, decorated with ribbons of various colours, followed by the offering led by a music band and setting off fireworks and Krylon bombs. The priest receives them at the temple door, places the maniple on the head of the main person and their family, sprinkles them with holy water, and after giving his blessing, orders everything to be handed over to the sacristan. Each alferez has a group or company of dancers. After midnight on Christmas Day, the companions gather to begin the fight with Hunda. This fight is presided over by the mayor or jilakata, from whom the duelists seek permission, executing the act to the rhythm of music. The Indians who are to celebrate Christmas, called Huranes, for receiving the authority staff for this purpose, lead the procession on the eve in the night to the temple or chapel, a wooden ark decorated with multicoloured ribbons, flags, engraved silver, and mirrors, an arch that is placed in front of the main altar and at the lodging or house of the alferez to the dance, using string and wind instruments. The 27th concludes the party with the traditional goodbye or cachapea. Only married young men can participate in the fight. 2 Indians are placed, maintaining an 8-metre distance between them. One turns his back on the other, who then starts hitting him with a series of Hunda blows, which emit peers. The operation is repeated by the other as well. The skill lies in having the peers hit their opponent's occipital, and most of them are skilled Hunda throwers, so that the 6 peers each one has to throw at their adversary, hit the mark, causing the peer to shatter with the impact. On the eve of Christmas, the sons of Indians and mestizos devoted to agriculture usually make clay figures representing sheep, little bulls, llamas, and pigs, which they take to the temple and place on the altar of the infant Jesus. The next day, after Mass has passed, these figures receive the blessing from the parish priest, who then collects them and places them over doors in the space formed by the eaves, with the intention of keeping their livestock safe or increasing it. If they do not have any, they pray for God's grace to acquire some. People who wash in the same water grow to dislike each other. The left hand atches to receive money, and the right to pay. We must not consent to having our palms scratched, because they attract and take away the money we were meant to earn or receive. Clothing infested with lice should not be burned, as fire has the peculiarity of causing those parasites to spread rapidly throughout the body of the person to whom they belong. Potatoes cannot be cooked in a meal when the cook has decided to leave the house. They believe that these figures possess the virtue of favouring the intentions of their makers, and, in this sense, they do not fail to adorn them with flowers during the festival dedicated to them. When a person who is sleeping has a shoe placed on their chest corresponding to the left foot of whoever performs the act, it reveals the secrets they hold against that person. If the stick catches on the paving stones when leaving the house, one must return, because something bad will happen to whoever insists on continuing their way. Tripping over a gust of wind means getting into a fight with someone. Food falls from one's mouth when someone remembers us. One must not stir around burning embers at night, drawing circles in the air, for it attracts thieves. Those born in winter can stop or dissipate rain, laden clouds with just a blow from the ground, forceful enough. When the tail, wagging puppy is happy, it means there's money in the house. A buzzing in the right ear signals bad news and warmth in the ears when people speak ill of us. Yawning unintentionally indicates boredom. One should not hit someone with a broom if they want to avoid making that person unhappy. Those who collect old things from dumpsters will never have luck. One must not sweep the house late at night, as it drives away good fortune. Someone who has the habit of defecating in their bedroom will always be unfortunate. Making a mistake in a sentence one knew well is a bad omen. Greed causes warts to grow on one's buttocks. He who takes the remaining liquid in a glass knows the secrets of those who left it. When one strikes their face, they should not immediately look in the mirror either, as a cardinal remark will appear more strongly. When a man serves dishes of food on the table, the guests remain hungry. To ensure their satisfaction, it is necessary for the woman to distribute the food. One should not point to their own body where they received an injury from a weapon, whether white or fire, because the same site may be injured again. One must not look at themselves in the mirror at night, as the devil often appears. The person who finds 9 peas in one pod will have good luck in what they propose to do. A widower or widow is the only one who can clean soot from kitchens, for when a single person does it, it is foretold that in their marriage they will never keep their spouse alive. A woman's hair begins to fall out when a man touches her. The fly penetrates the glass of liquor when he who is to be served has to get drunk. Whoever passes under a larder will have some domestic displeasure. To avoid superstition, it is advised to wear petticoats upside down on Tuesdays and Fridays. At the beginning of a task or the premiere of any object, one must never doubt its good success, or say that it will last little or bring trouble to the newly introduced object, because evil is predicted and attracted without thinking, which they call arjana. At least bad omens and displeasure are repelled by predicting ill of a person. They fear that because it was said at an unlucky hour. The prophecy may come true. Relation of another case. V. Healing methods Thalantana, Miluchana, Trukaka, Pachaka, and Lampanka. V. Use of dead animals and various other concerns. V. Indian health and the influence of coca. They assume that over time there are good and bad moments that decisively influence the outcome of what is desired, said or done. Chapter V. Indigenous Medical Ideas I. General character of indigenous medicine. I. Medical knowledge of the empirics devoted to healing, use of drugs, their aptitudes for anatomy and surgery. See a case referred by Father Kobo. How surgeons are currently formed. I. The Kolahuayas, their cures and spells, their customs and current state. EV. Explanation of the words jampi and jampiri. The indigenous therapeutic system consists of rare and curious remedies, some of which are effective, but always applied with the aid of superstitious procedures. For the Indian and the Inca personify diseases and infections, believing they are attracted to their homes by malevolent spells and charms used by their enemies. The conviction they have on this matter is so deeply rooted that they do not accept any opposing argument, and they only believe those who accompany their healings with superstitious practices. The art of healing among the Indians thus reduces to causing the sick person to leave their home, and then either removing the illness, or, at least, achieving that result by rendering useless the weapons and sorcerous resources employed against them through the use of more powerful ones. When a disease is not susceptible of being personified, they consider it as an inevitable result of some enchantment, and in order to secure, in the first case, the departure of the disease and the recovery of health, or to free themselves from the spell, in the second, the sick hasten to seek the aid and intervention of curers who must, at the same time, be precisely sorcerers. Without this indispensable requirement, they could do nothing useful for their clients, nor would they have influence over them and their families. Many of these curanderos, brujos or kola, kamanas, are knowledgeable herbologists and skilled surgeons who act with full awareness of what they do and the effectiveness of their remedies, but most are fraudsters and ignorant of their profession. There are also those who manifest in their healings means derived from spiritualism or hypnosis. But, although they all seem similar, it is in their boastful claims, and the notion that nothing is unknown or difficult to their knowledge in matters related to their profession. Removing the surroundings that encumber modern medicine, still practiced by Indians, reveals principles and discoveries of great importance within it. Indians and Cholos, with the prejudice that diseases do not come from their excesses or contagions and infections, but from the treacherous dealings of their enemies who have bewitched them, or from the action of evil beings attracted by these, hinder the progress of scientific medicine among these groups free from sorcery, and prevent doctors from being required to be witches as well. In the Inca Empire, healers derived their medical knowledge from studying herbs and understanding the essential nature of morbid phenomena. The great specific against paludism and malign fevers was known in Europe through their revelation of the properties of quinine. Our Argentinian writer had reason to say that antiquity possessed only two essentially classical schools, those of Hippocrates and the Quechua, or more properly, Kola school. The Quechua shamans and Kola Yateras knew the homeopathic method, based on the reactive force of similars, and the decreasing doses and effectiveness of a single remedy. They were familiar with the use of drugs such as quinine, ipecacuanha, copaiba, sulphur, and bitter and aromatic tonics as first-order therapeutic agents. 40 Vicente Fida Lopez, Les Races Ariennes du Pays Roulang, Le Religion, Le Histoire. Paris, 1871. As for anatomy and surgery, it cannot be denied that they also possessed knowledge of these fields, even in their generalities. This is deduced from the almost perfect preparation of the mummies, a circumstance that, in passing, leads to assuming knowledge of another completely modern branch in European medicine, known as the methods of asepsis and antisepsis. The preparation of the mummies implies that they had a perfect understanding the three known cavities of the human body and their consequent submission to the antiseptic method, which, both among the Egyptians and among the Kola and Quechua peoples, has remained an inscrutable secret. The pale remnants that still exist of the medical science of the Yateras and Amatus continue to be reflected in their imperfect successors, the Kola Hawaias, in the characteristics of a sacerdotal cult since its inception, a kind of hidden science. Healing is transmitted from father to son, or among members of the same family and tribe, with the disadvantage that each generation receives reduced the inheritance of knowledge from their ancestors, and it will not be strange if they end up ignoring everything with the passage of time. The excavated skulls from ancient tomes prove that the Yateras and Amatus also employed, with rare correctness, the system of cranial trepanations in their treatments, despite the imperfect and deficient tools they must have had for this purpose. The Kolawaya has the same importance among Indians as the magician among Egyptians, and as soon as he appears in the house of a sick person, he displaces the other healers who were attending him, who, recognizing his superiority, voluntarily retire and obey without question his therapeutic or superstitious procedures. A remnant of this system can be seen in the current practices of Highland Indians, who trepan the skulls of lambs afflicted with the torneo disease and carefully extract certain foreign substances from the interior, which they believe to be the cause of the malady. This promised various complications and difficulty in recovery. As he was a son of the principal chief and of royal blood, the knight called for surgeons to treat him with all care. Seeing the extent of the damage to the boy's leg, they decided to amputate it and take this risk, for they believed his death certain if they did not. But since such a remedy had rarely met with success in this kingdom, there were diverse opinions among the bystanders, and his father, contrary to this, sent for an old man who was known as a healer among them, and asked him what cure he recommended for his son. The undeniable skill of the indigenous doctors of those times is corroborated by Father Kobo, who states, "In what they commonly succeeded, it was in healing wounds, for which they knew extraordinary herbs with great virtue. And to make this clearer, I will relate here a cure performed by an Indian in the city of Chuquiabo, as reported by a gentleman who resided there, called Don. Diego de Avalos, in certain papers that came into my hands, wrote as follows from a great fall suffered by an Indian boy. Son of Don Alonso Quizimeta of the Inca generation, chief of the encomienda and distribution under Don Diego, one of his legs was broken at the knee, so that the bone pierced through the flesh and lodged in the ground, where much of the marrow was lost. The following day Don was present. The old man stepped aside a little. They were outside the town, and picked some herbs, which he then crushed against the stones, so they could not be identified. And when he reached where the sick boy lay, he squeezed them, and with the juice moistened a woolen thread, binding it around the bone protruding from his flesh, and promising recovery to the patient. Volume IV, Seville, 1893, page 200-201. Such healings are not strange in the present among the Indians. Since there are no doctors or pharmacies in rural areas, it is the indigenous healers who perform reductions in cases of dislocations and fractures, with singular mastery, and then apply herbal poultices to the affected parts until the patient recovers. Diego de Avalos, with other people, made the Indian cure the sick person, and all those present saw, with no small admiration, how the thread of wool, mixed with the essence of the herb, cut through the bone without any pain, as the patient stated. And when the old herbalist applied the same herb mixed with others, in a short time he was healed, leaving only a small hole in his shin, where the bone had come out. But so healthy and agile was the young man that one would never have guessed such an accident had befallen him. Don Diego became so eager to know about that herb that he promised the Indian good payment, with flattery and curses, asking him to show it. Although he promised to do so, he never fulfilled his promise, but instead kept putting off the Indian with various excuses, until the winter frost burned the meadows, which the Indian considered a valid reason for not keeping his word. 4141, History of the New World by Father Burnaby Cobo, etc. In what they completely fail is in the treatment and cure of diseases introduced by the Spanish, and those that subsequently appeared, to which the indigenous body is not accustomed, and because of this, as well as for lack of means to treat them, they wreak havoc among the Indians, who succumb without any medical aid. In the face of such ailments, for which their primitive pharmacopoeia declares itself impotent, they have only the resource of witchcraft. In two ways does the indigenous surgeon or circumana learn to heal, through the transmission of knowledge, as already mentioned, or by direct observation on himself, when he has suffered a fracture or dislocation and recovers through his own efforts. In both cases, these empirics often become so skilled in their profession that they perform remarkable cures. The Atiri, or wise man, who combines medical knowledge with the prestige of an accomplished wizard, is known as the Kalahawaya among the Indians. It is a mistake to assume that they bear this name because their ancestors came from the Caribbean valleys. There is no remotest tradition of such origin among them. On the contrary, they exhibit complete disparities with the inhabitants of those regions and these. Internally, within the Republic, he is called Camili. He is feared and sought after. The proper name of these famous healers, herbologists, and sorcerers was Cola Hawaiius, meaning carriers of medicine, which, due to phonetic corruption and dissimulation over time and use, evolved into what they are called today. The Kalahawaias formed a separate caste in ancient times. They were considered the sole custodians of the medical science of the Kolanas, their wise ancestors. Their customs were, and still are, special and different from those of the Indians who inhabit the same region. They also did not refuse to practice sorcery when required, either to cause harm to others or to foretell the future. Their main duty consisted of visiting all the villages, carrying with them various remedies, and healing whoever sought their assistance, or asking for help against enchantments, or amulets to avoid them. During the colonial regime, they continued to play the same role, and it is they who made known almost all the plants that are now used in indigenous pharmacy, with the circumstance that the properties they attributed have been recognized by science, and thus justified their astute observations. Today, these notable and celebrated herbals and sorcerers live in certain areas of the cantons of Charazani and Curva in the La Paz department, and they have lost much of their former repute, either because they have neglected the observations and healing methods of their ancestors, or because medical education is advanced in our country, and there are many doctors compared to the colonial era, when these, due to their limited and deficient knowledge, were inferior to the empirics. El Kalawaya does not content itself with being a wizard and healer, confused with the common folk who follow these professions, but always strives to stand out in its bearing and relationships with others. Vanity and pride are passions that dominate it too much. In the festivals celebrated by their towns, they are seen well and distinctly dressed, the head wrapped in an elegant silk scarf, and above a paja hat from Guayaquil, fine casimere pants, held at the waist by a chiripil, or belt adorned with foreign silver coins. Kalahuayas from Curva appear mounted on horses, saddled with silver, chaped gear, stirrups of the same metal, reins and headpiece, some formed from silver chains. Their ambition is to imitate the gauchos of the Argentine pampas, so they carry a knife on their belt and speak Castilian with a gaucho accent. The cut of their skirt they wear down to the knee, exposing their calf muscles. The Kalahuayas speak Aymara, Quechua, Puquina, and Spanish. They are so suspicious that when dealing with Indians, they understand each other in a language that those present do not know. Women are ugly and very dirty. They hold cloak with 3 large tupas, or silver brooches. Forming a triangle over their chest, they cross their forehead with a strip of threads in various colors, and on top they wear a straw hat. The life they lead is mysterious. Those from Curva return from their travels leading each a troop, more or less numerous, of Argentine mules, and those from Charazani, bringing valuable and rare goods. The mixed race neighbors of both towns, especially those who hold public office, exploit them heavily. If they don't take what they have by force, they buy it for pitiful prices, to such an extent that they have established the custom of trading a good mule for a box of alcohol. Even the highest authorities in the province do not excuse themselves from exploiting these unfortunate people, either directly or through the intermediaries of the corregidors. At least the latter officials push their abuses to unimaginable extremes. The means by which Kalahuayas, a type of local official or tax collector, obtain beasts and valuable objects during their travels have not yet been discovered. It is likely that, by exploiting the superstitious spirit of the peasants, they make money with which they buy all these species, or receive them directly as payment for their cures and predictions. From botanical knowledge, they have enough to recognize the properties of some plants, and use them in their recipes, which, combined with their application to the collection of superstitions they employ in each case, achieve their objective of securing the health of the patient, or the tranquility of those who believe themselves victims of malevolence. The sick person and his family receive this visit as an omen of good fortune, and immediately turn to his knowledge. The shaman, after many pleas and flattery, agrees to take care of the sick person. He then begins his operations, donning all the solemn majesty of a fortune-teller. In fact, after new manipulations and shenanigans, he goes, accompanied by those from the house, to the place where he buried the animal in question. He pulls it out, removes or tears off the pin, treats the wound, and predicts a quick recovery for that one, whom he gives something to drink for better success, perhaps some mate or tea, or applies certain patches. They say that the Kalahuayas, during their travels, investigate from the Indians who are sick on their journeys, and, when they are convinced of this, and that the patient is wealthy, they bury near his house a frog, or another appropriate animal, with its body mistreated, or impaired in the free exercise of one of its members, bound with bands or pins, and the next day they present themselves as if by chance and completely ignorant of what happens in the house. He provisions himself with a quantity of coca, which he places on his client's chest. Next, he asks several questions related to their habits and enemies they may have. Then he spreads a black cloth on the floor and pours the coca over it. Examining how the leaves have fallen, he goes outside, looks at the sky, and after uttering some incomprehensible phrases, declares that the sick person is possessed by an animal, and that he will discover where the spell is located. They assure, when no official or educated person is looking, that they are talismans to make loved ones or to forget those who request their purchase. They boast of possessing the secret to having fortune and being happy in life. With these remedies and the impression received from encountering the spell, the patient recovers, and the Kalawaya, after receiving his payment and many gifts, departs satisfied. When caught by the presence of a suspicious person, they change the subject and immediately answer the question. The secret to being loved by a woman is to have money. Before embarking on their long journeys, these healers penetrate the Kamata valleys, where they procure herbs and roots, and until the day of departure. They amuse themselves by painting various last creations with different colours, and carving strange talismans out of bones and other oddities, which they then sell to credulous people, attributing supernatural virtues to them. Silver plates are scattered profusely on their headpieces, reins, and stirrups. The clattering silver spurs, long rich cloth ponchos, and farmer hats from the pampas of Salta and Tucumán transform the Kalawaya into a complete gaucho, but a luxurious one. Led by the corregidor, who wears silver spurs, they set out to receive their land allocation for cultivation that year. Before embarking on this task, they take their wisest shaman home. They isolate him in a room with a black covered table, 4 candles burn at each corner, and in the centre there is a bottle of brandy atop a pile of coca leaves. Silver is the true Hormi Monachi. Other aphorisms they hold regarding money are: the creator of fortune is always a cunning and bold swindler. Wealth, in almost all cases, is not originally a product of honest work, but of fraud. The rich are victors over social prejudices, the poor are pariahs subject to them. Judges only punish the swindler who has acted like an ass. The clever one is flattered and even participates in the entourage of his adulators. 4 days before Carnival, a magnificent procession is held, featuring the finest mules and horses adorned with all manner of luxury. Having done this, the wizard begins his exorcisms and spells in his distinctive Kalahuaya dialect, which is very different from Quechua, his common language. The officials immediately present him with a bag full of live rabbits, collected from various houses. After thoroughly intoxicating the corregidor, they lead him back to town with much celebration and start the dances and feasts, continuing until after the ceniza, as payment for this disturbance. The Indians contribute to the corregidor a fee known as chaja, cocoa, which amounts to approximately 300 Bolivianos. From these he selects 4 to be buried alive at the cardinal points of the land that is to be cultivated, ensuring this act is hidden during the late hours of a dark night. Additionally, they offer him several gifts of local fruits and rare items brought from their journeys. If the bride proves to have advantageous qualities, the suitor marries her. If not, he returns her to her parents with compensation in money for her honor and as payment for services, leading both families to become enemies. With minor variations, these customs are common among Indians. When they try to take a young woman as a wife, they begin by giving her arm pins, along with praises and gifts that they shower upon her, until they manage to remove her ring or some garment by force. Those who possess any of these objects believe they have a right over the woman and expect a party where they get her drunk and then carry her loaded on their shoulders like a burden, accompanied by their friends. They usually keep her by their side during the trial period. 4242 in Curva, the practice has taken root in recent times of paying 10 Bolivianos to the corregidor, the young man who wishes to marry. El corregidor sends some commissioners to forcibly guide the woman, ignoring any objections, to her suitor. From the conclusion of the religious marriage ceremony, the groom's relatives bring gifts to the bride's home: wood, cornmeal, chicha, and bottles of liquor, items that are equally exchanged by the bride's relatives for the groom. The third night marks the celebration of the wedding ceremony at the home of the marriage sponsors. Without her, you would be like smoke dissipated by the wind, and with her, you will be the father of your children and the husband of your wife. Upon greeting his godchildren, he addresses them in a magisterial tone. As married couples consecrated by the Church, you must understand that your mission in the conjugal life is to exercise supreme authority over your wife and children. To exercise the power that has been given to you, receive this whip, which is the symbol of strength, reason, and justice, and use it when circumstances demand. Once this barbarous and cruel ceremony is over, tears turn into laughter, and pain into pleasure to the sound of guitars accompanying the dances at the feast. And you, woman born for pain and suffering, bow your head in submission and respect to your husband, and arm yourself with the resignation imposed by duty. You will receive the lesson of your husband's power, that power given by right and love. Then the husband, armed with the fatal whip, lets it fall upon the unfortunate one, who groans, weeps, and screams in the midst of a circle of spectators, until the godfather raises his hand to stop the flailing. 43. This paragraph, along with the previous one in quotes, we have taken, considering them true, from an anonymous article published in a foreign newspaper titled El Kalawaya. The preferred gift given at marriages among indigenous people is a rooster for the bride and a hen for the groom. These birds represent to the Indians the symbols of creative power and fertility that should dominate the newly formed marital society. After a few months, the new lide sets out on a journey without a fixed route or predetermined destination. Before leaving, he bids farewell to his family by getting drunk with them and asking his fortune-tellers and shamans to predict a favorable outcome. It is filled with herbs, roots, shells, seeds, etc., which are replaced as they are sold and used, everything being in a mixed and chaotic state inside. Apart from this, he sometimes leads 2 or more donkeys loaded with supplies and related items to his herb and spell casting activities. He departs at midnight, and his wife accompanies him for up to 2 leagues, where she parts from him while crying and returns alone. The travel dress of the Kalawaya consists of a blue, old, frayed and fringed clothespin, a long and narrow poncho striped horizontally, usually white and red, a straw hat, and over his back or under his right arm, secured to one of the shoulders, a large square bag of bright colours, from which he never separates himself, as it constitutes the emblem of his profession as a healer. For Kalawaya, she has the strength of an undeniable conviction, believing that women only groom and dress to look good and please men in order to attract them. While her absence lasts, which is usually 3 to 10 years, the woman does not wash, comb her hair, or dress in new clothes. She dedicates herself to her agricultural work and household chores, strictly adhering to her absent husband's fidelity and excusing herself from attending any amusements or parties. The woman goes to meet him at the river, located 1.5 leagues from the town of Curva, bringing him chicha, a traditional drink, and abundant food. The married woman, they say, takes great care of her appearance when her husband is away, feeling the need for a lover. They have deep knowledge of the human heart. The traveller's return, which always coincides with Easter celebrations, is announced in advance. If he accepts those gifts, it signifies that he is satisfied with his wife's conduct during his absence. But if he appears serious and rejects them, it proves that he is displeased with her for some fault he has learned of. Then the distressed wife, in tears, begs and crawls at his feet on bended knees, imploring his forgiveness, If she cannot obtain it, and the implacable Kalawaya continues, she has no resource but to return to the village and throw herself from a height, which is 2 blocks from the square, and is called Kaka, and die. Kalawayas are jealous, cruel, and given to omens. Women often kill their husbands out of jealousy. They live in poorly constructed, dilapidated, cold, and poor rooms. The mestizo neighbors are hated because they extract money from them mercilessly. They hide their merchandise, and only take it out and offer it to strangers. Luxury for them consists in ensuring the intact delivery of their cargo of mules, or goods acquired during their travels, and in showing off to their relatives and countrymen. They are not capable of selling a single head along the way, even if offered high prices. Due to the prestige enjoyed by Kalawayas, people with extraordinary powers of divination and accurate medicine, they are feared by Indians who offer them all kinds of honors, provide good accommodation, and never dare to take anything from their boki and mysterious bags. The dance practiced by this tribe is described in another work as Sinta Canaris, or tape weavers. In terms of religious practices, they are very indifferent, and their actions do not conform to the demands of the Catholic faith, which they only appreciate for its entertainment and drinking aspects. Christianity has not penetrated the indigenous soul due to a lack of serious instruction and healthy examples that those in charge of its propagation should have offered. The Kalawaya does not attend Mass, except for special occasions he or his relatives organize, nor does he confess or receive communion. He dies as he lived, aided by his shamans. They pled with requests the most affectionate ones, offering to treat them well, giving them bread, sweets, food, and liquors for their journey back. These Indians are unwelcoming and do not allow a stranger to stay in their region for many days. When someone gets sick, they believe the patient's soul struggles to leave their body, attracted by the presence of illness, and to prevent this, their friends gather at midnight outside their house, forming a line, and beg the sickness to go away, but not to take the spirit of the sick person, and if it has seduced them, to desist from its efforts. The provincial Kolo, especially those from small towns, displays a ridiculous and fierce vanity towards the Indian, who, more often than not, is worth more than him. It is imperative to suppress this vanity. However, although the Kalawayas travel to distant and civilized countries, and even some of them receive education in foreign schools, they have not advanced in their individual ways or social customs what their ancestors were. They remain today, with the same concerns and equal resistances to adapting to a civilized life. On one occasion, a young Kalawaya returned to the town of Curva after spending some years in Buenos Aires, where he became educated and acquired cultured manners far superior to those of the local prominent neighbors. On their travels, the only thing they learn is to speak a little Spanish and show a certain composure in their dealings with strangers, manners that disappear in the presence of the corregidor, or the main neighbor of their village, before whom they become timid and reticent, because these people, far from cooperating with the trends towards progress brought by those from outside, do not miss an opportunity to humiliate and depress them in the most brutal way, aside from openly robbing them of the objects they bring. That is the truth. Bitterness and disillusionment only await them in their villages. Perhaps these reasons influence Kalawayas to give in to drunkenness and become furious in that state, or indifferent and melancholic when they are not controlled by alcohol. We are happier in foreign lands than on the soil where we were born. The corregidor, humiliated by the Indian's proper demeanor, and wounded in his own pride by the decent way of dressing, assassinated him without provocation from the latter during the first celebration the town held, and until today the offender has not faced any punishment. In vain do they tire themselves out with long journeys. The fruits of their arduous labors only serve to enrich their famished oppressors, as if a cursed evolutionary law had condemned them to disappear, tortured in the final stages of their ethnic decay. The woman protested, amidst strident screams, that they had taken away her daughter and bewitched her for revenge. The healing done by a jampiri, with all the apparatus employed in similar cases, is described by a writer as follows. A short distance from the trail followed by the cavalcades, there was a group of people, Indians, who shouted and made loud noises. In the midst of them, a woman covered in rags, skeletal and repulsive, twisted and cried out in pain. Drawn by curiosity, and with tourist impulses, we approached the group, taking certain defensive precautions. Such are these famous herbalists and sorcerers of the indigenous race. The jampiri, more properly called jampikamana, kolakamana, words that designate the doctor in Aymara, and with kola, hampi, referring to medicine, and with kalana, hampia, meaning the act of healing, is nothing but the same kolawaya who takes this name, or it is given to him by the popular classes according to their custom and the prestige he enjoys among them. To their imitators or disciples, usually any individual dedicated to healing, they also give such names, particularly if they accompany their procedures with superstitious practices of the kalahwayas, though without their expertise, and varied formalities. The Indian who seemed to have the most authority in the group was a healer from the region, and he had been brought to cure and exorcise the hysteric. In my opinion, she was nothing more than that. As I followed the crowd and the preparations for the ceremony, the herder told us, "The shaman is the Indian doctor, and they call him Jampiri healer. The bag he carries on his back is filled with leaves, dried flowers, crushed roots, powders, and 1,000 things minerals and plants that are the remedies he administers. He also has animal fat, pieces of leather, rabbit and mouse bones, etc." At this moment the exorcism began. The indigenous people formed a large circle, leaving the possessed woman and the shaman in the middle. He knelt down next to her and started to utter unintelligible words, making gestures similar to those performed by hypnotists. Then all the spectators let out strange screams, and the men with their hats off, and the women with one end of their dresses covering their faces. The woman would suddenly open and close her eyes, wringing her hands and letting out faint howls. The spectators maintained a religious silence. After a moment such as this, the wizard served half a calabash of brandy, and spilling a little on the ground while continuing his mysterious muttering, he sprinkled the face of the woman and forced her to drink, drinking himself. The wizard, at that moment, took out some coca leaves and scattered them over the bewitched patient, who remained still and silent. Then he took a large calabash filled with chicha and poured the liquid in different directions. He also brought out from his bag a pair of bone dolls, tightly rolled together, hiding them within the woman's bosom. He stood up next, setting his hat and bag aside, took off his belt and sandal slippers, and with a strong swing of his poncho over the woman, he sent the coca leaves flying in different directions. He repeated this operation 3 times, according to the herder's description, to expel the kaival, spirits, that had taken possession of her. After this, everyone, including the brujo, left silently, praising the Jampiri's skill and mastery. These brujos, he continued, are very intelligent as doctors. They know all plants and cure any illness. They carry a lot of remedies hidden under their ponchos, such as snake fat, cat hair, crushed bones, pieces of wood, dried meat, plaster, chicken gizzards, and soil of all colors. And with these they perform various treatments among the Indians of Chichas and Lipas. But further north they are no longer found with this cargo, but rather with a complete herbal remedy, and there they cure in a different way. They seem like city doctors, and do not speak of witchcraft, because they would be killed, as happened many years ago on the Rio Chico, where they crushed a witch without mercy. 4444, A Trip to the South of Bolivia, El Jampi by Franz Pinochet, inserted in the Bulletin of the Geographical Society of La Paz, No. 47, corresponding to the month of June 1918, pages 766, 77, and 78. Among the few remaining indigenous curative methods still in use, one stands out that European medicine is just beginning to recognize as kinesiotherapy, known by Indians as the lantana or chomakakoya. It involves gently shaking a patient's arms, carefully moving their body side to side and binding their chest with a belt, thereby calming nerve agitation in the heart through the reflexive action of massage. This procedure is commonly used for individuals who fall ill due to blows or falls, and for all visceral dislocations. Immediately afterward, they pass a cloth soaked in hot urine over the body, and before it cools, they add the milu, which produces foam. According to how this foam appears, they interpret the causes behind the illness and whether it is severe or mild. After completing the prognosis, he covers the vessel containing the urine, and milu, a substance used in healing with rags, and carries it swiftly to a secluded place that must be deserted. In cases of fevers and chills, the healer begins by rubbing the patient's body with milu or alum sulfate in a paste, preferably focusing on the armpits and chest. Then they place the milu near the mouth for the patient to blow out all their breath 3 times consecutively, so that the remedy carried by the surface disease also removes that within. There, in the silence of night, one hears the faint voice of the healer pleading with the illness to depart, rebuking it for its arrival, and asking the name of the person who summoned and attracted it. They call this procedure pachaka. When he believes he has discovered the source of the evil and received a promise from it to leave, he returns swiftly, without looking back, to the patient's house. This method of healing, called milukana, is often performed with variations. Known as trukaka, both methods are considered very effective. They also often pass through the bodies of the sick, herbs, corn kais, and along with the clothes they remove, tie them up, carry them to the nearby path and abandon them there, so that the evil continues its terrible and gloomy journey, pushed by the wind or led by unwary travellers who take possession of the bundle. When an epidemic occurs, the Indians in the affected district try to make the evil leave them through the practice called lampaka, which means purify, because they believe that with this superstitious ritual, the disease will depart and the region will be free from its harmful effects. They then rub the sick person's body with sheep or pig fetuses and some homemade remedies. Gathered in the house of a sick person or someone who has passed away, the Atiri and his assistants perform a kulikos, chewing coca and libations, accompanied by invocations to their deities and prayers for healing. They wrap all this in new terrace fabric pieces similar to napkins and add tied bundles of wool, katos, coca, and other similar objects, including the patient's clothing, several new garments, comestibles such as lamb meat, bread, pastries, candies, golden eggs with gold and silver bread, arranged by colour in neat rows. They also accompany the packages with money, particularly ancient coins, hung from threads with colourful flags, and alongside coloured bottlets of liquor or small pouches. On top of the cargo, they put a label in Aymara regarding the direction it should take. The air-conditioned and distributed cargo in several bundles constitutes the baggage of the disease, to which they ceaselessly beg to leave, and in order for it to depart content, they conduct all that to the next border, where they unload and implore it not to return, invoking the intervention of Hwasa, Malku, to force it to go. The leaders of the neighbouring region are obliged to pass the shipment, with equal formalities, until the opposite border, for it to continue its journey and stop wherever it pleases, under penalty of being punished by the epidemic if they do not do so. The conductors return running after unloading the cargo and imploring once last time to the epidemic that it no longer afflict the stay and be content with the victims it has caused. And the next day they have a party assuming that the epidemic has left forever. Sometimes a family member or the shaman collects items from the deceased, only the clothing in which they suffered, and piles them up on the road, covered with a red or blue cloth, and ties colourful paper flags or coloured yarn to all 4 edges. This individual lampaka lacks the resonance of the previous one, and is not performed with the same solemnities and elaborate preparations. But they believe its effects are similar, though on a smaller scale. They place a dead rabbit underneath. Typically, the rabbit is dedicated to the enemy, and they believe this sends ill wishes to them. They believe to cure the illness by giving the patient a strong surprise that produces such a feeling of terror that the disease leaves the body in shame and resentment. They have similar opinions about other fevers. The idea that diseases are partly due to the introduction of foreign living bodies into the organism is widely held among naturalists. From pneumonia and tuberculosis, they say these are thin, long, frozen beings with insatiable greed, who live by sucking the blood from their victims, gnawing at their vitality, and who are rejected through similar procedures. When tertians and quartans appear, they imagine taking always the form of gaunt women, reduced to skin and bones, with rough, tangled hair of livid, transparent colours. They wade through puddles in hot places and along the banks of rivers that flow through deep, scorching valleys, where, causing terror among those who witness them, they disappear by entering the bodies of these people during the shock of fear. Moreover, indigenous healers employ, with some success, a system called sympathetic medicine, which is something like an indigenous zootherapy, based on the transfer of certain organic properties from the animal kingdom, which seem to have pathological analogies with the human body. Erysipelas is usually cured by rubbing the affected areas with the belly of frogs with erysipelatous plaques. This method infects the frogs, and they die a few hours later, leaving the patient healthy. Similar practices involve treatments with living or dead lizards, either using them as patches for fractures or luxations, eating them raw or soaking them in wine. The flesh of this reptile has a high nutritional value, and when used frequently, it notably strengthens the body. This is the treatment applied in cases of typhoid fever, by opening the abdomen of a black plumed chicken and placing it on the patient's stomach, or inserting its feet into the belly of a freshly dead dog, or putting live or newly skinned black rabbits on the patient's abdomen immediately after skinning them, so that the bodies of these animals remove the disease, literally decomposing and putrefying within moments, leading them to believe that the remedy has absorbed the pathogenic germs of the patient into its skin. Infant atreptia, called larva by Indians and mestizos, is treated in various ways, but the most common method is to cover the patient with hot, almost burning leaves from the Nunu Omea shrub Solanum pascens, and make them sweat profusely, or wrap them in the interior of a freshly slaughtered bull's stomach. Those who advocate this method believe that the secret lies in preventing the medicated person from catching a cold afterwards. Sometimes they make the child drink a brew of dog bones. To cure jaundice, they make the sick child drink tuna water. To make him unloving and even ungrateful toward one of his parents, they give the child water in which the dirty clothes of that parent have been washed. There are also healers who recommend bathing the patient frequently with rock herb water as an effective remedy for this illness. The plebeians attribute, as we have said, the larva to having seen the mother in a state of pregnancy, a corpse. For a woman with a rupture or discharge from the matrix, they make her place the foot she limps on the fig tree bark and cut it according to its shape, placing this form in the fireplace. As the bark dries, the sick person will heal. The bite of a dog is cured by hurting the dog that gave the bite, in the same place as the wound of the bitten person, with the intention that licking the blood that flows from itself, the animal will cure, through sympathy, the one that caused it. Immediately they shear its wool, burn it, and sprinkle the ashes on the wound of the patient, after washing it with putrid urine. From this treatment, which they consider effective, they expect recovery with the circumstance that it will follow the same course as the dog, making it impossible to kill this one, for fear of the patient experiencing the same death. The injuries of both, according to indigenous belief, should face the same contingencies in their healing, worsening or fatal outcome. When the dog bites into human flesh, and the human retaliates by hurting it, an identity of suffering and a correlation of their fates are established, which only disappear with the healing of the wounds. To start a tooth without pain, take a live lizard, introduce it into a pot. After tightly covering it, place it in a burning oven until the lizard reduces to ash, and with these powders applied to the gum, they ensure that the tooth or molar comes out easily. The deer's horn is renowned as a remedy for fainting, passed over the temple of the sufferer. Smoke produced from burning feathers of the guanaco drives flies away from a room. Flap skin caused by burn heals if applied with cotton wool. Also, they usually moisten the room with liquors or chica, and then smoke it with coal for the same purpose. After eating an ear of corn, one should split the stalk to prevent enemies from using it to enchant the eater. A broken stalk is no longer useful for that. The dog's howl worries the Indian so much when he hears it at midnight that he gets sick if he is healthy, and worse if he is already bedridden. If someone gets sick due to an enchantment, they should find the object that caused the harm and pass it through their body, then throw it in oil. The patient will be relieved, and the effects of the spell will turn against its author. Brandy is prescribed for catarrh and constipation, frequently repeating the following formula. Catarrh is cured with a jar if the illness does not go away, with a small cup. If despite this it persists, with a bottle, and if it comes with cough, with 2. To neutralize the effects of a spell, one must bathe their body on Tuesdays and Fridays at night with rosemary water, and pour this already dirty water at the door of the person from whom harm is feared, and not pass through thereafter until some time has passed. Then package in small bags precisely coloured leaves of rosemary or Solomon's seal, and wear it sewn to the dress or as a scapular. A fly or a mosquito makes a lot of noise in a room, refusing to leave, when one of the residents is about to get sick. The patches or bandages that fall from wounds and tumours should never be thrown in sunny places, for they heat them up and worsen the condition. They should always be thrown into water, or better yet, into a river so that its current carries them away, even the disease. They attempt to cure them by contemplating the fall of a crystal, clear stream, whose waters they advise to trust with the causes that prompt them, and with absolute faith to ask them to wash the troubled heart. He who indicates on his face the place where another has scabies becomes infected with the disease, causing it to reproduce in the same spot. Moral ailments have remedies for Indians as effective as physical ones. A mad individual is restored simply by giving him ochiquetchik, either by ingesting it in some beverage or grinding it into some liquid. The crest of a rooster, immediately after being cut, is prescribed to make teeth erupt in children who are late in teething, passing it over their gums again and again, and causing its blood to penetrate into necessary parts. In cases of madness, they feed the victim's brains or boil the head of this animal and serve it in broth. To keep children from having an unhealthy stomach, they nourish them with dog's milk. They cure the alcoholic vice by giving the addict to drink aguardiente in which tender mice have been soaked and diluted, or they put live fish into a bottle of that liquor and keep it well sealed, until through the alcohol's action they disintegrate and serve this brew in small cups. Pneumonia is cured by placing a cat's skin immediately after skinning it on the sick lung. One should not spit on a toad because lumps appear on the body. This is called the resalivation of that creature. One should not kill flies or meddle with mouse pups, because they grow into chupas. In cases of air currents causing discomfort, it is advised to open the duck's beak and force it to absorb the bad air. Fresh human urine is used to cure measles by bathing the affected hands or feet before bed. Stored and spoiled urine is employed to wash wounds and the heads of those suffering from dandruff or pimples. The diseases they easily contract, and which often wreak havoc among them, are typhoid, dysentery, and colic. Children cause increased mortality rates from smallpox and whooping cough. Orine holds a prominent place in indigenous pharmacopoeia due to its powerful and safe medicinal properties, and consequently for its numerous and varied applications. Vai Indians are generally healthy and robust. They do not suffer from many ailments that plague whites, such as tuberculosis and rheumatism. This relative good health is all the more notable considering that Indians do not follow any hygiene principles. They rarely wash their faces and never take full body baths. Their rooms lack ventilation, and their beds are made of rags. The robust health enjoyed by Indians cannot be attributed to anything but their frugal customs and entirely vegetarian diet. They go to bed early and rise with the dawn. They work methodically without giving in or overindulging in late digesting foods. They are only occasional alcoholics, and when they get completely drunk, they always catch some illness that leaves them bedridden. They have remarkable resilience to endure extreme fatigue and combat severe ailments. Those who do not indulge in alcoholic drinks live many years and only pass away at a very advanced age. Coca plays among Indians the role of a powerful tonic, and while they continue chewing it, they are less prone to contract many diseases, as they believe. The cocaine contained in coca induces anesthesia in the muscular system, leading to reduced muscle fatigue and stomach anesthesia, allowing them to go without food for a certain period, meaning they feel no hunger. The extraordinary endurance for work that distinguishes them comes from their consumption of this herb. Loaded with enormous weights, they cover long distances along treacherous paths, relying on coca as their sole sustenance. As soon as the Indian notices a change in taste on his tongue and feels fatigue in his body, he renews his supply of coca and bites into a piece of the lugita they carry, immediately restoring his waning forces. Coca is the panacea of the Indian. Chapter X Funeral Practices. I. The Indians and Chola's view on the soul and death, beliefs regarding the deceased, those who have been victimized, and the cult of the dead. I. Respects for the dying person, wake, burial, final expenses, and the 8 days. I. Duties towards the deceased, the festival of the departed, the swings of Cochabamba, sincerity of these joyous celebrations. I. Reasons for honoring those who are no more. V. Some superstitious sayings. They attribute to this spirit the actions of eating, drinking, speaking, crying, singing, laughing, visiting its relatives, taking the other world those it considers necessary to remove from the earth, frequenting the places it usually attended during its mortal life, caring for its relatives and community, averting misfortunes that may befall them, warding off threats of evil spirits, and opposing at every turn the nefarious deeds of adverse spirits toward their proteges. That is why in ancient times they used to embalm bodies with care, wrapping them in bandages and woven straw covers, and placing them seated in easily accessible mounds, with their belongings, food and drink, so that when the soul of Jehu returned to its body it would lack nothing, nor would anything hinder its post-mortem actions and movements. Death among the Indians, as we have already said, is the separation of the last remnant, without a doubt a remnant of great importance, of the being that animated the matter, which will be reunited with the other parts that preceded it, because the indigenous soul, or Ajayu, as conceived by the native, is a plastic entity, capable of expanding and spreading throughout everything that is detached or used by the human organism to which it belongs. After the decomposition of this, it contracts and condenses into an invisible, mysterious, and subtle aggregate, which returns as many times as circumstances require, to the body from which it was separated, giving it again motion and existence, although transient and visible only to those for whom it is intended. Once, when the Indian believes he hears a faint echo of a sigh, a groan, tears in the silence of night, he assumes it comes from the dead or the dead, who mourn the misfortunes suffered by their relatives or their Elu community. If it is laughter, that they rejoice in his happiness. He is convinced that the dead never leave the living, nor do they lack their protective shadow or their punishments, if they deserve them, and that those are the true avengers of injustices committed against their own. The Ajayu, they believe, can separate from the body even while the individual is still alive, as long as he is sleeping or distracted. Believing that the soul is always alert, whoever speaks ill of a deceased person immediately says, as an act of satisfaction, "Let my words not offend you, nor cause you distress that would make you suffer." If soon after, not long after the death of a person, any of their horses dies, they say that they needed that beast to quickly cross the funeral path leading to the other life and return to it, as a black and gloomy centaur. However, many times they wish, if it is a working horse, to transport their belongings, if a bull, cow, or sheep, to give a feast of welcome to their friends who preceded them and came to meet them. Then the living joyfully share in the happiness of the dead, and their offerings are dedicated to them in satisfaction. If it rains lightly or pours heavily, he says, the souls come crying. If it is fine, with plenty of sun and a clear, blue sky, they are happy and content. The milk stops when the cook soul troubles or breaks it down. The Indian believes that during the commemoration of the deceased, souls from the other world temporarily occupy their bodies, and once again see with their eyes those they have left behind. Thus, when this one travels quickly and without tiring over a long distance, they assume that his soul travelled down that path beforehand, smoothing any obstacles or difficulties that might exhaust their strength or weaken the activity of their muscles. The body lies still, but the Ajayu life force cannot remain calm in that case, as it was violently expelled from it and seeks vengeance. The soul of one who has been victimized by another, they suppose, always pursues its killer. It pushes him toward his avengers. It attracts him to the scene of the crime if he has wandered away. The criminal is condemned to atone for his sin where he committed it. The Indian and the Cholo, who have perpetrated a crime, at every moment and in any casual incident see the grim spectre of their victim, which often has them so disoriented and violent that they end up committing suicide, turning to alcohol or repeating other crimes, or surrendering to justice. Popular belief maintains the conviction that the victim's Ajayu does not abandon the killer, and condenses this idea into the phrase Olmahotan, meaning holding on to or captured by the soul of the deceased. The Indian who takes the life of a fellow human to rid themselves of these inconveniences does everything possible to extract the fat from the corpse's belly, smear it on their hands, and carry a piece with them, believing that will prevent the victim's soul from disturbing their sleep and troubling their conscience. Besides, as long as the ingredient remains in their possession, they believe they will never fall into the hands of justice. Human fat grants the virtue of safeguarding the criminal from all danger. Other times, when death given to the victim has been very quick, they cut off the head, so that the sluggish soul, which has not had time to depart from the body, remains in it, and does not condemn itself, turning the deceased into a phantom that pursues its victimator forever. The Indian understands condemnation as wandering furiously and relentlessly over the earth until revenge is achieved. The condemned, as conceived by a Catholic, has no place in his imagination. The soul, for him, remains in this world and not in hell. The body of an individual destined to die soon emits odours in the room where it resides, unpleasant if of advanced age, bearable if young, aromatic if a child. He feels the smell of human blood, the individual about to perpetrate some homicide or murder. The soul of one who dies by drowning in a river, lake, or current remains aimlessly wandering along its banks and nearby areas, or until the aquatic deity, moved with compassion, takes it away. To ensure a person's death, they would gather their hair with incense and copal and place it on embers as an offering to the sun. They had no fear or desire to distance themselves from the corpses of their ancestors. They lived alongside them, took them to their feasts, provided them with food and chicha. If they maintained such concerns for their souls, the body of the deceased was held in deep reverence among the ancient Indians, and a solemn cult was established in their honor, constantly performed by their relatives as a true and ceremonial family cult. The vessels and utensils used for their burial were reused, and offerings were made on the stone seat erected in their honor. The dead became Lairs, household gods, for their family. As time passed, these remains became sacred relics. They were called Malquis, and were considered responsible for safeguarding the well. Being of their descendants, and the progress and growth of their alu, when, through the action of years, they reduced to dust and disappeared, they ended up worshipping the hill or place where they had been accustomed to honoring them, believing that they had transformed into that hill, stone, or river, which became Achachilas. The conquerors disrupted these ideas and funeral practices with their pronounced fear of corpses and their haste to bury them in open graves in cemeteries designated for that purpose. 45 cited work. P. 134, the Indian, during his lifetime, was constantly concerned that eternal residence be built as well as possible, and he recommended to his relatives that nothing should be lacking in it after his death. These Malquis, says Oliva, have their particular priests and ministers, and offer them the same sacrifices, and hold the same festivals, as they do for the Hukas, and usually have with them the instruments they used in life, women with their textiles and cotton threads, and men with their tools for farming or warfare. In these Malquis and Huacas there is their tableware to feed and water them, which are mates and cups, some of clay, others of wood, and sometimes of silver. But for the Incas they were always made of this metal and gold 45. However, when establishing the church and commemorating the departed saints, as well as praying for the souls in purgatory, it has contributed to the Indian belief that it is a cult to their revered dead, and thus, without omitting any sacrifice, they manifest fervor and fanaticism in celebrating these festivals or ceremonies. The illness, they say, has penetrated to the marrow of the bones, and it is now impossible to pull it out. Women begin to weep in silence, men remain stupefied and silent, and everyone when walking does so tiptoes, careful not to make any noise. Praying for souls in purgatory and commemorating the dead is important to the Indian for the restoration, albeit in an odd way, of worship to their departed ones. When a patient grows ill, the shamans and healers sadly shake their heads and declare themselves impotent to save him. From that moment, a painful tension seizes the spirits of the competitors, who show sorrowful faces, vacant gazes, and constantly repeat, "What misfortune, what fate, he was so good." Each one relates that there was noise in their house the night before, which means that the soul or a jayu of the sick person fulfilled the duty of personally saying goodbye to their loved ones before leaving the company of the living to dwell with the dead. Trust then vanishes in the possibility of surviving another day. The agonizing process begins, which for an Indian signifies the final struggle that a soul, defeated by illness, wages against its body, trying to hold on and share the same fate that awaits it. The stater of the dying is the horse, sad and wailing plea that he makes so as not to be abandoned at the mercy of the victorious one, who, free from constraints and possessed by demonic joy, will leave him in his absence the cursed seed of worms that will spread throughout his inert flesh, with the stunning fertility they possess, and that destroys them. This procedure, considered necessary and effective, was called despinar, defeathering the sick person, but before, when the agony became prolonged, they would strangle the patient, with the aim of saving his soul and preventing its decomposition from the body. Nor would he suffer any shame or humiliation, putting an end to that supposed struggle through strangulation. Upon death, relatives and friends surround the corpse, wailing and recounting in tears their good deeds, so that their ajayu, present at the scene, may hear them. Both practices, strongly opposed by Catholic priests and civil authorities, have fallen out of use. Currently, Indians inhum their dead, believing that Pachamama will receive them in her generous embrace. returning them to the world when their souls need to be wrapped in their ancient covering. Women immediately cover their heads with black blankets. Men put on ponchos of the same color and cover the corpse with a tight canvas around the neck to expel the seed of the very prolific and horrible worms and prevent the body from completely decomposing. They mummified it and placed it in a resting posture, ready to act at any moment, with the intention that by neutralizing the post-mortem effects of the illness, its Ajeyu life force would return to take control whenever it wanted to shake off its inertia and move. It is impossible for them to bury it the same day, even if the death occurred in the morning and the disease that caused the event is contagious. The corpse must remain exposed at night, surrounded by burning candles, family members, friends, and poor people who come to the funeral grounds with the intention of praying for the deceased instead of demanding compensation. The veladors, or attendees, drink tea cups filled with alcohol and chew coca during the heavy hours of that mournful night, with many becoming drunk and behaving rudely, demanding more than necessary under the pretext of it being the last expense for the deceased. With the phrase, last expense, repeated often, they are capable of consuming all of the goods left by the dead person. The witch imposes absolute silence, and after listening intently for a moment, says slowly, I heard the voice of so, and so or the wailing of such, and such or the sigh of another, and advises that they should not come to an agreement with the soul of the deceased, in order to prevent them from swiftly joining him in eternity. Those present, influenced by him, also believe they hear the same echo, and predict the time of death of the mentioned person, according to the distance at which they feel the noise occurring, soon if it has been heard nearby, late if it is distant. At midnight, when not even a gentle breeze interrupts the tranquillity and serenity of the atmosphere, the veilers leave the mortuary chamber, led by the witch, and silently proceed with soft steps, making no sound, outside the house to a desolate place, to listen for the faint and weak accent or sound that souls emit when visiting the corpse, binding themselves to their soul, which circles around their remains, while these are being buried, to soon abandon the company of the living and go with them. To avoid that sombre conversation and the sealing of the funerary pact, they arm themselves with long sticks, and upon releasing them, exclaim, What are you coming for, soul of this or that person? Go away, return to your home, you have a wife, you have children to clothe and support them, if he has them. In the case of being single and living with his parents, they add, Your parents will weep, your home will be deserted, you came into this world to work, and have descendants and cannot leave without fulfilling your mission, and continue with the stick, hitting pleas, imprecations, or women's wailing. When nothing is supposed to be heard any longer, they return next to the body, and the owner of the house serves them a spicy meal with plenty of chili pepper, which they call the act huehuca urasa, meaning the chili hour. After the meal, and when no one is supposed to leave or pass through the door, they scatter ashes on the floor at the entrance of the death room, and the mourners continue their vigil over the body, dejected, whispering to each other, and constantly drinking hot, alcoholic water. The burden of your obligations that you have abandoned on the path of life. Only we are left to carry on. No one fails to break the silence with tales of the deceased's virtues and good deeds, or they weep and reproach him for his passing. Why have you left us in orphanhood? They ask and continue lamenting. While you rest peacefully, indolent, we are left to suffer. Ungrateful, cruel, you should not have died. Some listen to those accents of bitterness and despair, their eyes obscured by alcohol, while others does with drooping faces, trembling bodies, and slack jaws. With your death, you have put an end to your daily struggles and all suffering for you, while your home will be left without someone to tend and protect it as you did, and your widow and children will have no one to provide for them. When a drunkard tries to disrupt the solemnity of those dark hours, they are dragged outside later sweeping up the scattered ashes and tossing them into the barn to sleep. The following day after the wake, before any person passes, they examine the ashes from the previous night to observe footprints that may be present, determining their age and gender, thus predicting who will die after the deceased. The investigators make a face of disgust and accept the fate awaiting the accused. The funeral procession is led by the widow, who walks desolately behind the bearers of her late husband's body, lamenting her fate and the abandonment she feels. Despite entreaties and incidents from the previous night, they believe some souls of the living have spoken with the dead, and are sure to follow them. When she does not attend the burial in person, they say, the corpse becomes heavy and resists being taken to the cemetery. No one wants to cross the threshold first when entering the abode of those who are no longer, for they fear that may be the one to follow them. To avoid ill omens, they all enter suddenly, or at least those who bear the funeral bier. Back home, the candles continue to burn on the empty bed of the deceased, not to be extinguished for the next 8 days, nor should the widow and her daughters uncover their heads during that time. Before lowering the body into the grave, the widow places a small bundle of coca and a piece of lint next to the corpse, and then, when it is at the bottom, she throws several handfuls of earth on top, after which the burial workers cover it. On that day, those present at the funeral procession eat and drink in the house of the bereaved, and some of them accompany the widow to watch over her at night, as the room's heat must not cool down during these days. At midnight they leave for the outskirts of town, regularly heading to a spot with a small stream, which is why it is called Ijmajahoira, or the widow's river. On this site they change the dress of the widow or widower. They deliver it to the Windsor-Regia. They beat their bodies with nettle branches, so that afflictions flee with punishment. On the eve of the 8th day, relatives, compadres, and friends go to the river to wash the deceased's clothes and beds. Upon returning in the evening, they gather to watch over the room where he passed away. Each one chews 3 coca leaves, what they call quihintu. They drink brandy and chicha, which they carry in small cups, throwing them away when empty. At the door of the house, a bonfire burns above, which they must jump to enter. This act aims to burn any misfortunes that might have attached to the dresses. Afterwards, men turn their ponchos inside out, and women do the same with their sayas, and 2 young single people take possession of the widow, or 2 singles if she is a widow, and they set off running without looking back, followed by the attendees. They stay until dawn, with the compadres having the obligation to ring the bells at night. In the room, the bereaved invites guests with roasted meat, accompanied by quinoa flour buns known as a quispier and cooked chuño. Bring the pan with warm butter, so that each participant can pass it with their palm, in order to ward off misfortune. In the midst of a feast, when spirits exalted by alcoholic drinks have banished the heaviness of grief and made gravity impossible, suddenly the sobs cease, and faces that were once sad and serious become cheerful, and one of the guests, acting as master of ceremonies, takes an instrument that is always at hand in such circumstances and declares with authority, "The deceased was happy, and we must remember him now as he would have wanted if he were alive," and begins to play and sing, inviting everyone present to dance. The following day, at the designated time, they attend the temple to hear the Requiem Mass, celebrated for the soul of the deceased, and on returning, they invite those who accompany them the night before to celebrate the 8 days, being an established practice to start the party by taking 3 leaves of coca from the pile placed in the center of the room. After all, they say, aren't we all destined to follow the same path? Why commit suicide with tears if one can take advantage of the occasion to make pleasant, even for a moment, this bitter life? From this moment on, dancing and singing replace the widows' and children's wailing, their cries only heard occasionally during moments of silence, but more out of formula than genuine sorrow. among these people. Death does not impress, and conformity quickly chases away any lingering sadness they might feel. He who dies rests, while the living remain to suffer, and are truly worthy of compassion. This custom, called having prayers, said constitutes a strict obligation from which nobody can exempt themselves without inviting severe censures and aversion from those involved in the matter. For months before November 2nd, the bereaved prepare to dignify their funeral celebration. The family in whose midst one of its members has passed away, who by their merits and age deserved respect and considerations, and who is designated with the qualifier Juntu Amayani, or with a hot body, is obligated to bear the final expenses in memory of the deceased for 3 years on the day of the commemoration of the departed. Especially the first year must be the most solemn and costly. Because they profess this philosophy that does not strike anyone as strange, and on the contrary, the conduct of the bereaved is applauded for having fostered this celebration, which for the working classes means beginning to fulfill their duties with the deceased, using the corresponding funds from the so-called last expenses fund, which often consumes the inheritance of the living, who content themselves with the outcome by repeating the common saying that money was made to be spent. A cupping supplies, they provide liquors and make corn and wheat bread rolls that resemble birds, animals, and children, giving preference to anything the deceased so enjoyed. Their soul is content seeing prayers offered with what pleased them in life. With so many guests, they barely have time to drink the wine and put objects into their pockets, quickly mumbling a prayer before moving on to make way for others. They buy large amounts of fruit, and on the expected day they go to the cemetery, carrying most of the provisions. They place a table covered with a black cloth near the grave, with some candles burning, a crucifix, and invite passers-by to pray for their deceased relative, serving them bread rolls with a cup of wine or just fruit in a plate. The same ceremonies are performed at the numerous tables scattered across the entire cemetery area, so that the murmur of the praying people sounds like the buzz of a hive, where the sung responses by the priests are the only voices heard above the noise. They are responsible for paying for masses dedicated to the deceased, and before they are held, they gather at dawn at the site of the communal grave and extract about 12 skulls, which they then decorate with gold or silver leaf or golden paper, and place them in the chapel in a prominent position. After the Mass, in which the skulls receive special attention from the officiant, they are carried on litters and paraded in procession. Following these religious ceremonies and recitations of laments, the skulls are placed in the home of the main Huarani and celebrated amidst a great drunken feast. The Indians practice commemorating their dead on 2 occasions, the first in October, led by a parish priest. The festival is funded by the designated Indians, the Amaya Harananakas, who have the authority to celebrate the dead. The next day, they are returned to their original location in the cemetery. Once back, they are given over to dancing during the day, and the following day turns into a frenzied orgy. The second time, they celebrate the dead on November Sind, the date when those who have lost a relative in the past year gather at the cemetery and offer bread, grains, fruit, food, and other offerings in exchange for a prayer for their deceased loved ones. This third day of the celebration is when the souls are bid farewell, who have come to witness the tributes paid to them, encouraging the living to reproduce and ensure the race does not become extinct, as the Indians say, culminating in an excursion to the country far from the chapel, where they indulge in greater excesses than before. The following day, which is the most solemn, sees a repetition of these offerings, prayers, and laments on a grand scale. Those who went to pray return from the cemetery, some intoxicated with fervour, are continuing the funeral celebrations at home with renewed enthusiasm and warmth. In the evenings, mestizos form dancing gangs that go out to enjoy themselves in the square and on the streets. The day after remembering the dead, they head to the outskirts of town to repeat the dance in a more relaxed setting in open fields. A fresh, vibrant, natural, and intense joy takes hold of hearts as memories of those who are no longer with us come to mind. They perform these improvisations while singing, ending each statement with the expressive and toned word Hupe Lalita. In the towns of Cochabamba, the groups that form in the field also set up a swing or huelanca, each one secured to the branches of tall and sturdy trees, where women take turns climbing up and swinging back and forth at great speed. With the rapid movement and joy they experience during this aerial exercise, they are inspired to create poetic, epigrammatic verses, easily and ingeniously describing the clothing, appearance, or intimate actions of those present, spectators, or others in nearby swings, engaging in a humorous exchange of satirical references that delights the listeners. If someone does not want to improvise or sing couplas, they are shaken with such violence that they are inevitably forced to fulfill their duty of entertaining with such acts. At night, the groups return in mass to the tune of lively orchestras, always singing songs referencing the owners or people living in the houses they pass by while dancing. After a performance of a quarter hour or so, they go downstairs to drink chicha, dance, and receive congratulations from their fellow performers. If they have behaved with lucidity, then others take their place, often renewing the dances. These celebrations are for the benefit of souls, with the intention of sending them off or making them perform a cachapea, so that they leave satisfied to the eternal mansion. They usually last 5 or 6 days, and even longer after the Day of the Dead. In most provincial towns of the Republic, the festival dedicated to the dead is celebrated with more enthusiasm and excitement than that of Carnival. Such a custom is not excluded from any social class in the provinces, as it is very widespread among whites, mestizos, and Indians, even in cities. If in the second year the festival is less solemn, and by the third year it becomes weak and lacking in enthusiasm. After 3 years have passed, the celebrants are satisfied, resting with a clear conscience, having fulfilled, without omitting any sacrifice, the obligations they had towards their deceased. These ethnic factors, when they associate with the dead, when, alongside graves, they rejoice, seem to find themselves in a centre consistent with their sombre character, and thoughts focused on the macabre and strange expansions that are in keeping with their pessimistic nature. In the popular mind, there is no room for the idea that such acts profane the memory of the dead. They say these people continued in life the same customs they enjoyed and danced with their ancestors when they remembered them. In turn, the ancestors of those people practiced the same things with those who preceded them, and thus has been and continues to be humanity. The belief in the survival of the soul, and that life returns on such occasions under the shrouds of the dead who are remembered, influences the success of such ideas. Hypocrites. They repeat. Car those who do not accept this ancestral inheritance and scandalize themselves because the living make a party in the name of the dead, while the soul of these is present at their commemoration. The corpse never causes fear or is a source of repulsion for the Indian, who would be capable of sleeping next to it, or even on the grave, where it lies buried without any fear. Perhaps they are right. He holds him, yes, in respect, and venerates him in his own way on the day he believes his soul has returned. He rejoices, for he trusts that he will visit him, see what he's doing, and how he is faring in terms of fortune and well-being. How? He exclaims. Can I receive him with tears, a sad and foolish face, contrary to Catholic religion, which commemorates the dead with guarded masses, sombre laments, and adorning graves with owls, bats, and skeletons? Indians proclaim the joy of living under such circumstances, and they are happy when the souls of their own return to their homes. If the Ajayu life force of the deceased continues to live in the eternal cosmos and returns periodically, as the Indian supposes, to reclaim the body it left behind on earth, Why despair and cover one's head with mourning, and one's face with black melancholy, when he comes and is remembered? The lower classes, particularly women, come to the cemetery dressed in their best clothing, and adorned with valuable jewelry, not to show off to the living, but so that the souls of their dead may see them, and be convinced that misery has not invaded the homes they left behind, and that happiness still takes up space in their hearts. Life with you was happy. Without you, it is only filled with sorrow. They believe that sorrow pains more deeply him who is present on such a day than him who suffers it. Intoxicated with tears, they weep not because of their grief for the deceased, but because good deeds done by these people come to mind in contrast to their current sufferings and misfortunes, and then they directly blame. Since your absence, my beloved, since I no longer see your unforgettable face, or feel your familiar steps, I suffer without consolation the greatest bitterness. The living direct reproaches to the dead, speaking to them, begging them, with sweet and affectionate words, as if they were really present. It is the apparent dialogue of the living with the souls suggested by customs and exteriorized by alcoholic influence. A person is invaded by lice when they are near their own death, or that of one of their parents or children. When inadvertently more than 10 people gather in any social event, it signifies that during that year one of them will die. This is how the indigenous way of thinking about the afterlife reduces itself. The blinking of eyelids occurs when a relative has to die. Mania threatens distant travels and changing residence for those nearing death. Involuntary biting of the tongue announces the death of a relative. The dog howls at night when the soul of someone whose death is imminent visits him. The rooster sings in the early hours of the night when someone in the house is about to cease to exist. The dog ignores and barks at its owner when his death is near. The quails over procreate when the owner of the house must die. It makes noise in a house when the inhabitant must die, or when there is a hidden treasure in it, and the soul of the owner wanders around producing the sounds that are heard. 4 lit candles on a black cloth, one extinguished after another, after a certain prayer, bring about the death of the individual desired to perish. A fork or spoon breaks while serving food for some in the house to die. Oruro, December 1918. Illustration Index Dedication Preface Chapter I. Primordial Factors I. The Soul of the Race. Faith in Inanimate Objects in St. James. Leka, Kamakani, Thalili, Kamili Jampiri, and Yatiri. The Little Importance of Women in Witchcraft I. Instruments and the Way which is Act I. Their Influence, their Tricks to Seduce the Masses. IV. Causes for the Persistence of Superstitions. Role of the Priest and Confusion of the Friar with the Myth of Karaziri. The Influence of Dreams. Chapter I. Myths I. Hirakocha and its Mythical Act. I. Achachilas, Huacas, and Kaunapas. I. The Wari and its Legend. Cult of the Stone. Ixiv Ideas about Kuru, me. 26 Chapter I. Superstitions related to plants, animals, and objects. I. Use of coca and candle, suppositions about mass, and some indigenous psychology. I. Concerns when building houses. Egai. Pacha, Mama and her current cult. Ve. Ilakiko and its history. Ve. Thanupa Makuri and the cross. Vai. Elhasa, Malku her dominance, and the homage paid to her. The Hulera and Sumeri, the concept of Supea, Ix, Anshanshu, and X Mekalaxai, Tanka, Taixai, Japinunas, Xil. Preferences for condor, puma, jaguar, weasel, fox, spiders, fetus of la, reptiles, cat, dog, chickens, and nightingale. Evi. Hokanquis, molus, and the stone bezoar. Avi. Shapes and figures to cause harm, domestic animals that avoid them. Use of hunto and its diverse applications. Result of consuming vizcaca, condor and cat meat, bull's blood, and salty foods. The owl, the barn owl, and night butterflies. They use of tobacco and cigarettes. 71 Chapter IV. In agricultural tasks and other actions. What is done in fallow fields. Unlucky days, moon phases, and seasons. How Chasqua's messengers were formed and functioned in the Inca Empire. The tambos, resting places, and poster stages. Abuses committed in these establishments. concerns of postilions during journeys, I. Ceremonies for planting, practices to avoid frosts and droughts, eclipses and bad omens, I. Formalities for harvesting and threshing corn, Ivi. Ceremonies in the demarcation in possession of lands, the Scala, the Civi, V. Effects of changing attire on the Indian, 97, Chapter V, on journeys and paths, preparations of the Indians for travel, on the way, their entertainments, robberies and methods of recovering stolen goods, their love for animals and nature. Ave. Invocations to the Achachelas, the Apacheta, worship of stones and rivers. V. The return, the Husky Jaraka celebration, predominant ideas in the concubinates and marriages of the Kola and Indian women, 141 Chapter Vi. Through festivals. I. The alfresgos and their excesses, rituals and practices for healing the body. I. Particularities of the carnival. I. The Caspiadiv. Resistance of the natives to travel and races. 123 Chapter V. Unfolding of social life. I. Superstitions regarding pregnancy, birth, and child-rearing. I. In the illness and death of children. E. Related to sexual love, the practice of mujra. E. Indigenous loves and marriages. The Chicha and its festival in Cochabamba, women's education in Cochabamba. Chicha, national liquor. Viewing the former, cruise festival in La Paz. Funa Cancha and Sihue Sawa. Altars of the Corpus. Vigils and the day of St. John the Baptist. Godparenthod. Tarapacu. Various complementary superstitions and what is understood by Arujana. 175 Chapter Via. Indigenous medical ideas. I. General character of indigenous medicine. I. Medical knowledge of empirical healers' use of drugs, their aptitudes for anatomy and surgery. A case referred to by Father Kobo. How surgeons are currently formed. I. The Kalahwayas, their cures and spells, their customs and current state. If. Explanation of the words Jampi and Jamperi, account of another case. V. Healing methods, the Lantana, Milukana, Trikaka, Pachaka, and Lampaka. Vi. Use of dead animals and various other concerns. Vi. Indian health and the influence of coca. 217 Chapter X. Funeral practices. I. The native and Cholo concept of soul and death, beliefs regarding deceased individuals, those who have been victimized, and the cult of the dead. I. Customs for the dying person, wake, burial, final expenses, and the 8 days. I. Duties owed to the deceased. The feast for the deceased. Swings in Cochabamba sincerity of these celebrations. If reasons for celebrating those who have passed away. V. Some superstitious sayings. 257.
Obvious print errors have been corrected. Mitos, Superstitiones supervivencias populares de Bolivia Perids. Rigoberto Emanuel Rigoberto, produced by Joseph Coles Canals, Carlos R. Colon, and the online distributed proofreading team at ADT Triapa.eb, page GP. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive Canadian Libraries. Transcribers note. Spelling and accent marks have been retained from the original. Rigoberto Perids' myths, superstitions, and survival tactics of Bolivia's people, prologue by Jota Belisario Diaz Romaro Arno Brothers. Booksellers Publishers Law, Paz. Blank pages have been removed. Italicized words are denoted with underscores. Versals equal, sized, capital letters have been replaced by standard capital letters. Artistic Printing Press, Socabaya 22. Manuel Rigoberto Perids has honored us with the task of introducing his work with a brief assessment. MCMX to the illustrious writer and selfless propagandist of historical and geographical studies of Bolivia, Don Manuel V. Bolivian dedicates this work. The author. Illustration prologue, the author of this book. And 27727 that are acts launched that resemble arrows launched myths, superstitions, and popular survivals in Bolivia. Chapter I. Primordial Factors. I. The soul of the race. Belief in inanimate objects and Santiago. Leica, Kamakani, Camili, Jampiri, and Yatiri. The minor role of women in sorcery. Achachilas, Huacas, and Canopas. Their thinking about female chastity is also surprising, says Laurent. Our century boasts of having eradicated superstitions with scientific progress, yet it nurtures most of them in its breasts and flaunts and gives life precisely to the superstition of not wanting to be superstitious. Chapter I, Myths I. Huracoca and its mystical action. Excited by idleness and familial, free interaction, they are driven to satisfy these instincts while still in adolescence. Furthermore, since pre-Columbian times, women have never considered it reprehensible to engage in carnal pleasures when single and without lovers restricting them. Obvious print errors have been corrected. Rigoberto Perede's Myths, Superstitions, and Survival Tactics of Bolivia's People, prologue by Justa Belisario, Diaz Romero Arno Brothers. Booksellers, Publishers, La Paz. Blank pages have been removed. Italicized words are denoted with underscores. Versals equal. Sized capital letters have been replaced by standard capital letters. Mitos Superstitiones y Supervivencias Populares de Bolivia Peredes, Rigoberto Manuel Rigoberto, produced by Joseph Coles Canals, Carlos R. Colon, and the online distributed proofreading team at Tapestry PGP.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive Canadian Libraries Transcribers Note. Spelling and accent marks have been retained from the original artistic printing press. Socabaya 22. Manuel Rigoberto Perez has honored us with the task of introducing his work with a brief assessment. Leica, Kamakeni, Thaleri, Camilli, Jampiri, and Yatiri. The minor role of women in sorcery. And 277-27 that are acts launched that resemble Arrow's launch myths, superstitions, and popular survivals in Bolivia. Chapter I, Primordial Factors I. The soul of the race, belief in inanimate objects and Santiago. Mim6 to the illustrious writer and selfless propagandist of historical and geographical studies of Bolivia, Don Manuel V. Bolivian, dedicates this work, the author. Illustration prologue, the author of this book. Achachilas, Huacas, and Canopas, our century boasts of having eradicated superstitions with scientific progress, yet it nurtures most of them in its breasts and flaunts, and gives life precisely to the superstition of not wanting to be superstitious. Chapter I, Myths I. Huracoca and its mystical action. Their thinking about female chastity is also surprising, says Laurent. Excited by idleness and familial free interaction, they are driven to satisfy these instincts while in adolescence. Furthermore, since pre-Columbian times, women have never considered it reprehensible to engage in carnal pleasures when single and without lovers restricting them.